and in a little bit I'll rely on chat to let me know how the relative audio levels are. But things sound good to me, and they look okay on the meters. So that's like kind of all I can do without feedback.
Yeah.
Okay, so let people show up, but for people who are watching the VODs, hello, welcome. We're about to watch something pretty cool, a pre-release open, which was 9 rounds of Swiss, and we played down to this top 8, who are now going to draft for $2,000.
Wow, this is awesome.
I think there was one other.
There you go.
One other big pre-release event in between you winning a Black Lotus and this one. There was one in Indianapolis for
Oh,
Exia.
that's right. I was hoping you were going to say the last time there was a big pre-release event, like some mystery person, Tacoma Black Lotus.
And speaking of this mystery person, I should introduce our co-host. We've got System Magic Greg with us on the channel.
Hello, everyone. My name is Greg. I'm one of the 2 co-hosts of the System Magic Twitch stream. Often my co-host Andrew Ellenbogen is here streaming these events, but he's busy 1-4 dropping the 1-4 dropping the Portland RC. So instead, I'm here to hang out and watch this draft.
It's a tough job, but someone has to do it.
Somebody has to do it, you know.
Yeah. All right, I have one more thing that I want to do on my screen over here. I have to set up monitor number 2. I want to have the set spoiler available. I actually do have a little card overlay, so we can... right now it says consigned to memory because I was trying to make sure I knew how all the modern cards worked. But, okay, I'm going to go ahead and
nice.
push play. But now as we see the head judge giving instructions to our 8 competitors.
All right, awesome. So these players, they played sealed yesterday, and this is the start of the day in Japan.
That is correct.
Right? And they're doing a draft?
That is correct. So it was...
okay, and the modern RC is happening in the background, is that right?
That's right. There's the feature match kind of over the people's shoulder over there. There will be modern matches that are being played over there, I think an hour from now. They start the limited open an hour early because of the draft and deck construction. Those modern matches are going to be recorded, and depending on how quickly they're uploaded to YouTube, we might get to watch back some of those VODs. Otherwise, basically, the Japanese stream plan is to switch over to modern as soon as this draft is done. So we don't know exactly how long it's going to take, but we will see some modern after this.
Yeah, that's awesome. I gotta say, them highlighting the limit as a fan of limited, they don't always highlight limited when showing constructed is an option. So it is very exciting to see them prioritize this.
Yeah, this was a real treat, and this is the reason why I stayed up until 6 a.m. yesterday casting all of the standard, all of the sealed rounds, because I don't get to see this very often either, and it is fun, and it is extra fun to see it in a pre-release setting, which is just kind of unusual in Magic history. There have only been a few that are like this.
Wow, look at this nice little graphic describing booster draft here on the
Yes.
That's great.
They go all out on there. They have like a bunch of stock graphics that are in like a PowerPoint that they bring up.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So these are somewhat familiar. I remember this slide from like GPs in 2019 or so.
Oh, that's great.
So Greg, I'm curious, if you were in the position of one of these drafters, you made day 2, you made this draft, you went 8-1 battling pre-release yesterday. What would your thought process be as to how to prepare? I assume that these people probably have never drafted the set before.
I think that's a pretty fair assumption. I mean, I actually have drafted this set before because I'm qualified for the Pro Tour, so I've done some practice drafts on some kind of online emulators with some fellow PT competitors, but even still, I've only drafted 3 or 4 times, and I am far from confident about how the set works. So I think you just got to trust your fundamentals. Look for cards that are fundamentally strong. Try and find the open colors. I know when I was in this position at the MTG Summit event, which was a big pre-release tournament, one of my hopes was to prioritize drafting a more aggressive deck, because the more controlling and more mid-range decks, people might not exactly know how the pieces interact and the best way to make those strategies come together, where I don't know, aggro 2-drops, beat down is kind of the same in every format. And so that was something I was prioritizing, but I really just wanted to stay in an open lane and find the colors that are open. So I have to imagine that's on the player's mind. They've played 9 rounds of sealed. They know the main mechanics. They know what's going on in the set.
All right, so now we're looking over at one of the drafter's shoulder. It looks like they've opened the mimeoplasm. Is that what that is?
Yeah, that is the mimeoplasm. I have to be honest, I don't know the rule text of the mimeoplasm.
All right,
it is a 3-color card, which is not the most exciting way to start a draft. But it is mythic. I think it has a lot of exciting text, and it does look like it was the selection here. Mimeoplasm Revered 1, I believe, is the full name.
All right, so I'll read this out. It's X and Simic for a 0/0. As it enters, exile up to X creatures from your graveyard. It enters with 3+1/+1 counters on it for each creature exiled this way. And then you can spend 2 to make the mimeoplasm a copy of a creature exiled with the mimeoplasm.
All right, and then it'll keep those counters, so...
Yeah, that's right.
Let's see.
So that's
looks like we've got a great follow-up to this mimeoplasm with this Simic Gold card here. This is the snake with exhaust to get a bunch of lands out of your deck. I've drafted blue-green a couple times, actually. It can be very mana-hungry, and so this way to get 2 extra lands is a really powerful tool. There's the card pulled up.
Yep. So that is basically an explosive vegetation on a stick, you could say.
Yes.
Sky Serpent Seeker, the card is called.
Yes, excellent. Yeah, I will do my best with the names. I think I know what all the cards do. I don't know many of the names.
Well, you're good to just describe them, Greg, and I've got the job of working the card overlay so that we can actually see them on stream.
Okay, excellent. This whole drifter that was pulled to the pick front, this is a controversial pick. I've seen some people really, really high on this card. It can be, if you get to do something with the vehicle, this is a Mole Drifter, which is very powerful and limited, but it has Crew 3, which is really hard to use. But here we see our featured drafter prioritizing that, a 3rd pick Hole Drifter. I think you're almost always supposed to play them in your blue decks. I'll also say blue has a lot of strong commons in the set, and so I think it's a great place to start out a draft with blue cards.
All right, now I should start to cheat and just like filter my Scryfall overlay to only be looking at Simic cards.
Well, we'll see, and I mean, we're probably going to be splashing black. I think that was a black-green dual land that was taken in pack number 4. I didn't get a great look at it, but...
Yeah, it was a Jungle Hollow.
Jungle Hollow was the pick. That's great if we're splashing this Mimeoplasm. So, I have a funny story about Mimeoplasm.
Okay.
Mimeoplasm was in the original Commander set, and when I was studying abroad, me and my friends wanted to play Commander, and we found some copies of the Commander decks, but they were in Spanish. But we were like, that's okay, we know what the cards do. So we played with these Spanish language Commander cards, and the Mimeoplasm was El Mimeoplasmo, of course, was its name in Spanish. And so to me, every time I see the Mimeoplasm, I think of El Mimeoplasmo.
I love it.
It's just how that card is. So we see Night Market here taken. We're really prioritizing our fixing here early on in this draft.
Well, you definitely don't want to be in the position of having El Mimeoplasmo and not being able to cast it. So, I mean, we're...
Exactly.
Gotta make it work.
Yep. All right, we're going to take this. I believe it's Wreck Remover. Kind of middle-of-the-road creature, but it has cycling, perfectly playable.
Oh, it's a 2-drop, not a 4-drop.
Oh,
it's
a Ticket Tortoise. No. Ticket Tortoise. Ticket Tortoise is Ooh, okay. There's this verbose host, this 0/4 with Start Your Engines that doubles your card draw. It's a homunculus, so I'm not going to be able to say its name. I think this card is actually secretly really good, and we're going to take it here. This is a great reason to get yourself to max speed. It's a ground body, and so the plan of play a flyer, get in some max speed while you're playing defense, and then you'll end up drawing a bunch of extra cards with this. a very powerful tool.
Yesterday,
In this
Yuki
form.
Matsumoto's sealed deck had the verbose host in it. It also had multiple copies of the uncommon creature that becomes an outpost siege. There's like a red creature that says max
Ooh,
speed
yeah,
if you're at max speed at the beginning of your upkeep, you impulse draw the top card of your deck. So he was drawing 3 cards a turn, which was just
that
truly
is
wild.
amazing. So an interesting pick here. There was a 1/3 flyer with Adapt,
Yeah.
which is a card I've really liked and is very good at turning on Start Your Engines if you follow up the card with it. But we took this colorless removal spell in the form of Scrap Compactor, and we're taking a red card. This 5-mana 4/5 Shark Pirate that can discard a card every turn is an incredibly powerful late game effect. It's a huge body, and it'll make sure you never draw a land again. This card has been a huge overperformer in the format.
Collision Course, continuing to just kind of pull cards out of these packs that I guess he thinks are above rate.
Yeah, there was nothing exciting in that pack with the Collision Course. Another red card, the Goblin Surveyor, was taken. We might be abandoning our friend El Mimeoplasmo and going into a blue-red direction here.
Wow, look at
a
this.
lot of red cards
Yeah,
left in the pack.
All 3 cards in that next pack were all red.
Yeah, interesting. The blue-red theme is all about discarding and drawing. It can be kind of finicky and hard to pull off, but it has some really nice payoffs in the format. We'll see if our feature drafter can find any of those. By the way, what is the name of our feature drafter?
That is a good question. I believe it is. Yeah, it's Mizutani. It's Mizutani Naoki. He's the person who
Okay.
was the #1 seed in the Swiss.
I see. So we've got kind of a weird pile going on.
Yeah.
We have this Mimeoplasm, this 04 that's really good, this Hole Drifter, and this Snake. Then we have a couple red cards that we got late. None of which are that great, but could be good ways to fill out a blue-red deck, if that's where we end up.
Usefully, the night market is good, even if we completely abandon the Simic colors, or the blackened colors. But we are.
I don't think, Nicole, there was a second Snake.
I feel like
we'll
we're
see.
still kind of thrashing our limbs. We haven't figured out how to tread water yet.
Yeah, fair. Does El Mimeoplasmo have limbs? Is it like all limbs or no limbs if you're an ooze?
I'm looking at the art. I would say that there are some limbs there.
Yeah, I think so.
Uh-oh.
We're counting our cards and we've called a judge over. Oh no, everything's good. Okay. Of course, if you've never played a competitive REL draft, you lay out your packs every time. You always count your cards. You make sure there's no funny business. Ooh, another Simic Gold Uncommon. This is the 3/5 vehicle that triggers off Exhaust. There's also a Chandra Spark Hunter in the pack. Okay, an early pre-release drafter might be really excited to take this card. Chandra is good, but not as game-breaking as you might expect her to be. You end up with a ton of 3/2 vehicles, but sometimes flooding the board with vehicles doesn't actually do anything if you don't have creatures to crew them. We're going to take the Chandra. We're in. Red was open at the end of the last pack. We're going to take this Mythic Rare Planeswalker and see how it goes. We'll see. I mean, probably this is a pre-release. No one has experience with Chandra. I've seen it be only okay once, but what do I know?
All right, let's see. Instantly we draw into a BBGG card.
Yeah, I think this is the BBGG vehicle with cycling. That's one you really want to reanimate and not cast.
Okay, there is a blue-red card in the pack as well.
There's a blue-red card, but it looks like we've pulled the green mana-fixing bike to the front of our hand. I think we might be trying to draft some sort of 5-color concoction here.
Veloheart Bike is the pick. That is That is surprising. We're not completely out of the mid-meoplasm yet. The
Yeah,
oozy limbs
I
are
think
still
we're.
around us.
I think the plan here is to play at least 4 colors in our deck. This card
Winter.
is Winter. I believe it gives all your artifacts Ward 2, something like that.
Ward pay 2 life. Artifacts you control have Ward
Oh,
pay 2
sorry, Ward
life.
P2.
And then exile X cards from your graveyard. Each other non-artifact creature gets -X/-X. This is sweeper. It's quite good.
Right.
If you
Pretty
can
good
put
if we're doing 5-color nonsense, and it's in our pile.
Wow, well, I hope Naoki is going to be able to cast cards, because he definitely has card quality, but it's
Yeah.
all over the map.
Well, remember when I said I'd be trying to prioritize an aggro deck?
You did say that.
This is not the strategy we're taking here, so...
It's a sabotage strategist that's near the front of that pack.
Yeah, and a Ticket Tortoise, another way to make a treasure. Also a Flood the Engine in the back of the pack. A nice common blue removal spell.
And it looks like the flood is the take.
Yeah, so it looks like we're leaning into a Simic base with a black and a red splash. That's a good place to be. All right.
This defender vehicle, the one that only becomes a creature on your opponent's turn, does not have the name of a blue card to me.
What's it called? I don't remember the name.
It is called Midnight Mangler.
Ah, okay. And it looks like here we took the Mole, which is a good way to find some lands. A great, perfect pickup for our 5-color slop deck that we've assembled. A nice, clean little 2-for-1. I think exactly the type of card that we're looking for to fill out our deck. Ooh, I think we took a game land out of that pack. I didn't get a chance to see exactly what the colors were. Or did we take this fight spell?
We did not take the fight spell. I'm actually going to back up. Let's see if we can figure out what it was.
I think that looks like a black-red...
Yes.
Yeah, that's Bloodfell Caves.
Agreed.
Okay,
right,
the fight spell has been very unimpressive to me. Oh, I think exactly what we want, a night market. All right. We have now 2 night markets in our pile. This slop deck is coming together.
The ooze is on the menu.
Ooze is on the menu. Chandra's on the menu. Winter's on the menu. All these cards are going to make our deck. This is awesome.
Tranquil Cove is the one kind of land that we're not necessarily
no,
interested in, but we just snapped it off.
We snapped no white cards in our pile yet. Tranquil Cove in the pile. Now we're going to open some insane white bomb in the last pick and be very rewarded. All right. Wow, the Simic vehicle wheeled.
The Aether Hive came back.
Huge.
Rangers Aether Hive, 1 and Simic for a 3/5 with Vigilance, crew 1. When you activate an exhaust ability, create a 1/1 Thopter. Yeah, I guess the question is whether or not we actually have any exhaust abilities, but the thing is large.
Yeah, okay, we get another Ticket Tortoise here. Again, which we took over a black-white land. The black-white, I think, is too bad. Our most splashed color with our color we're not using.
We're going to skip out on the pilot making land. I didn't see what actually got... Oh, a Broadcast Rambler was the pick, apparently. And once again, down to 3 cards.
All red,
and
yeah.
It's all red.
Though none of those red cards are particularly exciting. Yeah. All right, well, here we go. One of the fun parts about drafting, oh, a blue-black card, this vehicle wield. Now, notably, in a deck like this with lots of high power cards, vehicles aren't very good, because we're
Yeah.
not great at crewing. So
I agree that this black and
unclear
white
what.
card is not. This black and blue card is not that bad. I mean, it's especially good if you're playing kind of a fair game, trying to get down in the trenches. I don't know how it's gonna look in this deck that has just all chaff and bombs.
Yeah, we'll see. But this is the fun part. When you draft all this fixing, you get to rip open your pack 3. Whatever the rare is, if it's powerful, you're going to take it and put it in your pile. What do fates have for you? Hopefully you'll get a few rares as people open cards that aren't in their colors and pass them to you. So this is the fun time. When you eat your vegetables and take your fixing early, pack 3 gets to be a blast. This, of course, is our review period. If you're not familiar, players can't look at their picks in between picks, but after each pack, you get to consult your entire pile.
I mean, I'll speak personally. I have like, I don't know, a 45-second tolerance for looking at my picks, but usually they give you like 75 or 90 seconds, and then I just don't know what to do with myself.
That's really reasonable. It's usually you look at it and there are like 2 or 3 cards you forgot about, and you're like, oh yeah, and then you kind of, it's a nice check of like, okay, what do I want in the next pack? Like, oh, I don't have many 2-drops. I need some removal spells. I need some fixing. The good check in on the holes in your in what you've taken so far.
But I assume it's a little bit different for Naoki here because he has he has to make some decisions about what cards he thinks he's going to run.
Yeah, and what are his base colors are.
Yeah.
I imagine is a consideration. Right, some powerful cards here. We've brought this Lagak to the front, a 2/1 Death Toucher. I imagine our curve's not that great.
It's a Mind
I don't
Spring
know
Merfolk.
Oh, okay. A card with exhaust, maybe something we're thinking about with our exhaust vehicle payoff that we got.
So it's a 1-mana 1/1, and then it has exhaust, XUU tap, draw X cards. Put a +1/+1 counter on each merfolk you control, which probably is just going to be this one, but...
Yeah, it is the only merfolk in the set. I believe.
I could believe
I don't know, maybe there's something on like the special guest bonus sheet or something. But
Alright, let's see if we can find another rare here in pack 2.
Yep.
Keep them coming, boys.
Right. Yep, let's see here. Got some kind of random commons to start out. A black, white, gold card.
The rare in this
Ooh,
pack
there's
is
our rare.
Zahur.
Zahur the Pet, yeah. We'll see. That's black, white is not an easy easy color combination for us to make.
He's gonna take
But
Glorious
we
Past.
took it. There
Zahur
it is.
Like sort of a Woe Strider, let's say.
Yeah. A way to start our engines for our host, which we still have.
Also true. The Detention Chariot. I don't think we can play a white card though.
We definitely can't play a white card. I see
like...
a Hole Drifter, which we know we've prioritized. There's also this 2-mana 2/2 in green that was pulled up, which is quite an efficient card. For 4 mana, you can exhaust it to make a 5/5. Oh, nope, more lands.
Thornwood Falls was the pick, I think.
I think that was Thornwood Falls. Those are our 2 base colors. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, getting one of these like basically frees another land slot in your deck. Like you need to make your mana base needs to have 7 or 8 like green sources and a 7 or 8 blue sources. But if you can get one land that counts for both, it's pretty good. Ovia in this pack.
Yeah, we have Ovia. I think Ovia is pretty weak, but we'll see if it's something we want to prioritize. Notably, an Elfish Piper effect is fixing if you squint.
It is true. It is true. On the other hand, I mean, it does let you put vehicles into play as well. So the fact that we have these random tanks, we can get them out of our hand. Imagine just
Yeah,
like
and a lot of our
activating
vehicles
Ovia.
have through one.
Imagine activating Ovia and putting Zapper into play or Winter.
Yeah. All right, we'll see. We've got a green, white, gold card. The blue, red, kill spell. I think we're a little light on removal, so not surprised to see that one enter the pile.
Broadside Barrage deals 5 damage to a creature or planeswalker, and then you get to loot following that.
That's right.
I think it's a
Oh, is it Manolith time?
starters column.
Manolith starters column in the pile. Friends don't let friends play Manolith is one of my mantras, but we'll see if this person has friends to stop them. You can't consult your friends in deck construction this mode.
And we have reached the red and white cards portion of our pack here.
Yep, a lot of 3/1s in this pack. We have a lot of vehicles. Also, this card might be sweet with Chandra.
That is true. You tap it to make X pilots, where X is the number of mounts and or vehicles that enter the battlefield under your control each turn. This turn. So, like, if you make a bunch of vehicles, then you get to make a pilot for each one of them. Keen Buccaneer is the foil card, but it's not the one that we took. We took whatever was in the back, unless that was a
Keen
second.
Buccaneer is neat.
A second Keen Buccaneer? Was it 2 copies in the pack? I couldn't tell.
Yeah, I think that might be another Mangler.
Yes.
It's hard to tell with these full art vehicles.
They are rough. Speaking from having casted several rounds of Sealed yesterday, they are quite rough.
Yeah. I wonder if we're going to take this colorless card here as a 2-drop that we'll definitely be able to cast. Yep, that's the pick.
246. Walking
This is
sarcophagus.
a walking sarcophagus. Alright, rule gold card in the pile. We do have some exhaust synergies in our deck. Gotta take the game land.
Boom Scholar. The green-red card was called. I don't know that I've read this one.
3-mana 3/3 that makes your other exhaust abilities 2 cheaper, I believe. And then it has an expensive exhaust ability that gives it 3 counters and gives your team trample. Is that right?
You're very close. 2 counters and gives your team trample. But yes.
Ah, so close. Oh.
Well, I wonder when we go back and actually look at the cards that we drafted. How many cards did we draft that have the word exhaust on them?
That's a good question. We have that. We definitely have the snake that we took early.
Yep. We may have taken a Buccaneer. I'm not 100% sure what happened there.
Yeah.
But the answer may be approximately 4.
Yeah. That pick of the not picking that random 1/3 flyer that I called out in pack 1 is really gonna come back to bite.
Sky Streak
Winter
Engineer,
does have
right?
exhaust. Yeah, Sky Streak Engineer.
A winter comma doesn't work. Scryfall filters out the comma. Yeah, you're right. That winter does. I guess that is another reason to play some of these random vehicles, because if you can loot them away or have them trade off or whatever, then it will enable winter, but
That is true.
this is like trying to build some cube deck where it's like every card kind of needs 3 or 4 of the other cards to function, and it's not totally clear where the thin ice is.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be most interested to see how many of these vehicles end up making the deck. This is one of the biggest constraints in this format is, you get a lot of good, strong vehicles, and especially we know because of all the multicolor cards, we drafted a ton of them. But oftentimes you can't play that many vehicles because you don't have enough creatures to crew them.
Right.
We have Chandra to make vehicles. We have multiple gold vehicles. I don't think all of these are going to be able to make our deck, so we'll see what happens.
It looks like we have a second drafter to watch. So
Wow, that's great!
let's get right back into pack one, pick one here.
Woohoo! This is awesome.
Will this player prioritize attacking and blocking? The rare in this pack is the black-green buggy beetle.
That's the Siege Rhino type card?
Correct, debris beetle.
Yeah.
It has been
There's
pulled to the
also
front.
An Earth Rumbler is another card I really like in this pack.
Yeah.
That card's really easy to crew, and if you do some self-mill, and 7/6 Vigilance Trample is quite a body.
Yeah, we saw that card rumble a fair amount yesterday. Alright, so we
I
are
imagine
taking the debris beetle.
Alright, let's see how we can follow this up. We've got the 2-mana 3/3 in white.
A 1 and a green vanilla 3/2. Not exactly the exciting follow-up we were hoping for.
Yeah, that's a card that's nice to have. There are some cards that reward you for having vanilla creatures in your deck. And sometimes it's really important to get your first copy of the 2-mana 3/2. But not an exciting second pick, that's for sure.
It is the only green card in the pack, so there's something to be said about cutting it off, but probably not worth the loss of card quality to accomplish that.
Yeah, a really weak pack overall. It looks like Intimidation Tactics was the pick. I believe that's the card.
Agreed. So that's like Divest with Cycling 3.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I imagine we're not thrilled to be adding that to our pile, but...
The rare in pack number 3 is a red-green card? I can't tell if
this is the one that makes mana and can exhaust to put a ton of things into play.
Right, it's like you spend 12 mana and then you could vomit anything out of your hand.
Yeah, I don't think that part is particularly relevant in Limited, but a nice body.
Red Shift it is called. I should actually just try to read the Japanese card. But the challenge is that, like, if it's a name, then that works, and if it's not a name, then that's not going to work. But Red Shift Rocketeer Chief. So it is a 2/3 Vigilance for RG. And then...
Interesting. There is the green-black uncommon gold card. This is a card I've never played with. But it does, I assume, it is the type of thing. Oh, and it's going to be the pick.
Broodheart Engine.
I know it lets you surveil one in your upkeep, and then it gives you a reanimate.
That's right.
A one-shot reanimate effect. We talked about that black, green vehicle that you can cycle. This is one of the best things to pair with it.
And we did
We'll
see that black
green.
Yeah. Will that get all the way around to this drafter?
This is a nice moment in the draft. Deathless Pilot is a fine black card, but we already talked about how powerful this red 5-mana shark is. So this is a bit of a decision moment. Are we going to be green-red with that one rare, or are we going to commit to black with our 2 gold cards? Looks like we took the black card over the red card.
Deathless Pilot.
Yep. Yeah, if we're doing the black self-mill thing, this is a nice card to have. Wow. Green looks to be quite closed off here.
Yeah.
I wonder if we're going to need to pivot. We have this Start Your Engines card, the black member of the cycle. And I think that was the Mako that was taken. The 1-mana 1/1 that grows when you discard.
Yes, the like flame blade adept of the
Yeah.
2020s.
Yep.
Rotting Mako, it's called.
Marauding Mako, yes.
It is annoying that I can't just type in Flame Blade Adept for the modern era and get Skyfall to tell me the right card. I have to know the name.
Right. We've taken another red card. This is the 3-mana 3/2 where you can sack something to destroy an artifact. We know red was pretty open at the table, so maybe this will work out well.
I got all excited to see the red legendary flame in the back, but frame in the back, but that was a 4/1 with no text.
That's 2-mana 4/1. Look, 2-mana 4 power. That's nothing to scoff at.
Instead, we are taking the -6/-6 trick called Siphon Fuel.
Yep, Siphon Fuel. So it kind of looks like we've ended up in some sort of red-black. I wonder if we're going to try to play Jund. Look, starting with a Siege Rhino and playing a Jund strategy is a tale as old as time. Ooh, this is the creature that pays you off for having a lot of creatures in your graveyard. So if we do get to do the self-mill thing, this is a perfect card to have in our pile. Also has cycling to go with our Mako.
Sharon Gravestalker.
I thought I saw a green-red land in that pack. I was expecting it to say, oh, but the Goda is great. Good 2-drop, fixing, can make some treasures. Perfect card for our deck.
Oh, good call.
Yeah, I am not that person.
No, yeah, let's... Oops. Let's get that fixed.
I was recently in a situation where I was told to introduce myself as Dr. Michael. And I wondered if the people thought that my first name was Michael and I was, being pretentious. All right, I have to imagine we're not that excited about our pile of cards after pack 1. I think we found an open lane. Red and black seem to be open, but not two of the more powerful colors in Aetherdrift, in my personal opinion.
And we also didn't... I mean, okay. This is not necessarily the best way to decide how strong your deck is, but if you look at it just on the perspective of, like, I don't know, give commons 1 point, uncommons 3 points, and rares 6 points or something, then we don't have many points.
No. Definitely not. And most of our uncommons are mostly good because they have cycling.
That's not necessarily where you want to be either. All right, well, we've got 2 more packs. Everything's going to come together.
Yeah. We'll see. I was surprised how few blue cards we've seen. I think these drafters from playing One Day of Sealed might have identified the power and depth of blue in the format. It wouldn't surprise me if a lot of people sitting down were hoping to end up drafting blue.
I will say that a lot of the matches that we watched on camera yesterday were like green mirrors of some sort. So it's also not too surprising to me that in that first pack it looked like green dried up very quickly.
Yep, absolutely. The Goblin Rabble Master effect. Howl Squad Heavy.
I'll charitably give it a Legion War Boss, but it fits very well in this deck.
Yeah, I have to imagine this is going to be the pick. There was a pretty good white rare in the pack also, but that's obviously something we're not in a position to take. Yeah, the 5-mana mount rare. That was it. I know that because I attended a pre-release today, and I had that. That was the best card in my deck.
Is that Guardian Sunmare? Or what was it?
I think it's something mare. Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh.
God, who could
Wait.
possibly know what this card is?
That's Far Fortune?
Oh, Far Fortune.
That is a nice one.
If we're red-black, we have to be pretty thrilled. Although there's also the 8/8 dinosaur, I think is the second card in the pack, right?
Oh my goodness, yeah, but we're taking Far Fortune. Okay, so we have we've staked our flag.
Yeah, we are in. I mean, red-black, look, it's not the most powerful archetype in the format, but if it's going to be wide open with everyone else fighting over blue and green, we could end up with a really, really powerful deck here.
It is true that the 8/8 is bananas, but I also have been pretty impressed with Far Fortune. It also does pair very nicely with the heavy that we took as our previous pick, as I think the commentators are pointing out on the Japanese stream. Even if you're just throwing a goblin to its death every turn, it's still getting something done. And now there's another rare?
Another rare. Also, this mech cycle is really strong, and this 5/4 shark, 4/5 shark, which I've talked about a lot. You're gonna have to tell me this one. Oh, there was a second Rabble Master? I didn't see that.
No, I think that was just the card viewer jumping back to point out the synergy. Let me back up for 1 second and make sure I know what he took. He did take the Crypt Caller Chariot. So 3 and a black for a 5/5 Menace Crew 2. Whenever you discard one or more cards, make that many tapped black zombie tokens.
Right, wow. And another black-red gold card. This is really, man, things did not look good after pack 1, but we've got to be thrilled here. We staked our flag into red-black, and we get banger after banger after banger.
This one's an Apocalypse Runner.
Yeah, Apocalypse Runner. This is a card I've been really impressed by every time I've seen it hit the battlefield.
Target creature you control with power 2 or less gains lifelink and can't be blocked. So you can easily reach max speed this way. Also gives you some way to force through the last points of damage or stay alive in a race.
Combo with the Rabble Master. 2 nice black cards here. We have this Toy, this 2-mana 3/1 that lets you surveil. Good 2-drop. We also have this Death Touch Trick. It looks like we took the Death Touch Trick.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised to see that, but we're a little light on interaction.
Maximum
and have
overdrive.
some nice creature protect between our Howl Squad Heavy and our Far Fortune. Oh, there was a second Rabble Master, all right?
Wow.
Okay, well, here's that black-green vehicle.
I think we're too far gone now.
We're too far gone for sure. I don't know what that the red 4-mana 6 damage card.
Crash and Burn.
Crash and yeah, that makes me think we were just Lightning Strike.
Ooh, that's a nice one
Oh.
too.
The bangers keep on coming.
How that was like he's passing 8 cards. That was the last. Everyone else had a chance to take a card out of that pack, and he got a Lightning Strike.
I mean, we knew red was going to be open, but that's extreme. Wow, look at all these red cards. Except, I think we're going to take this black card. There's a Packdoll Terror.
That card
4-mana,
is
3/4 that.
annoying.
Yeah.
I think
although, no, we
the
take the red one. No, we took the red 1/4 that can cycle and says whenever you discard a card, deal them 1. Magmakin something.
Magmakin Artillerist. And then we get a Packdoll Terror. No, well, that worked out.
It did, although Packdoll Terrors are good in multiple.
That is true. They're also probably slightly better in black-white, I would guess, than in black-red. I think we've got a fair number of like goblins and other things, but is that a Goda that was just picked up?
Yeah, it looks like a Goda, a nice 2 drops filling out our curve.
Yeah, okay, I admit it. That does synergize with Pactol Terror too.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, look at these! I considered both of those red cards the first time around, and they're both still in the pack. The 4/5 Gunner and the Mech Cycle, 2 absolute bangers in red.
Wow, I would have been sorely tempted to take the Mech Cycle.
Yeah, this is restraint here. We don't have that many. I guess we have 2 horse Godas.
Yeah.
I probably would have taken the Mech Cycle also. 2 good red cards to close out. And I didn't see what that card was, but it is a black card. So, whew, man, this is one of the biggest shifts I've ever seen between Pack 1 and Pack 2. Pack 1 was a disaster, and Pack 2 was amazing. Multiple on-color rares, tons of late powerful cards. This is exciting. I am invested.
We were talking about, like, you look at your deck at this point and think, what is it that I need? Where are the holes? I don't even know if there are many holes. I feel like we've got low drops, we've got removal, we've got power.
Yeah. That is the best feeling, when you feel like your deck is well-rounded and you can open up Pack 3 and you can just say, I'm just going to take the best card in my colors. We'll see. I mean, maybe, Pack 1 wasn't... Is it possible we were, like, being cut off? Or maybe red and black were so strong that someone else moved in? The Siege Rhino is being talked about. And you can tell our drafter here has no interest in splashing the green cards.
Yes.
The green cards are just way to the back. They're not even... They're out of sight, out of mind.
Well, yeah, and it's not even like, well, this is the rare that I was able to get. I need to play this in order to have a certain power level or whatever. That got completely tossed out the window by the middle of that pack.
Yep.
Chat, I had meant to ask, so maybe I'll take this moment between packs. How is our relative audio level? Because, I mean, I think it looks okay on the meters, but I'm not listening to the same thing you are, so let me know.
Yeah.
Okay, we get a good.
Excellent.
Good is good.
Good is good.
All right, what do we have here? The rare is a district mascot, which is not the most exciting.
Good card. There's a spin out, I see. Murder is... Oh, wait, no, there's a Dragonaut Engineer.
Whoa.
Oh, is that what that is?
Is it? No, it's not. No, it's not. It's a 4 mana 3/3.
Okay.
So then I'm expecting to see a spin out get taken here.
Yeah, I mean, Murder is washed in 2025.
Oh, we took the...
Nope, 4 mana 3/3 in the pile.
Hill Giant is not, though. So this is the thing that when it crews a vehicle, that vehicle gets +2/+0 and trample.
Okay.
Trample is nice in this format. I will give you that.
Yeah, often with vehicles are usually overstatted, and so being able to give them trample is nice.
Ooh, speaking of dragons, though, we've got the Mount Dragon here.
Yeah, but I think... Is that the black affinity for artifacts vehicle?
Yes.
That murders something when it... Oh, no, this is another chariot.
It's a second one of these?
Yeah, second one, different art, and we've got a lot of discard cards from red. So
yeah.
we are doing something here.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they're pulling up the 2 different arts.
So this also probably explains a bit why he elected to take the Gunner over the Mech Cycle in the previous pack. But like he already had one that he cared about. Now there's a second one.
Yep.
Find
Ooh, another on-color rare.
Wow.
This is the 3 mana 4/2 that crews itself when it comes in. Now we might be hitting that vehicle critical mass. This is a moment we have to to be a little concerned
Ooh.
about how many vehicles.
Someone in chat points out something nice that I hadn't considered, which is that that hill giant, the reckless Velocitor, also gives +2/+0 if it saddles a mount, so it can make the Goda into a reasonable creature in the late game. That is nice
I think
synergy.
one of the powerful things about the Goda is there are a lot of things that just care about having vehicles and mounts around, and just having your 2-drop randomly be a mount can add a lot of strength to your deck.
Sheffet Archfiend is the card at the front of this pack.
I see. Yeah, there are two 3-mana 3/2s, both of which are. Oh no! Did we just take the Gruul?
We did.
Gruul and common. We weren't interested in kind of the filler 3/2s. That doesn't surprise me with our power level being so high. We don't need filler, and I guess it's still theoretically possible we could play green.
Another
Right?
Gunner.
Are we going to prioritize the Gunner again? There's also this 1-drop, which also lets you loot, but nope. Gunner in the deck. I love this. Gunner is so good.
It is really good.
And with the double Chariot, we've got a game plan.
Sometimes I'm in this position where it's like the middle of pack 3 and I just want to start playing the games.
Oh yeah. So if these two players are on the opposite end of the table, does that mean the 2 drafts we just watched are gonna be paired against each other?
I think that's what we're gonna get in the first round of actual coverage. Yeah.
All right. What do you? So far, who would be your prediction? Red, black, or 5-color soup?
I am taking this red-black deck. Pace Setter Paragon is the play. So we can exhaust it once, and that turn it gets double strike.
Oh, man. Got a shock in the form of Road Rage pulled to the front.
And that will be the take.
Well, we have tons of mounts and vehicles. Not at all surprised to see that pick. I imagine we're thrilled to add that to our deck. Right, there's a kickoff celebration pulled to the front. We're going to take that one. A tormenting voice effect.
Yes.
Always good to have one of those in case you somehow miss playable count. It's always something that you can just kind of throw into your deck, and it's never that exciting, but not too embarrassing. Maximum Overdrive, another of the black trick. We have already seen this card be prioritized. Oh yeah, it's another discard outlet. That's right, the kickoff celebration. It's good with the Chariots, of course. Oh man.
Oh, we have finally found a pack that doesn't have a red card in it. It took until the middle of pack 3.
Yeah, it's crazy how this is like this pack and the 1-2 before are like the first times we've seen a pack where there's not been something exciting, actively exciting to take. Oh, this is the 5-mana 3/3 flying?
Yes, Streaking Oil Gorger with maximum speed. Right? It also has lifelink.
Both of those filler 3/2s wield. So here we're going to take Goblin Surveyor, a fine curve filler.
I admit I missed what those last couple of picks are, but that's okay. That was great.
One of them was the vehicle that makes them discard a card when it ETBs. I imagine we're not going to play that one with our glut of vehicle already. It's also just a little low power compared to the rest of the deck. Yeah, and I didn't see that last pick. We didn't even show it. It might have just been a basic.
All right, now we get to jump forward slightly. Catch up from where we had paused it earlier. I'm going to move our card overlay to the other side, and I can bring up the same information that's being shown on the screen here. So there's good news and bad news. The winner of this event is going to earn 300,000 yen, which sounds like a lot. Then you go and look it up, and it turns out it's only about like $1,975, but it is still a pre-release. That's more than I've ever won in a pre-release.
Yeah, it's not more than I've ever won in a pre-release.
That's true. That is true.
So I don't know. Technically, they just handed me a single Magic card that I still have. So I mean, did I even make money?
Did you get anything then? This is not technically part of. We do have the top 8 bracket. This is useful for future Adam because some of these people are only on Melee as usernames, so I'll be able to come back over here and figure out when I'm curating this event who these people are, make sure I get it all right. This event was basically a large RCQ. They obviously couldn't offer a Pro Tour invite for this. So the highest up on the pyramid that they could go was to the regional championship. And we'll talk about this a little bit more later, but the Japanese region used to have multiple tiers of qualifiers. So there's a reason why the modern event that's going on right now, the regional championship, only has 250 players in it. And it's not because there were only 250 players that were interested in playing in Japan or whatever, or like that was the number of RCQs or whatever. There were plenty more local qualifiers, but there was actually a second level to the pyramid there. So if you won a store level event, you would qualify for what's called the area qualifiers, which were like the old RCQs. And then winning an area qualifier or finishing well in it would get you to this event. Which I think is interesting, like coming from someone who just played in, the regional championship in DC, which had whatever 1,700 people in it or whatever. I don't know that I would appreciate there being an extra step between, having a shot at the Pro Tour, but it would certainly make the field stronger.
And narrow down that huge number of 1,700. Do you know how many people? Do you know how many people registered for Portland?
I don't know.
Today. I don't know either.
Let's find out. 1,029, Nicole says in chat.
1,029. Interesting.
And we expect Charlotte is going to be slightly bigger than that, I think.
I think that's the expectation there. I think there are a lot of East Coast Magic players who might not have flown all the way to Portland.
Yeah.
Or because Modern, unfortunately, Modern is quite popular. Don't ask me why.
Yeah, don't ask me why either.
Yeah.
I'll cast it if it's what's on, but that's also true that the position of these events relative to the PT could have an effect.
That's true. I think, PTs are a lot smaller than RCs. That only affects a pretty small chunk of players. All right, we've pulled up the gold cards. Notably, the gold cards, there's a vehicle and a non-vehicle for each gold color. These are the non-vehicles, except in the Is It slot. We've pulled up the vehicle. I imagine that was unintentional, but...
So, before I forget to finish that thought, next cycle, they're actually switching it in Japan. They're taking that second level away.
Oh.
So
really? So they're moving to the same system that we have? That's
correct. So the next Japanese RC that we'll see in a few months will be like 1,000 players. Like in line with Europe or the United States.
Wow, okay. Let's say, I'm really excited about that Japanese RC and I really want to watch it. Where do you think I should go?
My suggestion would be that you come back to this channel. So if you're looking out for the schedule, you will definitely see me post about it a few days in advance, either on Blue Sky or Twitter. And otherwise, give me a follow because then you will definitely get a notification when it is starting. That is like I don't know, 70% of the of the live hours on this stream have been Japanese RC events.
Nice. And we'll see. Maybe Andrew will not be too busy losing a tournament to come and stream with you
that would
time.
be appreciated, but I mean, we'll see how it goes. It's going to be harder to dodge the U.S. RC in the future, given that there are now 2 of them.
That is true. Yeah, I assume Andrew doesn't roast me when he comes onto the stream, but I have no problem roasting him a little bit.
You know, I can't recall. It was pretty late at night, so. Oh, am I not live? Oh, we get to actually skip some more talking heads.
Oh, nice.
But even though we are now getting back up to live, I've broken YouTube trying to reach live. They're still talking heads.
Yeah.
Yeah, it usually takes about 20-25 minutes for all of the players to record their piles and finish sleeving their decks.
MSJ asks, "Is Andrew in fact losing?" Not at the moment. He finished losing and then dropped from the tournament like hours ago.
Gotta be charitable with your ELO points.
Ooh, yeah, this is good. I was 1 ELO point above my co-host, and this is gonna be obviously I would much rather him queue for another PT, but you know, I'll retain some ELO bragging rights. Yeah. Ooh, Azax is 5-1. Azax was the last player to lose their first game in this tournament. It was 5-0, 10-0, and I checked, and all the other 5-0s had lost at least 1 game. But I suppose that is no longer true.
Damn.
I posted to a Discord or 2, but I should retweet your Blue Sky post.
Yeah, please do. Get out the word.
Yep.
The real issue right now is that I don't know exactly how long it's going to be until the draft starts, because we paused and then fast forwarded, so I don't have like a good mental clock as to how long it's been.
What should I call? What would you say the title of this event is?
So this is like I think that it self-describes as Japan Limited Open.
Nice.
And it looks like we are going down to the floor to watch players start round 9 of the regional championship. That's happening over the caster's shoulders. You can see people looking at paper deck lists, passing them back and forth.
Yeah. There's a disturbance in the force, as we sometimes say. You can see a lot of people moving to their tables.
Yes. The real winner last night in Modern turned out to be the Orzhov deck. The
Orzhov deck, really?
There were 7 players that were 7-1 or better after the 8 rounds yesterday, and 3 of them were playing Orzhov.
Ow, alright. I assume the others were on things like Eldrazi or Breach, maybe? Or Energy?
Let's look it up. Close this, click here. So it was, let's read down. 1 player undefeated, though they were undefeated at 7-0-1. No one won all 8 matches yesterday. That was an Orzhov player who drew round 1 against Mono Blue Tron, and then destroyed the draw bracket. People sometimes talk about like getting out of the draw bracket by drawing 3 times. You can, I guess, get out of the draw bracket by reaching the top of the standings. Then you're not going to be paired against someone else who drew.
That is true.
Then the next
drawing 3 times will get you castigated by by
yes.
other competitive
Yes,
players.
yes. The draw police will come after you.
Yes.
The So then we have 6 players at 7-1. So it's Blink, or Orzhov, Boros, the 2 energy decks, 1 Oculus, 1 Teamer Breach, and the last one is Jeskai Control.
Man, wow. Man,
Which-
who could have guessed that black white bad cards is really leading the front in Modern in 2025?
I don't particularly enjoy Modern, but I do like a good Flicker Wisp, so I'm all for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you will you be attending RC Charlotte?
I will not be in Charlotte. I will be in Chicago. I will be at the
Excellent.
at the MagicCon there, but I am not. You couldn't pay me to play Modern.
Yeah. Unfortunately, given that I play it on my stream frequently and I do get paid for that, arguably you can pay me to play Modern. So, although I guess really Andrew plays Modern and I, watch and make snarky comments and talk about candles.
That counts as being paid to play Modern, I would say.
I think it does, yes.
All right, looks like the passing of deck lists over the caster's shoulders is done, and we have moved on to drawing opening hands.
Right. Yeah, people might be surprised to see... Oh, this is in the Modern that you're talking about.
Yes.
I assume this draft is also open deck list, because these 2 drafters were on coverage. I assume that means they're going to exchange deck lists, but I don't know for sure.
It would seem crazy to me if they didn't.
Yes. Famously, at MTG Summit, they didn't want to do this, but they casted the draft. So in between matches, I had to sit and wait with a judge over my shoulder so that they knew that I didn't go back to the stream. And famously, there was a match that took over 2 hours to conclude. Yes. After I finished my first round. So I was just sitting there for 2 hours and I wasn't allowed to use my phone, and it was miserable.
I was with Andrew at the time. He I don't know that he knew at first. I was the one who told him that you made top 8, and he was like, "Oh wow, I should get back to the venue." And then he was like, yeah. Greg's in jail.
I was trapped, yeah. I was in jail. They finally let me use my phone as long as a judge was watching, and some poor judge was tasked to watching me use my phone to make sure I wasn't looking at the stream. And I was just like browsing the internet and doom scrolling, and this poor judge just had to watch. They don't tell you that that's part of being an MTG judge.
I am, longtime viewers of the stream probably are aware that the one thing that Japanese casters do enjoy doing during downtime is cracking collector's booster packs. I am surprised we've made it this far just apparently talking about limited or whatever without actually resorting to...
I was gonna say they have a lot of product in front of them.
Yeah, so
let's rip them open.
It used to be that they would like cut between rounds to like a side desk. Like there would be like some little booth set up that had a separate streaming setup, and it would be like a couple of Wizards representatives that would pick up all of these different products and show them and shill them.
I see.
But that has evolved over the years into there just being a couple of collector's booster boxes on the caster's desk, and when they're bored, they just pick one up, rip it open, and then show the cards to the camera.
Look, I love cracking random packs when I'm creating content, but I've been told on many occasions that it is not compelling content. So it's a lot more fun for the content creator than the content consumer. So maybe those forces have won out here at the Japanese RC as well.
There is also a standard open going on.
Really? And in that one are the are Aetherdrift cards legal?
I just thought to wonder that, so that was the reason why I brought it up. Let me go see if I can find out.
Yes, I would guess yes, but maybe not. If they're not legal in modern, they're not legal in standard either.
Well, the loophole that they found, at least like what I saw them say as the reason on the event page, was that the deck submission deadline for the regional championship was Thursday, and on Thursday Aetherdrift was not legal, and ergo you could not submit Aetherdrift cards.
Well, I think the chicken and the egg happened the wrong way. I think they decided they didn't want Aetherdrift cards to be legal because
Sure.
they would be so hard to acquire. And in order to, rather than kind of updating Melee and making it so that those cards wouldn't be legal, at least this is what they did in the US. They moved the deck submission up so that the submission was technically before Aetherdrift became legal. Because imagine, some card in Aetherdrift was a 4 of in Jeskai in Breach.
Yes.
There are 200 people playing. They all need 4 copies of this card. They all register it, planning to play it before they actually know if they can get it. It would have been absolute chaos. Wow, so this is some free modern action?
Yeah, that's right. This over here is Kenta Masakato, who is a master. I love watching Kenta play. He has won one of these events in the past.
Awesome, and unsurprising that the master chose what many consider to be the best deck in the format, Teamer Breach. Looks like we've got a start of Tamio and Mishra's Bobble from our Breach pilot.
And we're playing with Orzhov cards on the other side. Shadowy Backstreet is the first fetch.
Yep, the namesake. How do you feel about the name Orzhov Sewers? Am I allowed to call it that on your stream?
You are more than welcome to. It's fine with me.
Nice.
All right, I have found the rules. Let me see if I can find anything that says one way or the other.
The standard open?
Yes.
Yep.
Deck list submission deadline Sunday 9 a.m. So that was like today at 9 a.m. in Japan. So approximately, I don't know, 80 minutes ago. I don't see anything that says a dog can't play Magic. Huh. I guess we're just going to have to see in a little bit. That is not an open decklist tournament, so we are not going to know for sure until the top 8 is reached, at which point I think the deck lists will become public, whether or not there are any Aetherdrift cards involved. What I do see that I think is kind of interesting, the entry fee for that standard event is 10,000 yen, which is like, I don't know, $70 or something.
Yep.
That is only for old people. And old people are people who are for 23 years or older. That if you are 19 to 22, then it costs you 3,000 yen, a 70% discount. And if you are between
Wow,
13 and
okay.
18 years old, it costs you 1,000 yen. A
Wow, that's
90% discount.
awesome, actually.
I love it. If you are young and interested in getting involved in competitive Magic, why not? Come on out.
Yeah, that's super cool.
I think that's a bold play, but an interesting one, and I do love to see it. We are getting a look at the day 2 metagame of the modern event, so let's see how many of these I can read off the top of my head. So it's
Yeah,
Esper.
there's a big two big numbers right there, 15, 14.
Yeah, so it's Boros Energy.
Okay.
Then, all right, come back to this in a second. We'll figure out what we're missing. Esper
Okay.
Eyeballs.
Yes, for eyeballs. Okay.
Warsov Blink.
Okay.
Eldrazi Ramp.
Eldrazi ramp only 3 copies.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mardu Energy.
It's gotta be grinding station.
Yeah, this is grinding station. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Now that you say that, this is like breach.
Yeah.
So energy breach. Wait, go back. I'll pause it here for a second since we have a minute.
Yeah.
Or I'll say I'm going to pause it and then never actually do pause it. Energy breach. Esper Oculus. Then Blink Sewers.
Which is the old school frog deck splashing for pest control.
Yes, that's right. That is the Esper in Esper Breach. I guess we've also seen a couple of people play like Stony Silence in the sideboard. You get access to like the white hate cards.
Yeah.
Then Mardu Energy, Jeskai Energy, Ruby Storm,
Okay.
Belcher, 2 copies. Then the one-ofs. This is where it's going to get interesting as someone trying to read these.
Oh.
Amulet Titan.
Okay.
Boros Stamu. What the heck is that? Sutamu.
Burn?
It's STAM is what it says, but then like what does that mean?
Ram? Would it be the like a Cheerios deck with SRAM or something?
It could be. Alright, let's assume that that's what it is, because that sounds awesome. That is the name for, like, SRAM. So, yeah, Boros SRAM.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that's not a deck I was aware of in the format, but, I don't know, people like to play weird stuff in Modern.
Alright, then, continuing on the top of page 2 here, or column 2, Demir Mill. Wow.
Oh, of course, you gotta have one of those in every Modern tournament.
Demir Murktide, so that's, like, your grandfather's Oculus list, let's say.
I think so, yeah.
Eldrazi Tron. Eldrazi Tron.
Cool. Eldrazi Tron.
Esper something else. Is that like... It's a Ruby Storm Boros version. Ooh, that's very cool.
Oh, okay. Actually, a lot of the Ruby Storm lists do splash white. So maybe this one's a little more heavy into
Yeah.
the white.
So the next one is Esper Reanimator.
Okay.
Just trying to Goryo's back in Atraxa.
Oh, yeah, that's the Gory. Of course. Yeah. That's definitely a deck that's been in Modern a little while.
Hollow One, which was on camera
Hollow One.
at 5 and 2.
Okay, Faithful Suiting's back, so certainly some people are registering their Hollow Ones.
The Jeskai Control deck that we looked at.
Yes.
That was 6 and 1. Or 7 and 1. And had 4 copies of Snapcaster Mage in it.
Oh, baby.
You love to see it.
You love to see that. Yeah. What year is it? Did it have Splinter Twin?
I'll go find the list in a second. We'll check it out. Living End, 1 copy. And then the very final one here is Teamer Breach. How is that different from... I guess it's just a straight up through the Breach deck. That's my best guess.
Oh, yeah, it probably is. There's a Through the Breach deck with Eldrazi.
Ooh, I don't want to be doing that. Uh-oh, I broke YouTube again, trying to get back to live. We'll get there.
You broke all of YouTube?
No, just my own YouTube, but it looks like we do have players in the feature match area.
All right, we did it.
And it also does look like we have our 2 featured drafters. So it is going to be our black-red deck against the soup, let's say.
This is awesome that we get to see both of the decks that we watched draft right away. You know all the cards in both piles. Let's see them paired against each other.
All right, so for people who want to see it, I will put the Jeskai control deck. With the Snapcaster Mages in chat. Get that out of the way.
Right.
Get done talking about yucky modern decks, and let's get back to playing Limited.
Oh, thank goodness. Real magic, am I right?
Amen. Though I will say that a couple of the modern deck matches that I watched this afternoon were like legitimately powerful Limited decks playing against each other. I mean, some of them were like MH3 sealed decks playing against each other, but it's different when it's like, okay, now we're watching someone play Amulet Titan or whatever, just like no respect for the game.
All right, well, there's a pile of tap lands from our soup deck, so it looked like our Rakdos deck kept a hand with only 2 mountains.
Interesting.
Short on black versus. There was the horse available.
First permanent on the battlefield is, Scrap Compactor.
Do you think he wishes it was the 1/3 now?
And that is met by a Goda.
Yeah, maybe not.
Okay, just so we
And
have
it looks
the
like
names
we
right.
found the spot.
The player at the bottom, who is playing their lands in front for as long as they're going to be allowed to take. Yeah, there we go. I did not think it was going to be that long. His name is Naoki, and the player at the top is Takashi. It's
Naoki and Takashi.
Naoki versus Takashi.
Alright, Takashi has the Gilded Goda, but it's met by the 3/3 Gruul card.
Yeah, Boom Scholar. Is that...
Road Rage we seem to have found, which, since there's a mount, we'll take out that 3/3.
Alright, but we don't have the full Yahtzee where we then play something that crews, or saddles, unfortunately. Just a hit for 2.
We do not. Yep. There's that Tranquil Cove. We can see it in the hand. It's made it in. And the starting column is out.
Which enables
and
winter to come down.
Yep. Nothing like casting a blue-black card when your basics are forest mountain.
Just how Naoki drew it up, really.
They haven't marked the start your engines. Notably, while you can miss the trigger on gaining speed, I don't think you can miss getting your first piece of speed.
And it's possible that we just saw a delay there because they were finding the start your engines, like, tracker card.
Yep. Here we go, just like you drew it up in chat from Takashi. We're gonna crew this Goda and attack for 4. And make a treasure.
Reckless Velocitor. So Winter is just going under the bus.
Yep.
Naoki's going to take 2 to 17. And there should be a treasure. I think probably someone said, hey, Shopkeep, get a treasure for me. And we will see it coming shortly.
I think that's right. We saw the acknowledgement of the trigger from Takashi, so I imagine they're just finding the token.
All right, here's a stop sign. A Thunderhead Gunner comes down, and we have something to cycle right off the bat.
Yep.
And lastly, we're going to add a night market. So This is your opportunity to learn how to write some of the colors, because there's going to be a post-it note that has a symbol on it that represents one of the colors in a second.
What color do you think he's gonna pick?
I can't even guess. It could be any of the 5 colors.
I think he's gonna pick blue. That's my guess.
Oh, it's difficult to see because it's just written in pen. I think... Okay, this is crazy. I believe what was named was white.
No way.
That is a Shiro.
Yeah, okay. Oh, I guess he does have double blue. Alright, 4 mana. Is it chariot time?
It is.
Yep, one of the
Chariot.
chariots.
Crypt Caller Chariot. So now, do we have a way to discard a card?
And we have the 2/1 haste, and as the 4/5 does, gets some value from looting away lands and clogs up the board. No attacks into this 4/5.
Oh yeah, the Thunderhead Gunner is both large and in charge.
Yep. Okay, discard a land, draw a land. Scrap Compactor is gonna kill this chariot for 6 mana.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yep.
Is it time to meet a Thunderhead Gunner with another Thunderhead Gunner?
That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
A lot worse without that chariot in play, but...
Yeah, I
We'll
wonder...
see. It looked like there were 2 spells for Takashi, so we'll see if he wants to discard any of them. Or just say, okay. It is a scary feeling when you're facing down that 4/5 and your opponent has like 3 cards in hand, and they're like, nah, I'll
Go.
just keep my 3 cards. Oh, man. Alright. There's our snake and
Oh, yeah, that's
our Ranger's Ether Hive. A pair of Simic Gold cards has entered the battlefield.
Is a Sky Serpent Seeker.
Alright, it looks like we discarded that mountain to our gunner.
And we're gonna play the Gastal Blockbuster, sacking our lowly 2/2 to clear the Aether Hive.
I think that was it was the 2/1 haste that was
Ah.
sacrificed, I think.
Gotcha.
Yep. Still no attacks into that 4/5.
And interesting to see it, Takashi actually did put this 2/3 into his deck that can gain double strike.
Yeah, that 2/3 can attack at the moment. Alright, here's our white 5/4 that makes a Thopter.
I'm also surprised to see this in the deck. But
Well, kind of not. It's a nice piece of cardboard, and we spent so many of our picks on lands that
that's true.
that I imagine we had to play most of the cards we drafted.
That
Okay,
is true.
land drawn.
I think if you just
Leave that
ranked
away.
the cards that Naoki had drafted, then it probably is in the top 23. I didn't expect Plains to be in the deck, which then made me wonder if we had the sources to play it, but I mean, obviously he's been able to put it on the battlefield pretty easily.
Yep. Don't forget there were at least 2 night markets in Naoki's deck.
And one of the
Plus
night
the-
markets is on white.
Yes. And the Tranquil Cove I actually saw get looted away to the gunner.
That's
that
right.
is in the deck.
Alright, all Takashi can do is cycle a swamp and pass back. What will break this board stall? I mean, a 1/1 flying Death Touch does attack through a 4/5 reach pretty well.
That is true.
And we are going to rampant growth. Or rather,
It's
explosive
2
vegetation.
lands, right?
Yeah, you get 2 lands. And it's only going to put... It will put 1 counter. Why are we doing it this way? Oh, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal 2 lands. Because that's what it says to do.
Yep. There was El Mimio Plasmo, who is going to end up on the bottom.
Thump. Let's put a big library of cards. Yeah.
You know, I'm not surprised to see this post-combat, actually. Wanted to make sure to get the to get the hit in, to get our engines going, and and we didn't want to get blown out by a kill spell.
Alright, so Cloudspire Coordinator is the play. We scryed 2 and tossed Ovia to the bottom, and we kept the 5 mana, or the 5 damage blue-red spell on top of the deck. So that might jailbreak a couple of cards into the red zone next turn.
Yep. Here's our 4/2, but you know what that 4/2 doesn't attack into?
Oh, would that be a 4/5?
Oh wait, it does, because we can, even though it's already an artifact creature, we can crew it to give it +2/+0.
That's right.
Great draw from Takashi, and the double striker, the creature that can gain double strike coming in too.
Did we tip our hand here? We didn't have to crew it ahead of time.
Oh, that's true. We could have tried to get him, is what you're telling me.
Does that only work at sorcery speed? Let's read the cards. Yes, whenever this creature saddles a mount or crews a vehicle during your main phase, that mount or vehicle gains trample, gets +2/+0. So that was necessary. On the other hand,
that is not surprising.
Yeah, I guess they didn't want people to get got. It was only blocked by a lowly 3/2, so 4 damage does trample over.
Yep.
Looks like Noki's now at...
And we might do it again next turn. That Gastel Raider can come back.
Alright, so we knew the burn spell was on top.
Yep.
And we're not wasting any time blowing this 4/5 off the battlefield.
Yep, although because of that 4/2, we have another way to kind of discard bad cards if we happen to draw them.
Mm-hmm. It's actually just the Thopter getting in.
Yep. Let's see. Land and some sort of black card. I didn't get a good look at what that was.
Yeah, I believe that's a risky shortcut. So both players lose 2, and then you draw 2.
All right.
So it'll make the life totals 16 to 10. Oh, maybe it's actually... Yeah, there we go. Trying to figure out what the actual life total is for Naoki over here. Takashi leads by 6 at the moment.
Yep, and I believe, finally found a kill spell that can take out the gunner. I think that's Crash and Burn, Takashi. And I think, just like Naoki did, Takashi's going to waste no time in taking that thing off the battlefield. Even though it means playing the land that can later rebuy our 4/2. Now, the momentum has really swung in this game. It looked like Naoki was in charge, but Takashi has managed to climb back into it. And no interest in trading that 3/3 that crews for the 2/2 Death Touch. Only the 3/2 is coming into the red zone.
Well, we know that we're going to have 6 points of trample coming next turn.
That is true. Down to 7. Trade offer not accepted.
Is it a collision course and a land? Are the two...
That is what I saw, yep.
Alright, so the Thopter hit...
We are at max.
And we do have something to do with it, right? Because the starting column can be sacrificed once we hit max speed.
Sure can.
That will, I guess, take Naoki off of black mana for whatever it's worth.
Yeah, I mean, we do know the Mimeoplasm is on the bottom of the library.
Which probably just
Maybe
leaves... Yeah, Zahur is probably the only thing that you can cast.
That's right.
Jungle Hollow goes
And
away, so
Waker.
he does not... I mean, I guess you just can't take lands at this point anyway,
Yep.
but...
Ooh, is that the verbose host?
Yes, it is.
And a flood the engines. Wow. We're already at max speed. Man, this game is just flying back and forth. Draw, land.
Uh-oh.
Imagine that's going to get turned into our 4-2, though.
If Naoki gets to untap with the verbose host, that is going to be pretty good. Phyrexian Arena is raring to go.
Yep.
But first we will attack for 7, notably Naoki's life total.
Yes, although I imagine there is a free block, the 0-4 on the 3-2.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit risky, but I think Naoki will have no choice to take but to do that. All right, we're searching for a finality counter at 4-2.
Here it comes. They both just magnetically are attracted to each other. It's going to trade for the Death Touch
Sure
Snake.
are. Yep. Trample over for 2. And I think we have the 5-4. I don't know if there are enough creatures in the graveyard to cast it with the mana we have left. We're doing a quick check.
I know there's at least the Gunner in the graveyard, as well as the creature that was sacrificed to, if it counts both artifacts and creatures, then in fact, it will only cost 1. Like the Chariot counts.
Only cost. All right, here we go. Draw 2. There's the 4-2 bike and a spin out. Or no, sorry, that's not a spin out. Yeah, gain 2 life is big here, and that 4-2 can trade with that 5-4. And a blue card. Oh, the Merfolk.
The XUU. Mind Spring. It's called.
Oh, and that's enough creatures to collision course away the 5-4.
Is the Merfolk draw X or draw 2X? Let's find out.
I think it's draw X+1 with the verbose host, but
Max speed, if you would draw a card, draw 2 cards instead. So it actually is draw 2X.
wow, okay. Gobbled the Howl Squad Heavy was the card draw for Takashi. Certainly a good draw, but hard to imagine it's going to be good enough at this point.
And Surveyor? Is that the, Oh, no, it's the Heavy. I see. Forgot that card was foil.
Yep. I just noticed the little speed indicator on the bottom right of our screen.
Yeah. The coverage, for whatever reason, they went all out.
They went all out on that, yeah.
I kind of wish they went even further. If you're gonna do that, like have like little flames come off the name or something.
Speed.
All right, the 3-2 is getting into the red zone.
Yep.
I think we're gonna gang crew this bike and tender some blocks.
Yep.
I see. So the 4-2 bike is going to eat the 1-1 goblin. The new goblin has to attack every turn. And the
Sure
0-4
does, yeah.
verbose host is going to soak up the 3-2. So no damage comes through. Draw, trigger, draw.
Right. Draw 2. Hull Drifter.
Oh my
Draw
goodness.
4.
Draw, trigger, draw. draw, trigger, draw.
How many
Not
cards
many.
are 7 cards in library?
Yeah, so it is true that
Wow.
some of these cards that are in Naoki's hand are no longer playing for the right team. Like Pothole Mold does not look like a castable.
Absolutely. It's hard to imagine that Merfolk is gonna adapt to draw 2x
Yes.
at this point.
Unfortunately, you can't bank draws into the next game.
Yeah. That would be that would not make for a very good
No.
good game.
That is true. There's still a Chandra to find. And actually, we do have a bunch of riffraff that could start, running around on...
Half of our riffraff are vehicles, right? This is exactly what we were talking about.
That's right, because we have the bike and we have the hull drifter.
Yep. So we really just have a 1/1 Merfolk, an 0/4 Verbose Host, and a 1/1 Thopter.
And the Verbose Host is very good at drawing cards, but not very good at crewing vehicles.
It sure is not. And we know Mimeoplasm is the finisher. There's Zahur, something that can crew these vehicles.
The zombie cat warrior. Did you know that you were summoned to ride a bicycle?
How many cards there were? We're confirming 5 cards left. Wow.
Now,
Has our soup player? Oh.
Zahur is a sack outlet, so we can get this homunculus off the battlefield if we wanted to do that.
Yep. There's our. Is that the 1/3 flyer? We did end up with one of them.
Let me check the art. Yes, that is a Skystreak Engineer. So we did end up with one of them. Zahur on the bike, bike in for 4.
Or I think that's the Hull Drifter, but
oh,
yep.
yes. So Hull Drifter in for 3, rather. Takashi to 12. I think Zahur should turn the game the other direction. We're going to need one more something.
I think so too, but...
Is that the -6 spell? I think that was a Siphon Fuel that was drawn.
Siphon Fuel is pretty big here. If your plan is to stall out, Siphon Fuel is gains some life and kills the most threatening thing.
I think you have to just pass and make him recognize that he can sacrifice the homunculus. The pedal seems to be nearing the metal, though.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see what looks like a big attack from Takashi. Maybe just this goblin that must attack? Nope, it's just the goblin that must attack.
That makes more sense. And that's, again, going to get run over by a bicycle.
Yep.
Oh, the card in hand is not Siphon Fuel.
Oh,
it
it's
is
the Death Touch trick.
Maximum Overdrive. So then the question is, will Naoki be able to fly over? And I mean, he can fly for 4 points a turn if he wants to, before he decks himself.
Well, more than that, the 1/3 has
You're correct. We can
adapt.
So we have the Skystreak Engineer,
Yes.
which is now 3 power. We have the Hull Drifter, which is now 3 power, and then there's a random little Thopter.
Mana drain off Zahur because we're at max speed.
So,
Or sorry, is that what Zahur does?
So Zahur always drains. No, Zahur does not drain at all. I'm sorry, that was the uncommon that does that.
I'm thinking about the other. Yeah.
At max speed,
It
Zahur
looks like...
says, if a non-token creature you control dies, you get a zombie.
Ah, I see.
So did Takashi play... He played the Death Touch trick, right? And it got blown out by the Zahur sacrifice?
No, I think it just... we didn't sacrifice. I think or maybe we did. I don't know if blown out is the right word, but we did get to keep our goblin around.
Well, it blew out the life
one.
link, right? Or did it?
Oh, I don't think that trick
Oh, it
doesn't
doesn't give
life.
lifelink. My bad. It's just +1/+1 counter, death touch, indestructible. Okay, now I'm all caught up.
That's correct.
Learning the cards.
Okay, and in a maybe not that surprising move, our verbose host has been sacrificed.
So then, the Zahura only lets you sacrifice one thing each turn. So it will matter whether
true.
or not he sacked the bike, and it looks like he did not.
I think he didn't. He's just happy to let the bike. I mean, the
Yeah.
bike was on its way out anyway, so. Right, Surveil 1, keep on top.
Is that El Mimio Plasmo? Otherwise, we could. Oh, yeah, it's true. It's not Scry, it's Surveil. It's Chandra.
Oh, it's Chandra!
Chandra Spark Hunter.
Chandra is going to crew some of these vehicles we have sitting around. Probably we're going to take the free crew on this whole drifter.
That's about all that Chandra's gonna do, right?
I think so, yeah.
I guess you can +2 Chandra and do nothing. You may sacrifice an artifact or discard a card if you do draw, so you could just decline.
Yep.
Alright, so Chandra has zeroed, making a vehicle.
Yep,
now
random 3-2.
Now let's see what pattern of crews we're going to make.
I have to imagine it's just going to be these two flyers. That's half of our opponent's life total. We have put our opponent in check. Takashi needs to find an answer to these flyers or else the game is over. And even if he does, he is in a lot of trouble. This is not surprising to see that when a game goes this long, our 5-color suit player is on top. Here's the draw. It was a black spell.
Yeah, but it is not a spell that answers the flyers, it looks like, so we are going to game number 2.
All right, game number 2 online. And, do you have any picks for the MVP of that game? I know what I would claim the MVP of that game.
I mean, was it the verbose host?
It was not the verbose host. How easy to forget. The hard work. Stabilizing the board and finding our threat of the Thunderhead Gunner. Thunderhead Gunner.
It is
completely stopped the Rakdos opponent from Takashi from attacking while also cycling away 3 lands. It was absolutely unbelievable from Naoki in this game.
You could definitely say
MVP
that
was the Manolith.
That Naoki had Thunderhead Gunner superiority in that game, right? Because his stuck around for a while and did something, and he also took Takashi off of his before it could make any impact on the board.
Ooh, wait, we're seeing something awesome from Naoki here. I don't know if you saw this, but he is sideboarding in Ticket Tortoise.
Nice.
So Ticket Tortoise only gives you a treasure if you have fewer lands than your opponent. Therefore, it's much better on the draw than on the play. This is a play I've heard a lot of people talking about, is bringing this card in from your sideboard whenever you're on the draw. And Naoki is doing exactly that. With all the tap lands in his deck, it feels pretty easy to line up a turn 3, play Ticket Tortoise, get a treasure, play a tap land, go.
It looked like Takashi was re-sleeving one of his chariots. I'm not sure if they weren't both in to start. That would surprise me a little bit.
I definitely would. He really seemed in the draft portion to be prioritizing cards that played well with the chariot.
Yeah. It's possible he just thought that sleeve was dirty, or it had broken at the corner or something. I wasn't sure what I'd seen.
Yeah. Oh, he drew the other one on the final turn.
That was that last black spell.
Mm-hmm.
When I bring this up on my my card overlay here, I really have to go for unique art in Scryfall so that we can see both of the different versions.
Oh, that's nice.
Alright, Naoki is first to begin counting to 40.
Alright.
Which you just have to do from time to time. Make sure you haven't forgotten any of the numbers.
I did need to check if the Crypt Collar Chariot actually made cats. It appears to not. It just makes the zombies. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's correct.
Given that Asika's Chariot makes cats, I was wondering if they were leaning into a new pattern in Magic that chariot vehicles make cat tokens.
Someone asked where this Crypt Collar Chariot falls on the chariot power rankings. So I guess we have a moment. We can look at other chariots in Magic's history.
I mean, look, it's no Asika's Chariot. That's got to be number one, right?
No, I agree. That's clearly the best one.
Some nice Warmonger's Chariot. That's a nice one.
Card is originally from
Blade.
ROE.
Blade Wheel Chariot, standard legal.
I mean, there's Detention Chariot in this very set. It's a very good set for chariots.
Yeah, Thundering Chariot. Or no, sorry. It's Skyseer's Chariot. That's the one that's also in this.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's actually 3 legit chariots here.
Yeah. I was chatting with a friend at the pre-release and suggesting cuts, and I said, you should cut the Chariot. And she was like, I don't think I should cut the Chariot, and we were talking about 2 different cards.
Now that's more my style. Chariot of the Sun. I knew there was a Mirage card. I couldn't tell you exactly what it did. Target creature you control gains flying and has its toughness reduced to 1 until end of turn.
I mean, look, I was a big Kamigawa kid, and I remember Soratami Cloud Chariot.
Nice.
Right.
That seems like
it's like a mulligan from Takashi.
Yes.
It was 3 swamps, almost all red cards.
Those kinds of hands give me the most agony.
I know. And, you know, we actually kept a similar hand to that in game 1, and immediately we kept only mountains. Yeah, but we had the Goda. We had the horse at the ready to hopefully make a black a treasure. But we didn't even need to do that. We just drew a swamp. Man, imagine being Takashi here. You drafted what looked like an amazing deck. You got really rewarded for finding your lane. And now you're going into game 2, down a game, mulliganing to 6. This cannot feel great.
All right, well, we're definitely going to get to play Magic here. But I think the thing that we're going to get to do is play Chariots, now that I look at it. Because there are 2 Chariots in that hand.
Do you think he's going to play Kickoff Celebration on 2? Or do you think he's going to wait on it to try and make some zombies?
Your hand does nothing else. I think I would wait.
Yeah.
But I can also be influenced by whether or not we draw extra lands.
2-1 haste off the top. Pretty good draw.
Just what the doctor ordered. Prowl Catcher Specialist.
I think they subtracted 2 points from the wrong life total, though.
Yes. Should be 20 to 19 now.
Ooh, a 2-drop drawn from Naoki. That's a Pit Automaton, I think. Again, being told to play the cards in a different order.
0-4 is kind of a beating here. We still haven't fixed the life totals, but it is still 20 to 19.
Oh, here it is! Ticket Tortoise, make a treasure! The sided-in ticket tortoise does its job.
Admit one, enjoy the race, says the flavor text. And then we make our land drop, and we have a 1 mana spell to play with that extra land.
Yep. That's the Scrap Compactor, and we can use the Pit Automaton for mana on that.
That is right. All right, so here is Chariot number 1.
Chariot number 1 is nice, but with the Pit Automaton, that Scrap Compactor for 6 mana can answer that Chariot right away if Naoki chooses.
All right, we're going to offer the trade of Tortoise for our 2/1 haste.
You know, it's maybe a slight misstep from Takashi here not to attack pre-combat. With the 4 mana exert mode, probably we wouldn't block with the 0/4.
Yeah, there was threat of activation there that we could have taken advantage of. It looks like Takashi does not have land number 4, right?
Naoki, you mean?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I did not see a land there.
But there is Manolith. Who needs lands when you have Manolith?
Exactly. And then we're going to use the treasure to put a coordinator out on the battlefield and scry 2.
Yep.
Uh-oh, it's El Mimeoplasmo and Chandra, 2 mythics.
2 mythic rares, no lands.
He's looking at these cards like, what the hell is this?
Like, can I keep these mythic rares, or do I need to put them on the bottom?
Now, Chandra is castable. The Mimeoplasm is not.
Castable.
On the other hand, the Mimeoplasm does nothing right now. We need stuff in the graveyard.
That is true. Oh man, this is nice. Also, wow, Chandra is so good with this Oros Uncommon.
Yeah.
The Cloudspire Coordinator. You have to imagine with a combination like that, Chandra is staying. Oh my god, is it happening?
Are we keeping
both? Top?
He's like, I probably shouldn't. Everyone watching knows I shouldn't. But I want to.
I think I would keep the Chandra with the pilot in play. It's so good.
I don't think the question was about the Chandra. I think that he was just struggling to make the disciplined play of putting the Mimeoplasm on the bottom.
Yep. Oh my god, look what he drew. He drew an artifact removal spell. Now, our opponent just missed a land and tanked. Do you think we're going to use the 3/2 to blow up the Manolith?
We did see some pretty greedy stuff from the opponent last turn.
Yeah.
Last game, right? Naoki played Winter, played Zahar, played red cards. We've just seen him get a red card out of his hand. It must be tempting. But
nope.
We're
Second
just gonna
Chariot online.
Pass. I mean, it sets up a big turn next turn.
Yeah, he's going to start making 2 tokens a turn, but look, Chandra plus Pilot also makes 2 tokens a turn.
Here
it is.
Spark Hunter.
Chandra.
Make a vehicle.
Make a vehicle. Make a pilot.
This is about to be a crowded board.
Absolutely.
Are we just going to go ahead and compact one of these? Oh no, we played Chandra. I lost track of where our mana went.
Yep.
So Takashi's going to get to untap. Draw for turn is Lightning Strike. But I feel like
Lightning Strike is huge. I imagine that's going to hit this 3/1.
Yeah.
Kickoff Celebration. Here we go.
We have to start here. So what do we want to discard?
Start your engine. Discard a card. Trigger.
Yeah, we're gonna let the bike go. The Gastal Blockbuster. We discarded the Shatter. Just couldn't discard the Lightning Strike. Ooh, and we've drawn Road Rage.
Ooh, Road Rage is a good draw here.
Does
Road Rage hit Planeswalkers? Good question.
Let's find out. Deals X damage to target creature or Planeswalker. X is 2+ the number of mounts and vehicles you control, which happens to be exactly 4. But first we're going to send a 5/5 Menace at Chandra. And we're going to get a double block.
But I think we're going to use the Road Rage here to, or the Lightning Strike. Clear out one of the vehicles. Look, that's kind of a 2-for-1. But we're letting the Chandra and the Cloudspire thing live. It might not be as good a value. Look, I love getting them, as fans of my stream know, but and we found a land off the top that's gonna cast the Hole Drifter that Naoki has in hand. Wow.
Oh, we've actually got 2 different 5-mana vehicles.
Oh my gosh, this is now we're gonna make 2 pilots.
Oh, so to discuss something that came up in chat, I had thought about this as well. That like, damn, Takashi tapped himself out of red mana. Like he made his turn awkward by casting the Tormenting Voice for RR. But at the time, he didn't have another land, and so he didn't want to tap himself out of black at that point. And then he drew Road Rage and was left in an awkward position. So I don't fault him for how he navigated that turn, but it did end poorly for him.
Oh my god, so we found the Gunner, I think.
Interesting.
And the Gunner... Oh, maybe we didn't find the Gunner. That looks like the...
And we still have Road Rage left over, so good decision to Lightning Strike instead of Road Raging last turn. So what we've played, at least, is the Reckless Velocitor. It's going to give one of these chariots trample alongside the Menace. And now we have to try to navigate Naoki's inscrutable board of random pilots and vehicles. How much can you actually block with? No one really knows.
No one really knows. I mean, look, with 3 pilots on the board, you have to imagine that any vehicle can be crewed.
Yep. Though, like, when you attack with a Menace creature, you're trying to consider, like, quantity of blockers, and that's just, like, very difficult to wrap your head around here, I think.
I imagine some of these creatures are attacking Chandra. It's hard to know for sure.
It wouldn't surprise me if they were all attacking Chandra.
Yes. It might be that just the big trampling one is attacking Chandra.
Sure.
That wouldn't surprise me, actually. Especially because we know we have the Road Rage to help get it through.
Alright, so we're gonna... I mean, these blocks seem reasonable for trying to save Chandra. If everything was going at her. One cat gets through for sure, and I think the Road Rage... Yeah, Takashi's saying that blowout, that blowout that we just had with Road Rage was on the trampling cat, so Chandra's down. And suddenly,
wait, how did this happen?
And suddenly,
where'd Naoki's board go?
It's just gone.
Wow.
Well, Naoki made the decision that he needed to double block both chariots to try to keep Chandra alive, and that was already going to be like -4 cardboard. But the fact that...
And here's the Gunner. Discard any rectangle. Make 2 cats. Draw a card.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Naoki's seen enough.
And Naoki's seen enough. Wow.
Yeah, this is just what happens
gotta
when you
say-
attempt a block in 2025. I mean, that sounds about right. That is what happened.
Look, we were being critical of Takashi's play on a turn before, not using the lightning strike or the shock to kill the Chandra or the coordinator, but he was playing he was playing above our level.
Yeah.
I think he saw it all. He knew between Menace and Trample, he had that Chandra answered next turn, and no matter how big the board got, he was going to be able to stabilize. And wow, Chariot into Chariot, whole deck wins.
So I have a question. Looking
Yes.
back on it, there was a scrap compactor that Naoki played, and I think he had opportunities to crack it to clear one of those chariots, and he never found the opportunity to do it.
That's true.
I wonder if that was a misstep
That's
from
true.
his sequencing.
It might have been, but it's not like he was doing nothing with his mana. You know, he was using his mana very effectively every turn.
That is true. There was a turn where he just hull drifted, right?
No, it's the 5/4 that he played.
Oh, that's right. That's right. We
5/4
thought he was going to play
Thopter.
Hull Drifter, and instead he played that. You're correct. You're correct.
The 5/4 not only made a Thopter, but it made an additional pilot.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
So
Yeah, that's right.
That was
on some level, Naoki finding Chandra when he did was possibly not to his benefit, because if the game had just gone on in Dirtle mode for a couple more turns, then he probably would have blown one of those chariots up. But instead, he got himself into this like big tussle with a large board against someone who had a lot of tricks, and it ended really poorly for him.
yeah. And look, I said in the draft portion that Chandra is not as amazing of a card as she looks, and I think we kind of saw there. It feels like she protects herself because she makes a 3/2, but you have to crew that creature, so it doesn't really add a blocker. And making too many vehicles isn't that helpful. And so Chandra didn't actually do much in that game.
Well, just
Right,
a mountain
that
for
looked like a
Takashi.
one-lander.
Easy mulligan.
Oh.
And we didn't get a good look at Naoki's hand, but he has already shipped it.
Yep. Both players heading to 6. You got to imagine that advantages are smooth 2-color deck on Takashi's side.
Mm-hmm.
All smiles from Takashi after taking down that Chandra. You know, I didn't get a chance to see if the ticket tortoise was removed.
Oh,
'cause
yeah.
I talked about Naoki wanting to bring that in on the draw, but maybe, you know, a treasure is pretty good. Maybe he decided to keep it. And 3/1 defender also pretty good against this deck full of red creatures. Wait, something's going on here. The judges seem to be pretty involved. Wow, great hand from Naoki. Oh my goodness.
Oh, now I get to tell a very funny story. That this hand, this literal hand, happened to Rebecca and me playing Vintage Cube once. We cast Wheel of
Wow.
Fortune and drew 7 basic lands. And then Snap conceded, and I think our opponent must have had no idea what was going on.
And Takashi's gonna keep it on 6.
What?
I mean, look, maybe, it's hard to win a match of Magic on a multi-5. Maybe his thought here is, I need to get lucky to win on a multi-5. I'm on the draw. I need to get... Oh, no, never mind. He's
Yeah,
done.
okay. They were just resolving mulligans very by the book, right? One person is supposed to... Both players are supposed to draw their 7, put 1 on the bottom, and then you declare.
Yeah, you're right.
But
But
often that
Naoki
gets
had what
shortcutted.
looked like a great hand. I saw the verbose host into Manolith, and 3 lands. I don't know what the last card is, but that's a great start. Land 4/2, Road Rage 2 black cards.
Can we just dump the black cards and
Hey.
we're red
Well-
gamers now?
I think that's the plan.
And we've led off with a Blossoming Sands. Game number 3 is underway.
All right, classic Blossoming Sands into Bloodfall Caves. Although, notably, I mentioned the verbose host. Neither of those lands tap for blue.
So it's actually going to
It
be
might be where
Manolith into... Oh, we've got a
Manolith into...
Pothole Mole.
Oh, Pothole Mole has been found. Okay. Found a forest. Again, we're going to have to ask to...
Goda the draw.
The Gilded Goda.
One turn too late. And yeah, the mole, not super kind, flipped over the blue-red removal spell as well as a collision course.
Right, 4-2. Immediately attack.
Draw for turn Forest. Still not casting any blue spells yet. I guess we can go Manolith into this, right? We have the snake. The Sky Serpent Seeker, which is just a random collection of S words as far as I'm concerned.
Interesting. Discard a mountain, get back the vehicle with a finality counter, kill the snake, attack for 4.
Oh, stop sign.
The champ is here.
That wasn't Naoki's hand putting the gunner up front. That was the judge. Like, no you don't, you little shark buddy. You've got to get in there. There's nothing to be scared of. You're a 4/5.
Oh no, and just a Gilded Goda and a pass from Takashi.
Now we start
Looting away
cycling.
some more lands, drawing some more lands.
So is it literally just the verbose host and 3 other lands?
It is the verbose host. Look, if we were to find a crash and burn off the top to deal with this 4/5, Takashi is in a pretty good position. Also, if we're desperate, the Goda could maybe get, if it could get crude, could get suicided into the 4/5 to make a treasure.
Now, if you're considering an attack here, I mean, on some level the attack is okay. It's going to connect for 4.
It's hard to imagine he's very interested in trading 4 for 4 at this moment.
Yeah, I agree with that.
This might be a bit of theatrics from Naoki. Consider an attack, think about it, maybe, nah.
I guess maybe he was considering whether he wants to play out this Thornwood Falls. Like, eventually... Oh! Red Zone. So it does start his engines, right? We're trying to get some speed for the host.
Right, of course.
Yahtzee? That's
Right
so
on
good
time.
on so many levels. Now, do you saddle the Goda, or do you crew the vehicle? All right,
Saddle the Goda, make a treasure.
We're gonna make the treasure.
I don't know the black card in Takashi's hand, but that makes me think it's a good one.
Yeah, it must be good enough that he didn't cycle it, and he was willing to get the treasure and not get any damage through.
Right, it's hard to see what is in Naoki's hand.
But it looked like he drew spell and cycled forest into spell, so we've got something coming. Wabam. Takashi down to 12. Did he miss the speed, though? I'm afraid he missed going
Ooh.
from 2 to 3.
Yup. That is huge.
It's just Sky Streak Engineer pass. So let's get this black card out of our hand.
Oh, I think I know what the black card is.
It's a chariot.
Now, our card is Lightning Strike, which is obviously very good.
That's such a tough one to discard.
In order to, and it's especially good here because I think Naoki is going to activate his Sky Strike Engineer, and you can respond with the Lightning Strike. All right, we're pointing out that the thing wasn't moved. All right, now they're chatting about the missed trigger.
Yeah, I think we're going to just keep on playing, right? That's not going to 3. All right, so we're going to put the Goda in the vehicle.
Block the 1-3. Adapt. Lightning Strike. Trample over for 4.
Now the mulligan to 5 is really hurting, because even if Takashi just had 2 blank pieces of cardboard, those would have both become zombies by this point.
Absolutely. Or just one, I think, but...
Was the draw off the top?
Was that Mimeo... Is it El Mimeoplasma? I thought it was Zahar.
It's
Zahar.
Winter and Zahar. We've got... It's just ridiculous that he's able to just slam both of these.
Your confusion on the gold legendaries.
I wonder how much fuel is in the graveyard as far as Winter is concerned. She might be able to remove a bunch of stuff off the battlefield.
Oh, that's true.
Though I guess Takashi only has 1 card that really matters right now.
The Gunner?
Yeah, the Gunner.
Yeah.
Now, is the Gunner... It's not sorcery speed, right? It's just... Oh, it is. As a sorcery and only once each turn. I wasn't sure if it was during your turn or as a sorcery. Let's get a look at the fine print on Winter here. So it's...
I imagine that will be followed up with a count of artifacts in the graveyard.
Yeah. Yeah, it's only artifacts that you exile from the graveyard. It's not artifacts and creatures. It's not like Midnight Spectre or whatever it was called, the Wilds of Eldraine card.
Alright, Gunner activated. It looked like we discarded a spell, but hard to turn down a free zombie. Pass the turn.
I think it was Kickoff Celebrations.
Ah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Oh, 3/2 Shatter, dude. Alright.
Chandra off the top.
Can Chandra redeem herself?
We're gonna go hunting some sparks. Just make the vehicle and pass?
Yup.
What's the rare and mythic count on the battlefield right now? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 on Naoki's side, and 1, 2 on Takashi's side. Cycle
Mako
Swamp.
was the card. Mako was the card draw, which you could play to grow, but it also has cycling. And cycling is a free 2/2.
That's tough to say no to.
Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna cycle it.
Cycling. Make a 2/2. Draw a card.
It's like that doesn't just trigger once each turn or something? Come on, man.
Early only trigger once per turn.
Does it at least Are we civilized here? If you discard more than one card at once, does it only trigger? Yeah, whenever you discard one or more cards, create that many. So no, it doesn't.
That many.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you spin your whole hand, you do get that many zombies.
Yep.
Now the thing about these, they are all 2/2s, so they are, I guess, somewhat vulnerable to being mopped up by winter.
Yes. Where these vehicles are not very vulnerable to being mopped up by winter for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know. These 3/2 vehicles aren't doing much for Naoki. I wouldn't be surprised to see Chandra plus here.
Yeah, just scrap this
Maybe
vehicle.
he's gonna wait one more turn.
Oh, we're gonna crack the Manolith, the starting column.
Yep.
Wow.
Okay. Discard with Gunner. Draw.
We found the Pilot Maker.
Pilot Maker, as we've seen, can be pretty effective with Chandra.
Cloud Spire Coordinator. Yet another 2 toughness creature. This is turned into a war of X2s. Wow, that was Snap kept on top. Well, one person's starting column is another person's Veloheart bike, so I guess it's not surprising. We found a replacement Manolith. Yeah, we are starting to think about the Chandra emblem on the Japanese stream.
Yep.
So I guess we should make sure we know what this thing does. You get an emblem with whenever an artifact you control enters the battlefield, this emblem deals 3 damage to any target.
Okay.
And notably, Chandra's ++- like ++ ultimate pattern leaves Chandra around.
Wait. But look what we found from Takashi. It's another chariot.
Oh my goodness. Unfortunately, is that the only card in hand?
No, I think... Well, he had to play a Swamp. He played Swamp.
Right, so I'm wondering if he's now down to 0 cards in hand, having done that. He has the Death Touch trick in hand. So, okay, that is a pretty good reason to do this. Alright, okay. Menace card at Chandra. Let's see what you want to throw in front. Winter on the bike.
Cruise the bike.
Winter Cruise.
No, Winter
token.
Cruise.
Something else is going to
token. Something Cruise the bike. Oh my god!
Oh no!
Oh my goodness! A 4-for-1 off this Death Touch trick.
Well, that didn't go so well.
Kashi, cool as ice. Naoki can't believe it. It's an open deck list event, but I think he forgot about that one. All the creatures go away. Now let's see, are we going to discard this chariot to draw a card and make another 2/2? Nope. Okay,
now we have to wonder... It might be open pool. I don't know the answer to that. But I also do think... Pool. I also do think that we saw one of these...
Theory,
he drafted 2 of these tricks, right?
Yeah. Also, since it's a post-board game, it's always open pool.
Yeah, it did get played in game 2.
Yes.
Right, so that's the thing I'm wondering now. Is it time for Winter to try to reset some of this?
Yeah.
Winter X's 2 would do a fair amount of work.
It sure would.
And can that happen at any time?
There's at least the bike.
Yes, that can happen at any time.
Okay.
Chariot 2.
Boom. Chariot number 2. Discard a card. Draw a card, make 2 cats.
Yeah, so on some level, like, making these new cats is, like, probably your opponent has to winter pretty soon or they're just going to get overwhelmed. But at the same time, you only get to activate the gunner once anyway, so it's not like there's an opportunity cost. You're not losing future zombies making them now.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was wondering if we were gonna wait on the gunner and use it post combat to try and make some more cats after the winter comes. All right, so let's see what's on our battlefield. We have our 6/6 chariot. We have 4 zombies. We have a gunner. We have a Goda. Oh, and we have our 4-2 vehicle.
Yeah, whose name I just cannot remember. Let me back up.
Yeah.
It's like a thrill something. Yeah. Gastel Thrill Roller. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's 4-5 Winter, which probably can't block. 0-4 and a 3-2 vehicle.
Yep.
And we've decided it's just going to be the 6/6 Menace coming at Chandra. Yeah, Nogi was put in a tough spot, right? Because he had double blocks blown out by Road Rage and by Lightning Strike. So on some level, he kind of got baited into, I have to kind of overblock to make sure I don't lose to these red spells.
That's true, but you could see from the look on his face that Death Touch Trick was not something on his mind.
Yeah.
So we can block with the 3-2 and the gunner, which would trade the gunner for the chariot.
I think
We
that
don't know what card comes through.
That would look extra attractive to me if we could winter for 5.
Well,
But I don't think that we
true.
can. That would
I
surprise
don't
me.
think so.
I'm not entirely sure what we've seen besides the bike, which I'm sure is in the graveyard. Oh, and the Manolith,
We
the starting
know that
column.
the column. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so Winter X's 2 is on board, but I don't know how much higher than that we can go. We can't crew with Winter because Winter is a tap ability.
Yes.
Alright, so we've marked
Right.
3 damage on this chariot. So if we have a third one, that would be pretty good.
Winter is non-artifacts, so
Ah, damn, never mind.
the chariot is gonna live.
That Goda is not, though.
Neither is the 4-2.
Wait, why not?
Okay. Oh wait, yeah,
Was
the 4-2 should have lived.
For multiple reasons. A, it's an artifact, and
Oh
B,
yeah,
it wasn't
it's
a
not
creature.
a creature. Yeah. Judge.
Well, it seems to have just been swept up in that for some strange reason. We have flooded the engines of the
of the gunner, and
gunner.
that does remove his ability.
So suddenly things are like stable.
Yeah. Looks like there's some communication here about the tap ability and what. We're maybe discussing, was the vehicle crewed in response?
I mean, I guess you can crew it in response to the ETB tap if, like, you feel like you missed it or something. I don't know.
Yep.
In any case, Chandra makes a vehicle and we pass back. Ooh, we've drawn the heavy.
Right. There's a Goblin Rabble Master like card.
Oh, but first, both players are
There's
going
our
to lose 2.
divination. Yep.
So, Takashi draws 2, both players lose 2.
Yep. It looks like 2 lands off the top for Takashi.
If only we had a gunner.
Yeah.
Alright, so now it's time to play the heavy.
Yep, and I know the goblin must attack if able, but you can use the goblin to crew.
Correct. So we can sneak in the goblin and the heavy itself to crew one of these chariots and send that in its stead.
That is exactly right.
The chariot really crew
Are
one.
they just?
Are we having the same thought?
Yeah, that was my thought too. No, not crew 1. Okay.
Crew 2. Still
Crew
good.
2, okay.
Still good. But any zombie that gets
Okay.
made can crew it.
Yes. Okay, so we're not attacking. We're just. Oh, is he dead on board? He looks dead on board to me.
Because Chandra crews with her static ability. And then we send...
How big is Winter?
Winter is...
Yeah. Is a 3/2.
Is a 3/2. So it looks like we have 4, 3, and 3 is 10.
And this 5/4 vehicle, Chandra can haste that too. This is very lethal. 1/1, cruise the 3/2. Go to combat. Chandra here. Alpha. And poor Takashi has to look back and then pick up his cards. What an amazing match that was.
Limited is great.
Yeah.
That was a sweet one.
That was absolutely epic. 2 very strong decks, very strong players, powerful engines, and 2 very impactful shark pirates.
Yes. Alright, there's no way on earth that the other matches aren't done, right? Yeah, it looks like they are.
Okay.
Alright, so we will get an update as to who has advanced. Wow. So there are 2 players in this top 8 that had a... Oh. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Jake. That was a great one. You enjoy your evening?
That was epic. Thanks for tuning in, yeah.
There were 2 players in this top 8 that had pretty strong pedigree. One of them has 2 Pro Tour top 8s.
My gosh, wow.
Yeah, Naoki Shimizu had one in 2009 and then was top 8 at Pro Tour Avison Restored in 2012.
Okay.
And Yuki Matsumoto has a limited GP win to his name and also has a really high overall draft win percentage. It's like approaching 70% lifetime. It's like number 2 on the ELO Project leaderboard. They're both out in the quarters. The pre-release waits for no one. Okay, so Naoki survived.
Yep. And I imagine they're going to keep showing Naoki's deck. He was our featured drafter, just won a really exciting match. And for the first time, we won't know what he's up against.
Yep. Alright, so we can rearrange this.
We've got some silly text on screen.
Yeah. We'll pay attention to the they run through the trailers of all of the previous sets. So there's like some Aetherdrift trailer, and now this is a Foundations commercial and so on. Alright, so let's get this back up. So our 4 semifinalists are Naoki, who has 1 PT experience to his name, so he's no slouch.
Okay.
Kandai Sekimoto, who also has 1 PT experience to his name. Then
Alright.
There's Moriyama Yu, who beat Yuki Matsumoto, which is an impressive feat. No PT experience, but did play in the recent Arena Championship 7, the one a couple months ago. So,
all right, that's a strong tournament.
Also no slouch. And then the 4th person is Ryohei Suzuki, who doesn't have much pedigree. Has 1 GP Day 2 in Limited. It was Oath of the Gatewatch Limited.
Okay.
Some time ago.
Ugh, what a format that was.
I was so happy when we finished BFZ and moved on to SOI.
Yeah. I actually, This is gonna be embarrassing to admit, but I played a lot of BFZ limited tournaments and did quite well in many of them. So for me, it's a format that I actually remember pretty fondly, even though it's objectively considered by most to be pretty bad limited format. Because I had some strong results in it at some GPs, I have good things to say about it.
All right, so not surprisingly, all of the other matches were done. So I was expecting that to be a very short break, and I think we're going to get right down to the semifinals pretty quickly.
All right. I wanted to do a quick check-in on my peers at in Portland. There are 1, 2, 3. There are 7 remaining undefeated decks. 2 of them, Orzhov Blink.
Yep.
So might be that Sewers was a good choice for the weekend all around.
I basically gave up Modern after MH1 came out, and I felt like I could no longer play Aethervial, so it is
Yeah.
it is pretty nice to see it's back on the menu.
Yep. I have this vivid memory of playing against the card Aethervial when I was a kid. It was like right after Mirrodin came out. Or it was in Mirrodin, right?
It was in Darksteel.
It was in Darksteel. Okay, I remember playing against it as a kid, and my friend only played a single land all game and played a creature every single turn, and I thought it was so unfair. I was like, what the heck? You don't need any lands. I thought it was the most powerful card ever printed. I was so salty after losing to it.
Yes. It's a crazy card.
Yeah.
All right. Looks like diligently looking over some results or something. Maybe I'll put the Japanese audio up for 1 second just to see if we can figure out what is going on.
See what we're discussing. I wonder if they're talking about the Modern at all. As they, like me, got curious about how Modern tournaments are going.
レアあり、除去あり、マルチありという形で結構バランス良さそうに見えますね。
そうですね。
はい、森8、沼8、ミドクロランド1ということで、はい、結構バランス良くて。
I think they're looking at the limited deck lists because they're saying the color balance is pretty good. Like how many people are playing which basic lands.
Yeah, to be honest, that in booster draft,
It should be pretty
it does
balanced.
kind
Right?
of always work out that way.
Yeah, exactly.
はい、そうですね。
In
Alright.
Seal deck, it's maybe interesting to see the color balance that people choose, but like it or not, usually in booster draft, the basics are pretty balanced around the table.
Let's get the Scryfall set back up and ready to go. As we prepare to move into the semifinals, this looks like it's the other side of the bracket.
Does look like the other side of the bracket. We'll see if we get to rejoin Naoki for the finals.
All right, well, the player on the left is sporting a bunch of black and green cards.
Yep.
Possibly they're the resting spot of that BBGG card. And it looks like
Yes.
we're going to play against a blue-black deck.
Okay. I'm surprised to see a blue-black deck. I mean, that blue-black vehicle isn't that powerful of a card, but we saw it go literal last pick to Naoki in the draft.
And it looked like they just passed their pool straight across to the their deck box straight across to their other person, right?
I think that is what happened. Yeah.
So that's one way to enforce open deck lists, I guess. Here.
That's true.
And probably better than just
right.
shipping the card list, because I don't know if everyone knows every card by name.
That's a good point. If you did that at a pre-release, you might have to ask 8 times, what's that card?
Yes,
What's that
exactly.
card? What's that card?
We actually there were a few high profile players in this event who either were already queued for the next Pro Tour and so didn't need to play in the modern event if they didn't want to, or I don't even know, like maybe they just would rather play in a high stakes pre-release. So like Shuhei Nakamura was in this.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
Makihiro Mihara was in this event, and we saw on camera Jeremy Dizani played in this event, Pro Tour Theros champion.
Oh, okay.
But he was playing with English cards, and all of his opponents were playing with Japanese cards. And he had a feature match, and there was basically a judge holding Scryfall up to him and just showing him over and over again every card his opponent played. So, sad that Jeremy did not make the top 8, because I think it would have been a pretty interesting experience. It would have been a heavy language barrier.
Yeah.
All right, there is the BBGG card, and we are underway.
Yep. I see a lot of swamps, no forests in hand on the bottom of our screen, but many black cards and the card with cycling.
And it's going to be
an
engine rat
some
mirror.
dueling engine rats?
Yeah, and they've dueled themselves right into the grave.
Yep. Do you know the names of our two competitors here?
Oh yeah, let me make sure I have them. So the player at the top is YU.
Okay.
And the player at the bottom is Kandai, Kandai.
Okay, Kandai on the bottom and you on the top.
Yep.
All right. Is that a divination everyone loses to from you?
You got it.
And that's, I think, the 3/2. That when it attacks, gets +1/+0, and if the creature were to die, you surveil.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, the mummified wrappings card. Letting you flashback creatures as zombies. That's looking pretty good with that engine rat trade. And what I believe is a nimble Thopterist from you.
Man, Grim Javelineer is a ridiculous card. Attacks as a 4/2 and potentially gives you some surveils. That's quite good.
Yeah.
It puts like combat perspective
Wizards,
to shame.
Yeah, Wizards has really liked this type of effect recently. We've seen at least one in the last many sets.
Yeah. Yeah, there was like a
where
red
when you
room
attack
in
Oh, that's right. And of course the most valuable of Slayers.
Yes, that's right.
Well, we made the trade, got the surveil, and our artifact is going to let us recast our Javelineer.
There we go, number 81. I don't have to read the card, I just have to look at the collector number, and I can pull it up that way. Curse Cloth Wrappings, this card is called.
Yes. Meanwhile, a possession engine coming down for you.
These are cards I have not seen before. Gain control of a creature an opponent controls for as long as you control this vehicle. It can't attack or block for as long as you control this vehicle. So.
Yep. Okay, so we're making a copy of Engine Rat.
This is a tough way to do it. Like, we're using the copy cards, which makes sense. Like, in Amonkhet, there were literal copy, like, embalmed tokens that you would get in packs that represented the stats of these other embalmed cards. And then you would also see people like who used Godpharaoh's Gift in Standard would come with like sleeves that were blacked out and had the word zombie written over the type line to get the correct version of the card once it's been internalized.
These are all options. Most people will just remove the card half out of the sleeve.
Agreed.
And use that as the indicator.
That gets it done. But we seem to have gone for a copy token with a post-it note on it, which is a tough way to do it for us watching in English. But this is an Engine Rat, and that card over there is a Grim Javelineer.
Yep, and the Grim Javelier's text is getting relevant. That can't attack or block, but we are we are getting in for 2 with this Thopter. And we saw a Guide Light Pathmaker. I forget the exact name of that blue-white card, which found the 3/3.
Yep, that's exactly right. kind of underwhelming that was the card that it was able to find.
Yep. Well, it did get to come into play for free.
That is true. Yeah, if its mana value is 2 or less, it does just come onto the battlefield.
Look,
Go ahead.
it might be that he was hoping to tutor out his very powerful possession engine.
That is
put
true.
this card in the deck, but the
Is
possession engine is already in play, so we gotta find something else instead.
Our featured drafter Naoki, yesterday he had
Yeah.
Guidelight Pathmaker in his sealed deck, and it was finding
Okay.
Riptide Gearhulk.
Oh, that's the blue-white Gearhulk?
Yes.
That's pretty nice.
It was pretty sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, we're getting some timing rulings on how Grim Javelineer works, I guess.
Does seem like that's the case. It looks like Kondai upkeep surveilled one with his toy, put a swamp into the graveyard, and then passed. I think he is pretty desperately searching for his second color.
Yes, which should be Forest, right?
I assume so, yeah. And it looks like, look, this wrappings card is doing a good job of keeping him stabilized while he's not finding a forest, but it probably can't take on Yu's entire library. All right, our judge staff here having a nice little discussion about whatever is being discussed.
Neither here nor there, but I'm noticing that Cursed Cloth Wrappings has an extra line of text. Actually, that engine rat that is on Kondai's side is a 2/2 at the moment.
It sure does. It pumps zombies.
All right, now we're getting the lowdown on what's about to happen. Ooh.
Ooh.
That's a
The
Sheffet
everything at
Archfiend.
-2/-2.
Yep.
Crew. Boom. Attack for 9.
Ouch. And
that was a really neat play. We crewed one of the vehicles, then let everything get -2/-2. That vehicle shrunk, and then crewed the other vehicle.
Right, because he knew that the 3/2 was going to go away, so we might as well get the crew in then. But then, no reason to attack with that one. We can just transfer the crew over to something that doesn't have -2/-2.
Yep, although it does look like it was a 3/3 that crewed a 3/3, so
yes.
Not exactly sure the benefit there. But, alright, I think the writing we found a bone splinter. All Kondai could do was flash back the wretched toy. A bone splinters takes care of that. We're getting a pilot with our pilot land, crewing up our vehicles. I think the writing is on the wall.
Is this game really not? Okay, it was like, they're going to the life pads. I could not imagine that this game wasn't actually over, but I think they were going to the life pads to write down 2020.
Yes, when you're at 7 and there are 3 creatures attacking you and one is a 6/5,
you're pretty dead.
Usually that's a lethal attack.
We'll see you riffling through his deck here.
Yeah, it's not the most powerful deck I've seen in the format. There were a couple kind of medium cards that I saw in there, but it was obviously able to get there in game 1. Despite this powerful rare on Kondai's side.
I mean, most piles of spells that get cast are going to be someone who can't access half of their deck. So
That's true, although in a way this rare kind of made each of their spells count for double.
yeah, that's
So one could argue that kind of makes up for the half of the deck you can't play. In a sense.
right. I see where you're coming from.
Man. I mean, that game was kind of a letdown after the sparks that flew
I
in the
know.
last match.
It was a oh wow, we've got some
Okay.
alt art version of this.
Yeah, yeah.
I kind of remember this one making the rounds on social media when it was spoiled. We have a forest and we have a swamp, so we're going to have a keep.
Okay.
It's forest versus Scoured Barrens. You takes a 21 to
That's
20
funny.
lead. And here comes the Wretched Doll. How many Wretched Dolls does it take to beat an infinite number of Scoured Barrens? Probably just one.
Yeah. Alright, no third land, but a pretty good follow-up in the form of this 2-1. Also no third land from you.
We have doll on doll combat now. And it is
Looks
Legax
like
for
it.
days. And we're going to actually saddle the Legac
With a Legac.
to get in there as a 2/4.
That's a nice, it's a nice image. The Legac riding a Legac.
It's just Legax all the way down. Alright, so the doll didn't crew or attack because it wanted to surveil.
That makes a lot of sense.
But this turn we have other stuff to do with our mana, so we are jamming.
And it looks like this game the mana issues are going Yu's way.
Yeah.
No blue source, only 2 lands.
Well, the surveil was kind. We flipped over a blue card and got to toss it.
Yes.
It's a packed.
Actol Terror.
Creepy art.
Okay.
I never fully processed it. Like, I'm always looking for it on the list, and it's like, well, it's the card that looks kind of purple. That's how I, like, identify it on the spoiler. But now that I'm actually looking at it,
Yeah.
All right.
Right, here we're gonna, looks like spin out the Terror. But here comes the Mummified Wrappings card.
Uh-oh.
All those creatures that we've worked hard to kill can come back.
Mutant Surveyor is the play, the Black Surveyor.
Yep, and it looks like we are searching for a Start Your Engines indicator.
Yep. But immediately we're going to embalm the packed Doll Terror.
Yep.
And now it's time to try to figure out what the life totals actually are, I guess. All right, there's finally the Start Your Engines, the speed indicator.
Yep, and as discussed, you can't miss the trigger on the first one.
Yes.
Okay, Island Online. It's gonna be an uphill climb for you to get back into this game, but that's how it that's how it has to start.
All right, so we have effectively a removal spell in Trip Up in hand. We could put that Pact Altair either on the top or on the bottom of Kandai's library.
Yep, and as it is a token, that will just remove it from play.
So it looks like that's what we're holding up. That post-it note is quite confusing.
Yep.
It is written horizontally. Someone else has agreed that that's illegible. Let's fix that.
Yep.
And it's time to embalm another thing. The Wretched Doll is coming back. Remember, these embalmed creatures are actually +1/+1 over what it says on their post-it note. So this is going to be an attack for 6 as the doll saddles the Lagak.
If the plan is to trip up the doll, it seems like we could have done it with we're gonna bounce. We have the bounce spell for the doll.
Just a straight up unsummon.
Yep. And maybe another spin out, it looks like.
Yes. To clear the Lagak.
For the Lagak.
I feel like we might have missed a Pact Altera trigger when the doll came back. But now the doll's fighting on the other
Engine.
side.
Hold up, you is looking to turn this around. And a Wretched Doll is a great card to Possessed Engine. That thing can't attack or block, but
you
can still use it to surveil. Well, it crews great, and you can use it to surveil every turn.
Very true. All right, we're gonna get that thing off the battlefield though with the fight spell.
Yep. Notably, the fight spell has Destroy Target Vehicle as one of its modes.
Plow Through, it's called. And did you notice that Kandai cycled the BBGG?
I did notice that, yes.
Vehicle at some point.
Ooh. What a turn from Kandai.
A Stampeding Scurryfoot is the extra play, which will eventually make an elephant.
All right, and we have drawn the quote unquote clue engine from you. 2 and tap, draw a card.
That other card is a diversion unit.
I believe so, yes.
So 2/1 flyer, and we can crack it to cast the card Miscast. Counter an instant or sorcery unless they pay 3.
I suppose so, yes. I'll admit I did not know the card Miscast, but that is what it does.
That's not one that people usually have, that people ever played in Limited or constructed, so ultimately this diversion unit is just gonna trade.
Oh, and Kandai has assembled a combo. There is the Scurryfoot, which adapts to make a 3/3, and the Elvish Refueler that lets you use adapt abilities repeatedly.
An additional time.
You seem to have... It seemed like he might have fought his way back into this game, but that much value is going to be hard to beat. The Refueler goes down, but...
That's just going down the first time. There's a second time.
Yeah. And look, the Refueler thing I mentioned is a strong play. It's quite mana intensive, and Kandai has plenty of good stuff to do with his mana.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, speaking of...
Okay, yeah, the
Greenbelt Guardian,
Yep.
which can make blocking a nightmare on the other side.
Absolutely. All these death-touching Lagax can gain trample. Bring back the Refueler. Oof.
We have embalmed 5 creatures this game.
Wow.
That's some good Whip of Erebos action right there.
Alright, 2-tap, draw a card.
Gonna have to find a pretty good one, you, or we're gonna go to a game 3.
That is not the face of someone who found a good one.
Okay, we're in fact
Yep.
just done here.
Yep. Well, let's hope we can get a more interesting game 3.
Yeah,
In that case, the 2 times and the 1/2 multiplier are on the opposite sides of the battlefield.
that's not a good thing. Then it's three colors on one.
Yeah.
Now we do the sad looking through the deck like, look, I do have islands in here.
Yeah. I mean, he did cast a double blue card by the end of the game.
That is true.
It was a little too little too late, I think.
The other semifinal is not reported on Melee. There is a chance that they're going to play the semifinals consecutively rather than concurrently.
Oh, okay. That would be exciting.
But I did not hear exactly what the plan was when I put the Japanese audio up for a minute, so we will just have to see what we get shown. You looks like he has one additional card held out and is like waiting for a sign as to which one is supposed to be in his deck.
Yep. Rondai looks to have not even really thought about sideboarding, although maybe he did while we were focused on you. Sometimes this happens in Limited. Sometimes you kind of warp and weave through the draft and you look down and you're like, well, I have 23 playables. I have no cuts to make. I will never sideboard. It's just, this is my deck.
We
From
are
hell or
jamming.
high water.
Yep. All right, we've got Swamp Island. Look like a spin
Yep.
out, which is perfect for that split of mana.
Yep, I saw the Chefette Archfiend and the Midnight Mangler were both in the hand as well. Seems somewhat likely that 7-drop will be cycled, but who knows for sure.
Agreed. It's possible we could find other things to do with the first couple of turns, and then you look at it and you're thinking, I'm only 2 lands away.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. And Forest and Swamp. Both players have both colors of mana.
All right,
Let's
see if
go.
we can get... Looks like the heck is that thing called? Back on Track, the Zombify card. Is that
Yup.
necessary? I bet that would be the first one I'm looking to get rid of usually.
Yep, although the 5 mana 3/3 flyer is also being considered.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Action in game number 3. Only one Engine Rat this time.
Yeah, but it's Engine Rat versus a 3/3.
Yep.
Attacking without fear. And we will Surveil too.
Okay, keeping the land.
It's a Wreckage Wicker Folk. A flying
Yep,
Scarecrow,
that's the
of
1/3
course.
flying.
Yeah, 1/3 flying.
Yep. Interesting. Now we've decided to block. A little surprising to see that happen after it didn't happen last time, but perhaps things have changed. We did find our clue emblem.
Yes, Aether
So
Siphon.
you
it's
is
called.
going to start Aether Siphon. Yes, thank you. We're going to start drawing 2 cards a turn, as long as we're willing to invest some mana.
Can Kai Dai make you pay for spending his mana this way. So far, he's only been able to get out kind of a couple of dorky creatures. Be pretty easy for you to just slam the stop sign on, but it's just a Wicker Doll.
He surveilled a Packdoll Terror into the bin and then had nothing to cast on turn 4. Although, we're just going to spend 5 mana and activate the ability on our Vanguard. Both players turning mana into cards here.
Beast Rider Vanguard. So this is like a Vivian's Grizzly or a Duskwatch Recruiter or whatever. You can take any permanent off the top 3.
It is definitely a card of Vivian Grizzly's type.
Yes.
All right, let's see. We've got 5 mana, 6 mana. Okay, well that Archfiend is
looking better and better, right?
looking better and better by the moment.
Let's just go ahead and activate our emblem.
Draw a card.
And the ooze.
The one that taps to it's the thing that can copy spells.
It's like Slick Imitator or something like that. Yeah, Slick Imitator.
Something like that, yeah.
So once you hits max speed, basically the best spell he plays after that is going to happen twice, and we're not going to let that happen. So we're going to give it -6/-6, I think.
Yep, that's a Siphon Fuel, and we're going to trade our 1/3 for the 3/1. But look, if Kondai's plan is to just trade 1 for 1 all the way down, this Aether card is going to take over the game.
Yes.
And you can see you is just, sure, happy to trade. Happy to trade as much as many 1 for 1s as Kondai will accept. I did see the wrappings card in Kondai's hand, and so he's gonna start making 2 actions a turn soon too.
Here it comes.
Here we go. Who's coming back first? Okay, well, we wanted fireworks in game number 3, and it looks like we're getting it.
Yeah, both players going hard here. So
yep.
We're going to get the 1/3 back first and Surveil 2.
Yep.
And this time we do definitely note the Packdoll Terror as the embalmed artifact creature enters the battlefield. Kind of a flavor loss to embalm an artifact, but whatever.
Yeah. Do you know what that blue card is? That just gains counters?
Yeah, I think it's a. Let me make sure, but I think it's a sabotage strategist
this card,
which does have a 7-mana ability to give +3/+3. So
and has vigilance, which explains kind of its slight movement a second ago.
That's right, and it does have a pretty nasty static ability that gives any attacking creatures into you -1/-0 until end of turn.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I can do that. Good call. We can put the card viewer up here and maybe shrink it a touch so that we can see the graveyard over there.
The graveyard. It's a little hard to see, I'll be honest, but.
All right, the next card out of the graveyard is an Engine Rat.
I think we're just going to use Plow Through right away to 2 for 1 ourselves. Quote unquote 2 for 1 ourselves to take out that 5/5.
And there's this zone that's like above Kondai's library. That's the embalmed zone. The cards that have.
Yeah.
Who's second Packdoll Terror? Those things stack up really quick.
Although he has offered a trade for Engine Rat, which is very quickly accepted. Although that one wasn't a copy, that was actually a pack one.
Yeah, that one was real, so we're going to get an extra set of triggers in a minute.
Yep.
All right, on the plus side, we still have a bajillion mana that we can sink into our Aether Channeler or funnel, whatever.
And it kind of looked like that hand was spin out, spin out, spin out. So.
All right, bring back Pact Altera 2. No. First, we'll kill Pact Altera 3.
But I think one of those was a copy, I thought, but maybe not.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, yep, there we go.
So there's one that's a copy and one more that's going to come back. So there were 2 total. We have to fight through 4 of them, and we've kind of fought through 2 at the moment.
Yep.
Well, that got murderized as they try to figure out how the post-it note is supposed to look, etc. Never mind. Here's a removal spell.
Well, I think that post-it note might be coming back, so.
Yes, keep that one ready. There's the Sheffet Archfiend.
Chef clearing out 2 creatures.
And then we're going to crew the Midnight Mangler.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not a Mangler. What is that?
Oh, is that the one that when you activate an exhaust ability, you draw a card?
I think so.
Ranger's Refueler?
That is exactly what it is. And we do have the ability to exhaust it and make it a permanent artifact creature if we wanted to, but we obviously had nothing better to do with our 5/5, so we just crewed at the moment.
And, hold on, is you about to pivot to the mill plan? It's a little awkward with this wrappings, but if we get to max speed every time we draw a card, we can mill for 2.
Aether Siphon, it's called.
Yep.
That's right.
Or
that
is
does
it mill for 3?
It is a mill for 2.
Oh, this is where activating the Vanguard is what was made a copy. So we've spent 5 mana to draw a card.
It's a pretty poor rate considering what's going on the other side. We have now reached maximum speed.
That's right.
And we were only able to find a Wretched Doll off of that Beastmaster Vanguard activation. Here comes some riffraff.
Yep, that looks like a market back walker.
Yeah.
And
only X is 1.
2. Only X equals 1. And some riffraff on the other side.
Yeah, that's a Grim Bauble, which gave the market back walker -2/-2.
Yep. And do you draw a card when that dies? Is it equal to its counters or equal to its power? I'm not sure.
It is in fact equal to its counters. So yes, there should have been a card draw there, which should have also caused Kondai to mill 2.
You know, is the mill a May on the Siphon? It might be that he's electing to not mill into the face-up wrappings card.
No, it is not optional. Whenever you draw a card, each opponent mills 2.
Okay. Well, then I guess he just missed the trigger.
Yeah, that might not be on his radar at all, that Aether Siphon has an extra line of text.
Yes. And look, Yu has been getting a ton of value, but he has fallen down to 5 in this game.
Yeah, it does feel like he's still got most of his fingers on the edge of the cliff, but
yeah.
Kondai is trying to pry them off one by one.
That is a great description of what's going on.
So far, we've been bombed 4 creatures in this game. No, check that.
That's
5.
true, but how many cards has the Aether Siphon drew? That's what I want to know.
Probably about the same. I had a friend that I would cube with who would always put a die on his Library of Alexandria to keep track of how many cards he drew with it.
Zooming in on the library. Mill 2.
I thought we might get a riffle to find out how many cards are in there, but not yet. I feel like you must not have realized that Aether Siphon had that line of text, because that was a strange choice to play Market Backwalker for 1. It could have been a real time bomb if it came out for 4 or 5.
Yup. All right. Make the 3/3. Make a pilot. Go.
Patchwork Mole.
Okay.
That's not a very big library.
It is not. Ooh, this is one I was wondering about. This Greenbelt Rampager is a big one to get back. It's a huge creature, and I don't know if any of these things surviving are Legax, but giving those trample is a great way for Kondai to push some extra damage.
I don't think we found a Legak yet. I think there's only the
Okay.
one embalmed creature that's left over, and I believe it's the Vanguard.
Ah, that's right, the Vanguard.
You did finally attack with the Archfiend last turn, so
Yep.
Kondai is on the ropes as well. Both players are running out of time in a variety of ways.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see it from you. I kind of was expecting them to just let the Siphoner take the wheel as far as winning this game is concerned, but the blocks still look pretty good, even with the Archfiend tapped.
So we can send 3 creatures. At the moment, you only has 2 blockers. Oh, the Patchwork Mole is new, so we can't even do that.
Well, yes. Well, and we have 3 blockers because the vehicle cruise itself.
Oh, that's true. It's just
On
active. It's just active.
Oh.
All right, here comes, I think, a 3/1 and a 3/3.
Okay.
To the best of my ability to tell. So we're going to offer trade.
Well, no, we're going to pump the Surveyor to eat the 3/1.
Give it a straight up +1/+1.
Yep.
Right. The Mutant Surveyor is like a poor man's Shade. It has 2 mana, give +1/+1. And now here comes
yes.
Pact Work.
Here comes Pact Altair. Down to 4.
But does
Draw.
Kondai have enough material?
No mill 2? Do we not mill 2 off the first draw of the turn?
I don't think we did. Alright, attack, block, pump, dead. Take 5, it's 4/4. It's also easy to misread Aether Siphoner as like it only works from the cards you draw from it or whatever.
Yep. I don't know what that card is, but a lot of mana was spent on it, so that can't be a good sign for Kondai.
I think it's once again a sabotage strategist. Maybe not.
I think it might be the 3/2. The 3/2 that makes a Thopter.
Oh, yeah. That is right.
Draw a card. Bill you for 2.
It's a nimble Thopterist. Yes. Have we found is there a Siege Rhino in Kondai's deck? Because that would do it.
Maybe. That would do it.
Do we have that to draw towards? Sacrifice the Grim Bauble, Surveil 2.
Surveil 2.
It's neither of those. Bin them both. Draw.
To the bin. Draw.
Ah, there's 2 lands in hand.
2 lands, concede. It must be that he was looking for the beetle. All right, well, you claims it after that.
That was a
that was finally a good game, and heck of a game 3, and that Clue Emblem Siphon was the real all-star there.
Yes.
Was able to slow down the game, draw 2 cards a turn, and even though Kondai was also generating a ton of value with this zombie engine, use library was able to beat it with 2 cards a turn.
Not siphon, just siphon. Alright, let me reset this down to here. Okay, I am going to take a brief break.
Okay, I think that is a good idea on my end also.
Yeah, so I'm going to run, let's say, a 60-second ad, go get some water, and I will come back and we'll find out what we're watching in the on the stream next, whether it's the finals or the other semi. So see you all in a moment.
Sounds great. Yep.
Whoa, hold on a second. Alright. Ad is over. I am back. Let me wait for Greg to show up and we'll see what we have next to see. It looks like we're going to get back into the other semifinal already in progress. So let me get myself prepared for that. Also, you'll have to forgive the water drinking ASMR, but I'm not going to make it to the end of the stream today if I don't drink way more water than I've been drinking so far. So I'm okay to pause here for a minute. I mean, I could try to. I need some ability to redeem channel points for a hydration reminder. That would go well. That would go a long way for my own health.
Yeah,
all right.
I'm back.
Excellent. So it turns out that we are going to jump into the other semifinal already in progress.
Nice.
So here we go. And we've got a board to analyze.
Yep, I suppose it's not. That's... Oh my god.
It's not a good looking board for Ryohei at the top, as Naoki looks like he's got all engines firing. Chandra plus Coordinator is online. And
yup,
we just have an Aether Jacket buzzing around on Ryohei's side, plus some new little artifact creature.
Yep. Is that a wreck remover, maybe?
Should have like blue on the top of the art. I think it is a camera launcher.
Ah, a camera launcher. That makes sense.
So it's a 2/2, and once you can put 3+1+1, put 1+1+1 counter on it and create a Thopter. Yeah, so it can go from 2/2 to 3/3 plus a Thopter. But the value.
It looks like.
We just got
oh
the
my
life totals,
gosh.
and the life totals are not good for Ryohei.
Not good for Ryohei at all. Screw this.
Crew the 5/4.
Recrew the 3/2, it looks like.
Yeah.
Recrew the other 3/2.
So that's the Chandra crew.
Uh-huh. No, that's a crew with a Thopter.
And 5 creatures are getting in there.
Boom!
We'll activate the camera launcher, make a Thopter, and I mean, good luck blocking.
Well, it could a ride's end could help us just barely survive. Block.
So there's still 3 other 3/2s coming.
Yep.
So-
Who knows what that thing with a post-it is? Oh, it might be Winter, who's already and the post-it is indicating that it has already exhausted.
Yeah, that must be what it is. And
And
2 3/2s are enough to take Ryohei's last 4 points of life.
yep.
Ryohei will have to settle for a 3rd place finish, which is a pretty solid result. But we do get
Absolutely. And
the matchup that we were hoping for. We're going to see Naoki and his soup play against this Esper deck that just beat Kandai.
yep.
May the most
And,
value win.
And look, that Aether Siphoner was nice, but I think Naoki's deck has a lot more value engines than Yu's deck does.
Agreed.
In a value fight, I think Naoki is well positioned to come up on top.
What is it that we're doing
But
here?
we saw him almost get milled out by his own cards, so a little bit of mill from the Aether Siphon could be disastrous. Oh, did we open a collector booster?
No.
Could it be?
So these, I think, are the promos that are being offered for playing in these open events. The card on the right is Tashana's Tidebinder,
Okay.
and I don't know what the card on the left is, but I'll see if I can
Is it-
find out.
I wonder if it's Terror of the Peaks.
It looks like it's
I don't think it has enough.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
it's
it's
a
one
1 RR
red.
sorcery.
Okay. Brotherhood's End.
That's a reasonable
But they're
guess.
the brothers who are ending are Ugin and Nicol Bolas. That's kind of cool.
Let's see if I can find this card on Scryfall even. Yeah, Japan Standard Cup. This is in fact a Brotherhood's End.
Okay.
That's a nice looking card.
I mean, look, a Tashana's Tidebinder promo is cool, but it will not beat the quote-unquote Chadley full art Tashana's Tidebinder that already exists. That's some nice art.
I'm okay with that Tashana's Tidebinder. I do get annoyed if you mix it with the regular one. I think you have to be all in.
Oh, okay. Well, my streaming co-host Andrew is a firm believer that only Chadley Tashana's Tidebinders. He's not one to care about art normally, but this is where he draws his line.
That's very funny. Ooh, we also have a Brotherhood's End playmat.
Yeah. Or Ugin, it looks like, is not doing so well in this Brotherhood's End.
No. We saw someone this afternoon who was playing Amulet and had 4 completely mismatched Primeval Titans.
Oh, Mike, I didn't even know there were that many arts of Primeval Titan.
Oh, and in case you were wondering, there's the extra confirmation, not that it was needed. Yeah, I didn't realize either.
That is nice to have.
The RC competitors received a playmat, not with this Brotherhood's End on it, but with the Sleight of Hand that was given out as the RCQ promo for participating in the first stage and qualifiers for this RC.
Hold on, I'm having some really minor technical difficulties. I'm gonna have to disappear for about 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
Not a problem. I wonder what set. Maybe it's like set SLD. The Sleight of Hand would show up under. Yeah, this one.
Okay, I've resolved my minor technical issues.
Excellent. Yeah, we discovered that the amulet player had 4 different Primeval Titan arts when he got surgical extracted. Then,
Okay.
and I don't know if that was some sort of ploy to try to mess with people who are trying to extract these cards.
I think they're just, I don't know. Then you can measure how well each one does. It's very important. When I at Grand Prix Atlanta, I had 3 different Kaito arts,
Wow, nice.
and I was discussing with my team after each match how all the Kaitos did. I found it very fun, but I think they got really bored of hearing me talk about ugly Kaito, pretty Kaito, and normal Kaito and their relative performances. Eventually, and notably, 3 were main and 1 was bored, and so I had to if one underperformed, I had to move it to the sideboard for a while. Yeah, okay, I've Scryfalled it. There are quite a lot of different Primeval Titan arts.
I can believe that. I feel like that's like an easy one to go for as a promo. If you need some idea.
Yeah, it was a Grand Prix promo a long time ago, and it's been in 2 different secret layers. It also has an old bordered version from Time Spiral remastered. Isn't it banned in Commander?
Let's find out. It is banned in Commander. Yes.
Okay. Oh, nice. We get the little text about the Girapur Grand Prix again.
Oh, I forgot to unmute this. Next time we will.
Okay.
I think this is a sign that we're about to start the finals.
Nice. I'm excited.
Yeah, we've got 2 good decks, and this should be a real slugfest.
And this is great that the deck that we first watched get drafted, this awesome 5-color soup pile, is still around for the finals.
Honestly, both of the decks that we watched lose seemed pretty cohesive. They weren't...
Yes.
They didn't get cheated. Let's put it that way.
I mean, I kind of think that red-black deck is the second best deck we've seen.
Yeah.
It might even be the best. I think Naoki's deck and that red-black deck were really close in power level.
Kind of an unfortunate fact about the way that the seeding worked out, that those 2 happened to
Absolutely
wind up battling each other to start. Something about this convention center reminds me of Pittsburgh.
I've never been to a Magic tournament in Pittsburgh. Fun fact.
I think I've been to 2 of them. It's not the best. Yeah. I agree.
I'm actually not sure I've ever been to the city of Pittsburgh in my life. I don't think I have. I have been to Cleveland. I've been to multiple Grand Prix in Cleveland.
All right, we are reviewing some of the key players here in our final matchup.
Engine here. I-5 vehicle, crew 3 that mind controls a creature as long as it's sitting around, and that creature can attack or block as long as you control the possession engine, but you can use it to crew the engine and remove your opponent's powerful threat. And here's the Guide Light Path Maker, which tutors up an artifact.
It's a pretty strong 1-2 punch, and then it also, I mean, tutoring an artifact is one thing, and then after that it's a 6/5
Yep.
vigilance.
Absolutely. Although you do have to be careful with the vehicle problem with that card.
Yes.
It's a vehicle, and if you go get another vehicle, well, sometimes you find yourself short on creatures that can actually do anything.
I have just gone through the process of realizing that Yu has both Guidelight Pathmaker and Market Backwalker in his deck, but those two do not work very well together at all.
Are you forced to put it into play off the Pathmaker?
Yeah, it says put it on the battlefield if its mana value is 2 or less, otherwise put it in your hand.
Okay, well, that is a bit of a nombo, as they say.
So we're just going to have to draw the Market Backwalker the hard way.
Yep. Market Backwalker, it does not live up to the power of its peers
No.
that it is mirrored off of. Hanger Backwalker and Walking Ballista are bangers. Market Backwalker, I mean, it's playable.
Yeah.
And look, in this game that's gonna go to turn 1,000,000, Market Backwalker is probably gonna be pretty good.
Well, okay, counterpoint. Both of these players played one game that we watched where they had to start worrying about their own library size a little bit.
That is true.
So it's possible that Market Backwalker could gain the text. When this creature dies, you lose the game.
That is true.
So would you rather have an X mana XX than an XX?
An endless one?
Yeah, an endless one or a Market Backwalker?
I think I would rather have an endless one, but I'm not certain.
That's close. I guess the question is,
I mean,
how often do you think you're going to be able to sink mana into it to increase its size?
4 mana is a lot.
It is a lot of mana, and Yu has other things to do with that mana.
Yeah. Especially in a set with Adapt as a main... Well, it's not Adapt, but it's basically Adapt as a main mechanic. There are mana sinks all around in this form.
All right, here are the plaques that are going to the winner, as well as the...
There are plaques!
Yep. Oh, check that out. It's a nice photo of the two finalists.
Yep.
Someone's going to get a nice big novelty billboard-looking check kind of thing that says 300,000 yen.
Yep.
And someone is just going to have to settle for the mini plaque.
Yeah, look, a mini plaque is nice. It's maybe you don't want to display the giant plaque. You just want a kind of a subtle, nice little plaque.
Someone has to like really look at the shelf in your living room before they realize, hey, how'd you win that one? Where'd that come from?
Yeah, it is rough that it says second place in big letters. You know, everyone's
Yeah.
gonna know what happened.
That's true.
Something, something, something. Everybody wants to come in second, except the person who comes in second. I will say on the Endless One versus Market Backwalker debate, it is possible that in this artifact set, it's a big bet. Being an artifact is maybe more of a benefit. So, you know, that might be a tiebreaker. Although if you give me an Endless One that is an artifact, I might pick that one.
Well, I can give you Shifting Wall, but maybe not. That's not what you're hoping for.
I don't think that's what I want, but... Well, okay, a classic Forest, Thornwood Falls, Cloudspire Coordinator hand from Naoki.
And he is going to keep that, yep. And Yu has mulliganed. No big deal.
Yep. I mean, look, the rest of the hand looked quite good without the Cloudspire. And it's probably going to come down eventually.
All right, Yu's got one to go back down. And we are underway with a Thornwood Falls.
Yep.
This here's
This
the.
lands way at the front of the playmat.
Maybe we should take this moment
Oh,
as.
there's
The...
a.
No, go ahead.
Sorry, I hadn't noticed the starting column, but it is there.
A pit automaton is the next play. Does
Yep.
threaten to give a lot of mana to Naoki.
Yeah, I found that mana is harder to use than you would think. I've been a little unimpressed with this card, but it certainly has a lot of power that it can do.
All right, next
Okay,
play
we have
is
this 2/3.
a mutant survivor. Let me put the card viewer on the other side now. Let's get it out of the way.
We'll see if we elect to scrap compact it. I mean, we do have 6 mana up, so we can destroy anything using the mana from the pit automaton. There's a nice play where
Go ahead.
we can block the 2/3, and if we double pump, then we can kill it. But
All right, let's take a risky shortcut first.
yep, divination looks pretty good in this matchup.
Yes.
All right, there's the verbose host. The second 0/4 has entered the battlefield.
You also get some sense, I think, of the relative skill level of the players by how well they do at making their speed triggers.
You know, whether or not you catch your triggers is not always the best marker of skill.
Yeah, that's fair. But it was interesting to see as we went along yesterday and we moved deeper and deeper into the XO bracket that the number of missed triggers went down and down.
Yeah, you did miss a lot of mill triggers in that last game.
That is a
But
fact.
okay, the 0/4 blocked the 2/3, and you said, okay, pump it twice. 0/4 down.
Ooh.
I don't know if Naoki missed that or was hoping he would respect some sort of trick and not sink all his mana into it, but
Oh, the mutant survivors have doubled, and we have added a slick imitator. Imagine playing 2 possession engines for the price of 1.
Yeah. Naoki just has nothing going on. It looks like there's a Winter he can't cast, a Cloudspire Coordinator he can't cast, and a Flood the Engine that he's not that eager about using on anything. 6 mana, kill one of the 2/3s. Let's see what we find. A black-red land. Okay, that'll free up the Winter next turn.
Yeah, we still don't have a white source for the coordinator. Now we are also going to shut off the other mutant. Uh-oh, flying haste creature coming.
5/3 flying haste incoming. And wow, Naoki has seen enough.
What was his life total? That was
I don't
pretty
know.
quick,
That
wasn't
seems
it? He was a 20.
a pretty aggressive concession, but I mean, even if those cards in hand were unlocked, they didn't really do anything.
This is true. On the other hand, like, yeah, I don't think the life totals were right either. I'm kind of curious if I look back a little bit, if we could see. I think Naoki was.
I don't know. Naoki had 2 0/4s the whole game. I'm not really sure he took any hits. Oh, I guess he lost 2 to the divination, but
Yeah,
he
to the
gained
risky
some life.
shortcut.
But he had gained some life from some game lands.
That's right. So he was probably in the high teens in any case.
I think he was at 20. I think that was right.
And then that was a aggressive concession.
Yeah.
I mean,
Looks like we're adding some more Death Touchers to our deck.
I don't hate that
You're gonna show
plan.
me two. You're showing me two O4s? Okay, Engine Rats. All Engine Rats in the deck. Alright, and I definitely liked Naoki going into this final match, but here he is down a game.
It's not hard for me to come up with a set of cards that he could draw, like Hull Drifter into El Mimeoplasma or something. Like, there was a way to stabilize that board when you have 20 life still to work with.
Absolutely, but I don't know, it's been a long day. Oh, I guess it's not been a long day. It's the morning.
Yeah, that's right. This is the start of day 2 of the convention.
And is this a mulligan from Naoki?
I don't know if we have... Oh, yeah, there was a die in the center of the playmat, which did, I think, indicate...
Yeah. And I think, yeah, it looked like you had 7 cards lined up, so I don't think he thought very much about it. It must have been a pretty quick mulligan.
The dangers of playing 5-color soup.
Yeah.
You definitely can draw some sample hands.
I don't know. This one looks pretty nice.
Yep, it looked like...
Gungle Hollow, a Bloodfell Caves, a Forest, and a Plains. There's no blue mana here.
Oh.
Our only 2 cheap cards are blue.
That is unfortunate.
We're gonna keep.
I think we had to ban Flood the Engine, which is a tough one to send back.
Definitely.
Alright, 21 apiece. Bloodfell Caves versus Scoured Barrens.
Yep. Okay, there is blue mana.
Can we get
That's
that?
the Thornwood Forest.
Can we pitch the Forest instead and get back that Flood Engine?
Right, we drew... Oh, we drew the Snake.
But our 2 tap lands together don't let us play it, and we're like...
Well, no, we could play Forest Snake, but we're gonna slow roll the Snake. No need to rush it.
And Yu is not going to bother holding a 7-drop in his hand. The Sheffet Archfiend is being cycled on end step, and here come the mutants.
Absolutely. Yep. This 2-3 really overperformed in game 1. Let's see if it can have a similar result here in game 2. All right, Chandra online.
No,
but Chandra not looking very good on this board.
Not even the Snake?
No, I think he has the removal spell, the deal 5 and loot.
Gotcha.
Is the other card he kept in his hand, and I think he's just gonna fire it off. Yep, there it is. All right, draw a card, discard Night Market.
Yeah, that's fair. We have all our colors now. By all our colors, I mean all the colors.
Yep. I was wondering if he was going to discard Chandra.
Yeah. It does not look very good on an empty board.
Yep.
So
all right. The champ is here.
Will it survive? Yu has a bunch of spin outs, right? So it would not be crazy for...
That's true. And, oh, yep, it's spun out. And no loot.
Interesting.
So the hand, we like the hand. Alright, so this is a Thopterus into a Ranger Refueler. So here's the Snake, activating it right away. Waited to do it on 6 mana so we could be sure to activate it. Get a Blossoming Sands and a Mountain. Back to 20.
Well, Naoki certainly has the mana advantage now, but can he find enough cards to make that worthwhile?
That looked like a risky shortcut and an Engine Rat in the hand for you.
Yep. against Chandra, and what was this other card in Naoki's hand? Couldn't quite tell.
I couldn't quite tell either. Ranger Refueler taking the trade there after it drew a card. Okay, and there's the 2/1 flyer. And is this scooping him up?
Wow. This isn't best of 5 or anything, right? That is just it. You is our champion.
I think that's it. Wow. Oh, they split.
I mean, that's definitely possible. It's also
That's
true that that Naoki got the snot beat out of him.
Yeah, I mean, look, every Magic player I know wants to play for that plaque that says first place. But yeah, that was wow, that was not a strong showing from Naoki's deck.
Oof.
And again, showing the kind of embarrassing nature of Chandra.
Mm-hmm.
You draw your mythic rare planeswalker there, and you really hope that's going to stabilize the game, but it would have had no impact at any point. So, yeah, not the most exciting finals I've ever watched, but
There were at least
I don't
some
think
good
coverage
games on
is
the
very
way.
happy.
No, yeah, seriously.
I was like, what the heck? Why did you concede both those games? But I mean, look, congratulations to you. He really he did a good job. He just had kind of a clean curve, a nice blue-black deck with a white splash, and was able to get there and win the draft.
All right, so
It's
let me
not
check
always
in.
the
Go ahead.
sexiest deck that wins it in draft.
No, that is true.
Sometimes just a clean pile of 2-for-1s and kill spells was able to take down this draft.
All right, well, here is where we are in terms of what's happening in the event. The
Okay.
Modern Regional Championship is in the final round of Swiss right now.
Okay.
It is about 30% of the way done.
Okay.
There are a few matches that have completed. I don't know if we're going to get to see any of them. I don't know if they have a modern match in the feature match area. So let me bring up the Japanese audio for a little bit so I can try to figure that out. But my guess is that they were expecting that finals was going to take longer.
Yeah.
They don't have any kind of backup. And that we are just going to have to wait for the top 8 to start. So let me see.
登場までお時間がありそうだよっていうことですかね。まあもしなんかね、なんか捕まえられる人がいたらいいんですが。
Yeah, they're saying it sounds like we have a lot of time now. So can we like get someone up here to interview or something?
この後ね、モダンので、はい。
Maybe a winner's interview for you who just
Yeah.
took down the tournament?
噂がちょっとね。
ありますのでお話を
話聞いてみたかったんですが、ちょっと届かなそうかな。
You know, when I won MTG Summit, they did a winner's interview for me, but it wasn't on stream. And they were like, we're going to post it to our YouTube channel, and they never did. And I was very sad. My winner's interview never made it to the...
That is brutal.
Yeah, I like thanked all my friends. I like teared. I was like legitimately really emotional. I like teared up. I thought, like I was excited to watch it back.
Aww.
By interview, do we mean open collector booster?
We might mean that. Yeah, we very well might mean that.
見た目よりもかなり強い。
I think they should let you open the collector boosters.
Agreed.
見た目にね、なんかクリーチャー出した上で、そのためにその偵察にサイクルを出して、
はいはいはい
その速度2にすると。でおき、まあかなりこの会場内でもね、よく見られていたんじゃないのかなと思うんですけども、はい、今後ね。
And if I recall correctly, you have a friend of the stream, Dom Harvey, coming on to for the last bit of Modern.
That is correct.
That's very exciting.
The big question mark is just when is that going to be?
Yes.
So, but
I'm happy to stick around for as long as you'll have me until Dom shows up.
yeah. I mean, if what winds up happening is that we're not seeing any of the Swiss rounds, I should not be trying to talk over the Japanese audio. Let me. Oh, they've just brought in the other casters. Our Japanese talent in terms of color commentary is in the form of Yoshihiko Ikawa and Kensuke Kato. Both have very distinguished careers. Yoshihiko especially has been tearing it up lately. So if
That's right. Wait, what is OOMF? Oomph? Did I say oomph?
Does that mean one of my followers? Like people...
what?
It's something that the kids say, and by kids I mean like kids, not like people who are 36, where I would say that they're kids, but I'm 30.
One of my fans, maybe.
Yeah, something along those lines is what they're going for. So, okay, here is where things stand. We don't have round 12 to watch. It's probably going to be something like 20 to 30 minutes before round 12 is done. Looks like there are still 10 matches left to report. Rounds 9 and 10 exist on tape delay already. Round 11 has not been uploaded yet.
So we could go back and watch an old round just for fun?
So we could fill in this space by bringing up one of the matches from earlier this morning. Which, I don't know, that sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah.
Might as well fill the space with some magic, right? So let me get the decks up. Oh, we got a spicy one too.
Oh no.
I mean,
is it time for some Premier Mill?
Yeah. You have exactly called it. How did you know that when I said this is going to be a spicy one that it meant mill? So we're going to have some ships passing in the night.
I was just thinking about the decks when we were going through the day 2 decks. What was the most spicy?
All right, so give me a second to find the deck lists. And Dom, if you're out there, if you want to jump in at any point, you're more than welcome to come in as well. All right, so we're going to watch Tatsuro Yuge. Yuge is the first name, against Riser. Oh, it's not just a rando who's playing the mill deck. It's Magic Online legend Shintaro Ishimura.
Ah, okay.
So this should be something, but I mean, what I don't think it's going to be is particularly interactive.
Sorry, what is the other side of the we have mill on one side, and what's the other deck?
Energy.
Energy.
Boros Energy. Shintaro Ishimura. Mill. Okay, so let me do this. Hit update. Do this. There's the decks. Then I can go click, click. The 2 decks will show up here. And we can take a quick look. So here's the energy list. One thing about the way that Melee displays these deck lists is that they're, for whatever reason, sorted by number of copies. I mean, I guess you have to sort it somehow, but one thing
I suppose that's right.
One thing that tends to do is put the saucy one-ofs, the flex slots, up at the top, so we can immediately see them. And yeah, there's a main deck surgical extraction in this deck.
Yeah.
That is a choice.
I don't think that's for the mill matchup.
No. Speaking of main deck surgical extraction, I wouldn't be surprised to see that on this side.
I might expect a full playset. No, just 2 surgical extractions, 2 extirpate. You gotta have the 2-2 split.
Now, I can't claim to be an expert on what stock mill looks like, but
Look, okay, part of the plan on energy is to, attack and get Ocelot Pride through.
yes,
And the mill deck is playing a pile of O3s.
that is true. We've got
These Ruin Crabs are going to be good. I mean, obviously, Guide of Souls can put things to the skies, but with 4 Fatal Pushes and 8 O3s and some Drown in the Locks, Mill might have a good plan against energy. Could it be?
well, the one thing that the mill deck can't do is really control the board after it goes wide, right? So
That's true.
We just need to hope. Here's a couple of crabs, and if it takes you several turns to mobilize the forces to get around them, then probably you're getting milled out. But if it doesn't, then you're quickly going to get swarmed by Zerglings.
So I don't see the card Tasha's Hideous Laughter here in the Demir Mill. So I imagine that's a...
Yeah, it's
No,
not
that
here.
one got left out, it looks like. Because I imagine energy's
Total mana count?
total mana value is pretty low.
Incredibly low. Yeah, I agree with that.
It's probably not too hard to take out a huge chunk of their library in one go.
All right, let's get this started. So we're watching round 9. This is the first round of the morning.
Okay, it makes sense to feature the mill deck early because you don't know how long it's going to stay in competition.
Exactly. So
Right, Ragavan.
Yep.
Look, you know what type of card Ragavan is not very good against?
Crabs?
Yeah. This monkey is very afraid of crabs. Although no crab, I'm sure that's a huge sigh of relief from
Since Tatsuro is the first. Yeah, it's Tatsuro versus
From
Shintaro. Yeah.
That's Roshan.
Alright, we've hit a Spell Snare. Not the best Ragavan hit.
No. Do you think we're gonna see a turn to Fable of the Mirror Breaker?
That would be pretty nice.
That would be pretty nice.
We found a real treasure
We're
token.
gonna use yeah. It's always disappointing when you have fun tokens that you've been using all
Yeah.
day, and then you show up on coverage and they're like, no, you have to use our designated tokens.
Honestly, a pretty lackluster turn too. With access to 3 mana, we can only play a Guide of Souls.
That's true. I don't know what's going on from energy here. No crabs, no fatal pushes, and a keep on 7. Looks like I see a Visions from Beyond, a Thought Scour in hand.
Did they have some sort of soul read that it was going to be a slow start from energy? Because
Maybe the fatal push off the top. So
this Kaladesh snow-covered island definitely reminds me of playing in the arena fun bracket sometimes.
yeah,
And a lot of
call time, I think.
Yeah, oh yeah, call time. That's right. Where people would just be playing pretty janky mill decks a lot. So it seems like Shintaro is
I see.
taking some inspiration here. All right, so there is a fatal push, and Ragavan is down, and now we're just going to Lightning Helix.
Yep. Look, as the energy player, when you're playing against Mill, that's not where you want your flages to be.
No. It can't be possible that Shintaro is slow rolling a crab. That really doesn't make sense.
I don't think so. I think it's a handful of, Oh, I see a Spell Snare that has not yet had a target also. So Spell Snare, Thought Scour, and Visions of Beyond are all cards in Shintaro's hand.
Alright, let's deal with the Thought Scour. Milling Self.
Milling Self, interesting.
Flipping over some...
Oh, not wanting to give fuel to this flage.
That makes sense.
I mean, it makes some sense.
But you gotta get all 60 out at some point, right? You're not gonna win via life total, so at some point, Flage mana will be online.
Well, yeah, but there's also an arena of glory. Maybe you need to have an answer ready before.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we're searching for a surgical extraction or an extirpate to get
Oh,
rid
and
of
I
these
think we've
flagellates.
got one. I think we've got a surgical extraction.
Okay, well, we know one of them was milled. There's another. There's the other. Okay, there it is. The
Um,
hand is 2 galvanic discharges and a. Is that a planes?
It's a flooded strand, I believe, but it's
Ah,
not
okay.
not an exciting one. There's got to be some calculus. Obviously, we're taking Flage because it can come back,
Yeah.
but some calculus to making sure you get the 4 of instead of the 3 of, right? Every little bit helps.
One extra.
How do you feel about the term deck damage?
Oh man, I hate it here. I want to watch more limited.
All right.
In
Tatsuro untaps with a 1/1. Sorry,
with
a
the
1/2.
Oh, yeah.
Which quickly gets in and takes Shintaro down to 12.
Yeah. Flooded strand on flooded strand go. I mean, this must be good for Shintaro, right?
It
We're gonna
must
start
be.
playing some mill 14s. Do you think we have some? Do you think we're waiting on this fetch land because we have archive trap?
Yes. Or maybe
don't wanna
we're just
get
waiting to have some kind of like crab, and then crack kind of thing.
All right, Soul Warden gets fatal pushed. Pass the turn, but that's a field of ruin, right? So
Yes.
the archive traps we can turn on.
Well, I said this was going to be
Okay.
ships passing in the night. I wasn't expecting them to just be 2 ships that were essentially just sinking in the night.
Yeah.
No motion whatsoever here. Drago from Shintaro.
Man, I didn't think the match of Modern we could watch would be less satisfying than that draft final we watched. Oh, well, here comes a crab.
All right, we finally have one. I was not expecting that mill 3, that
Iliad.
Shintaro's
Mill
mill
3.
strategy was going to be to mill Tatsuro out the slow way.
Yeah. We'll hit a Johnny Fable. You have to have the soul read as the mill player. You have to wait till they have bangers on top and then start milling. He was like, "You're gonna draw lands for a few turns. I can wait."
All right, Surgical and the Ajani, and now we get to see the
Surgical
bad news
Ajani.
of Marsh Flats,
Land.
Arid Mesa, Guide of Souls number 2, and a Soul Snare or a Soul Prison rather.
Static Prison.
That's it, Static Prison. Yes.
Right. Well.
Yeah, if you could.
Oh, there was a card from the news
Yeah, breaking news, right?
OTJ bonus sheet that I thought was a surgical, but I think it was an archive trap.
Aha.
Archive trap was also on that bonus sheet. Famously, Jason Yee 3-0 to draft with a double archive trap.
This is nice.
Where it beat an opponent who on turn 3 cast a creature that tutors for a land and then got double archive trapped.
By the way, mill 26, please.
Yes. Surprise!
Now, here's a serious question. If you're in that position and you have the double archive trap, do you cast them one at a time, or do you just like show them both, like Jin?
I'd be too excited. I'd slam them both.
Yeah, that's fair.
Right now it seems like we're gonna hold on some fetch lands because we want to be able to respond to these galvanics. Another fetch land, mill you 3. Some more bangers down, obviously.
That surgical extraction missed one of the Ajanis. Not that I think it's going to matter, but there were 2 in the graveyard that got milled over, and only one of them was taken out of the graveyard.
Oh, there's an extra Ajani in the graveyard. I see.
The important thing is that it's not in the library. All right, so
We're gonna have quite a stack here.
Yeah, let's
Galvanic, spawned, fetch. Galvanic again, respond, fetch.
Yeah, I think these Field of Ruins are probably... The one Field of Ruin is probably going off too as part of this, right?
Yeah.
Might as well...
imagine so. I also... Okay, this isn't as bad as it looks for the Galvanic, because the first one can just get 3 energy and do no damage.
Yes.
And then we'll be able to use that energy to send this Guide of Souls to the skies.
Now, the cost of doing that is that if we're going to wait to use the very first one to kill the crab, then you are getting milled for 3 more.
Oh, that is true.
So it's like either Galvanic number 2 fizzles, or you'd lose 3 extra cards out of your library.
Yeah, I imagine we're going to accept the mill 3 to send to the skies, but... We're surveilling one, even though we have another fetch land trigger on the stack. I wonder if that means
there's a Visions of Beyond, right? I think that we've known about it, and also that may have something to do with Shintaro's decision to leave one of the Ajanis in the graveyard. Now that I think about it.
Oh, good point.
That is true, Sol. If you wanted to just accept the mill 3 for 3 energy, there was no need to cast Galvanic number 2. Could save that for a future crab.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, anyway, mill 3 more. Tassero playing with these Great Wall of China Plains. True man of culture.
And some nice Enchanting Tales Goblin Bombardments.
Yep. Though I am a sucker for the Tempest ones.
Ah, yes. And he does, in fact, accept the mill 3 for 3 energy.
So here's the stack. You now have to make a decision. How much damage are you doing?
Yep. It looks like none.
0.
And there's a 4 on that energy counter, so...
Can Galvanic Discharge hit your own creature if you wanted to? Yes, it can. Okay, I was just curious if he was firing it off as, like, crab is the only opportunity to.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, you could discharge your own Guide of Souls and then do no damage to it if you just wanted the energy.
Yep.
Now it's getting close to the point. Yeah, Shitaro's, like, getting his lobster bib on. Is that 20 cards yet there, buddy?
Yeah.
I've got some Ancestral Recalls if it is.
Oh, man. Yep. I think that Tatsuro is getting while the getting is good on this fetch land. These fetch lands. And fetching while Archive Trap is already turned on.
Yeah.
But each fetch land is a single point of deck damage, so...
I wonder, yeah, at some point, are we just going to decide, I'm cool with 5 mana for the rest of this game. Like, I can't possibly use this much. Because Flage is not an option. That would be a 7 mana play if it was drawn off the top.
Well, Flage, all the Flages are in exile.
Exactly, so that's not something that he has to worry about. So on some level, he's only drawing 1 card a turn as it stands, and it's hard to imagine a card that he could draw that could cost that much mana. So he doesn't really need to crack these other fetch lands at this point. I guess Seasoned Pyromancer is a good reason to go up now that I see it get flipped over.
Oh, that is true. Alright.
Alright, all of the Electricity has been zapped back and forth. Crab has finally been cooked.
Is the stack empty?
And after all that we're going to fetch, thanks to the magic of YouTube, I can just do this.
Oh yeah, man, it really feels like we should have,
We could have skipped a bit of that. We'll pick up the
Yeah.
pace between... It looks like there's something like 20 cards left.
Yep.
Go.
Go. Okay.
Shintaro on 9. Attack.
Draw a card. Attack trigger. After the
Sheldred's
trigger.
Edict.
Shieldred's Edict. Sacrifice a creature, please.
Oh, that's a pretty strong one because we can't even respond with the Seasoned Pyromancer because it's sacrifice a non-token creature, right?
That's true, but I think we are gonna
Gain life, get
get
energy.
our 2 energy and our 2 life.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. I'm not sure if it's good.
Particularly relevant. But there is a big difference between playing this Guide of Souls and winding up... playing another Guide of Souls and having 2 energy in play versus having more than 2 energy in play. 5.
Absolutely.
Oh. I think that Tatsuro is convinced that Visions of Beyond was turned on, so we have drawn 3 off of it. Now let's Thought Scour you.
Thought Scour you. 2 down. How many mill 14s are we gonna see here? Field of Ruin.
Still none.
I mean, look, Shintaro is under no pressure.
Yeah.
He
Dash
can just chill. Dash Ragavan.
in for 4. It connects. A crab.
Is Tatsuro gonna play the crab?
There is an Arid Mesa, so depending on how many fetchables are left in Tatsuro's deck, we could mill 9. I mean, I think Shintaro's got a pretty fat stack there.
Yeah, hard to imagine that's a concern, but 03 online.
All right, let's take a look.
Shintaro just untaps.
I mean, I think that he has several spells in his deck that just win the game, but he has to find one pretty soon.
Yeah. Cycle Fraying Sanity, okay.
That's a start.
Mill 4 instead of 14.
That is true that playing the crab does make future Shieldred's Edicts more awkward.
Oh, that is true.
So that insulates the Ragavan from this. Now let's do a check of what can we see and what is left, I guess.
Is there another Seasoned Pyromancer? I believe there were 2 in the deck.
In the
Maybe
list.
even 3?
Alright, let's take a quick look. There were 3 in the list, yeah. Go.
I think we're worried about milling over another Seasoned Pyromancer.
So we're trying to go from like 15 to 0 in one shot.
Yeah.
Can Shintaro survive this next turn? We only know of a Ragavan, which is 4 damage, not 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think it's about 11 cards left in the deck. Kind of unfortunate for Tatsuro that 2 of those were Pyromancers, if that's the way it's worked out.
And it seems like it has. Okay.
Alright, so typical tech to get Ragavan into play permanently, rather than dashed. We play Arena of Glory and,
Yep.
guaranteed. Guaranteed it flips over another crab.
Okay, down to 1. Do we have the Goblin Bombardment to close out the game? No, that's another reason to play the crab. By the way, it's one more ping off a goblin bombardment.
It is also possible that Shintaro's been sitting on an archive, a spell snare, because I don't know that we've had the opportunity to.
Oh, I think you're right.
Play. I think Tatsuro went the whole game without playing a 2, so he might have been just cut off from doing that.
Yep. Okay, well,
wait.
it looks like Shintaro took that game.
So, McWinsauce in chat says that the card that was drawn was Seasoned Pyromancer at some point. If so, we could have split the RR across Pyromancer plus Ragavan and attacked with both, right? Alright, let's take a quick look at the sideboards.
Yep.
What looks good
And you have
here?
to imagine
Yeah.
Demir Mill has a sideboard plan for energy, and energy might not have come prepared with a sideboard plan for Demir Mill.
So what sounds good to you from Shintaro's sideboard here? The Toxic Deluge makes a lot of sense.
I mean, Ensnaring Bridge, maybe?
Ensnaring Bridge makes some amount of sense, I agree.
Absolutely. Maybe another Extirpate to make sure, because hitting Plage is important. What does Crypt Incursion do? Doesn't it gain you a ton of life?
Yeah, exile all creatures from target player's graveyard. You gain 3 life for each creature exiled this way.
We might see that.
I've played games of RTR Block Limited where Crypt Incursion has been a gain 27. It's just like,
yeah,
how is this card real?
Yeah.
And what doesn't seem very good?
Well, I mean, these consigns are obviously for Eldrazi. I feel like the dress downs probably aren't going to come in.
Yeah, I bet you're trying to target.
I doubt we're going to see Peth Needle. I doubt we're going to see Dispute. Maybe Shoot the Sheriff, another kill spell to deal with things like Ragavan. But
yeah, I wonder if Edict is not really at its best here.
Yeah, this definitely feels like a sideboard from Shintaro that's most prepared for things like Breach and Eldrazi.
Yeah. All right, let's jump forward a couple to see what Tatsuro is looking at.
Okay.
Is anything relevant here?
I'm not sure any of these cards are relevant. Karma, no. Wrath of the Skies, no. Wear Tear, nah. Orum's Chant, Surgical. Maybe a Showdown of the Scalds, but that's some deck damage.
Yeah. I mean, it is a draw 5. Like, if the goal is to overwhelm the opponent, then that's kind of reasonable. Like, all right, we just have to get through a bunch of essentially 1-for-1 cards, these Fatal Pushes and Drown in the Locks.
Ooh, +4 random cards. Yeah,
that is a plan. We could just go up to 63, 64.
Can you do that? I forget.
Yes, you're allowed to.
I thought you... Okay, you can just go up. Oh, you know, maybe we didn't want to play the Pyromancer because we were worried about dying?
How so?
Well, you draw 2 cards, so if you play Pyromancer and they respond with a mill spell,
then they could just mill you out. Sure.
If they had that, like
Why not
maybe we
upkeep
were
it?
at exactly 14 cards in library or something, or 15.
Sure.
We didn't want to lose to a Franity, but I guess we would lose to it a Fraying Sanity, yeah.
All right, let's jump ahead.
Right, well, here we go. Game 2.
Get down to the scintillating Game 2 action. Oh, I did not know that, Rebecca. The Japanese term for mill is library out.
That is nice. Okay. Dinosaurs in.
All right, met by an MH3 polluted delta. Guide comes across for one.
Attack for one.
And a Johnny.
A Johnny off the top. Looks like it's going to be met with a spell snare.
Yeah, that must have been verbally explained. Oh, I see. What it says at the top over here as Shintaro's archetype is blue-black library out.
Nice. Is it oh no, there's the spell snare. Okay. Are we going to finally see a crab? Nope.
Polluted Delta go. Finding basic island is slightly awkward in that it means we're going to have to fetch again if we want to fatal push, and that's one more crab activation that we lose.
That is true. I wonder if the crabs came out. That's not possible, right?
I can't imagine that's possible. You'd think that Tatsuro would probably shave some of his removal spells if he has nothing else to go on.
Well, yeah, but notably, he doesn't have any good cards in his board.
Oh, to bring in. That's true. He's kind of stuck.
Nope. There's a crab. Crab spotted.
Alright, but we're going to wait until this Field of Ruin is online, since it's the only way to get an extra trigger at the moment.
And look, the energy... Tatsuro is not doing anything. He has to have some cards in hand.
Yes.
I think Shintaro knows that this crab is not going to be long for the world.
Raucous theater, but, I mean, not really tempted to bottom most things, so...
Perhaps, again, Flage could be on the mind. You don't want to play crab and let it get flaged. Okay, there is a wear tear that seems to have come in.
Yeah, that seems like the most frightening card by far in Tatsuro's list is Inferno Titan. All of these 1 and 2 drops are just so middling when they don't have a critical mass. It's finally time.
It's finally time. Play crab. Play a fetch land. Milieu 3. Still no Flage. There's a Thraben Charm in hand.
Does that do anything?
I mean, it can sometimes kill a crab.
I guess that's fair.
You can style your own graveyard in response to a Visions of Beyond.
It's a way to do it. I'll say it's a tough way to do it, but it is a way to do it. Alright, so here's a Static Prison, which is going to force the action. Get all these fetch lands over with. How much energy does Tatsuro have? 0 at the moment, right?
I think none, so this is going to give 2 energy.
So this isn't really exiling the crab. This is just kind of putting it in his library second from the top or something. Like, it's scheduled to come back. Alright, we are not going to also crack the Field of Ruin. We're just going to go find a Undercity Sewers and surveil one.
Yep.
Toss a Scalding Tarn.
Aliens get up. There goes the first crab.
I mean, it did a good amount of work.
Yeah, it did some deck damage. Might come back.
Sheldrick's Edict the draw. Field of Ruin pass.
Really some thrilling games that we've been watching. All right, using a more coverage-friendly dice for that energy, not surprising.
Flooded Strand.
I saw another static prison in hand. Really, nothing going on from Tatsuro, and I think Shintaro is happy to just make this game as long as possible.
Yeah, agreed.
You take 1 point of deck damage a turn, so. Goblin Bombardment on the battlefield.
It would be a good one if you had any
Third
creatures.
field of ruin. Yep.
The bottom half of this battlefield is just a true ruinous wasteland.
Yep.
That's it. Here you go.
There you go.
Uh-oh.
You have your grab back.
Uh-oh. So now if we play another static prison to try to answer it, we can respond by cracking some of these Field of Ruins, getting some value.
You sure can. And there's at least one Visions of Beyond in Shintaro's hand, so.
Looks like we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So it's not going to take much to get up to 20 at this point. Static Prison. Does Shintaro want to fight over this, or does he just want to wait 2 more turns?
Yeah, we're in no rush. All right.
Pass. Did he side out all of his good cards? What's going on? Now we're going to Field of Ruin?
Guess so.
Another APAC basic from Tatsuro.
I mean, look, we saw this in game 1 where Shintaro said, I'm not going to mill you much until I found a surgical extraction to deal with Flage.
Yeah.
And that might be what we're seeing here. We're just going to chill because you really, really, really don't want to get flaged. Nothing bad is happening. We'll just hang out. Eventually we'll find an extirpate. Okay, never mind.
Now let's kick this into high gear.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 milled.
So now at this point we could have some visions.
Yep.
Flage count 1.
Mill 13 again.
Twice as nice. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Boom.
Alright, what do we got left? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 cards left.
14 cards left. That's not very many cards.
It really isn't. Now, I don't believe that you can Visions of Beyond your opponent.
Not.
Can we Thraben Charm our own graveyard in response? I think that's the play.
I think that's the plan. I mean, that does get rid of the Flage.
Yeah, that's kind of awkward. So,
Alright, we're untapping.
do we have a 14 damage machine that we can fire up at this point?
Looks
Frame?
like yes.
Sanity. And there you go.
Game over. Game is set and match. Demir Mill.
Wow, that was easy mode.
Yeah. I mean, is it the answer in Modern? Could it be? Demir Mill?
I mean, it could be. All right, let's jump to live
We're about
again.
to flash forward to the top 8. Could it maybe it's just going to be Demir Mill 1 seed.
Oh, wait, what were we looking at there? People hanging out on their phones. I think we're getting the top 8 announcement, but I'm afraid
Okay.
that we're not ready to play Magic yet. So with that said, what do you think? Should we watch round 12? I'm sorry, what
Sure.
round 10? It can't be less.
I'll
less
hang out for
interesting than-
round 10.
All right, let's pull it up. Let me get the players set up so that I can find the. It's Azuma Takahito. Azuma Takahito. Playing against. Is it more energy? It's always energy. Oh, it's not. Kong Sang Jun. Oh, okay. A good reminder that this is not just the Japanese RC.
Ah, Korean.
Yeah, we have a player from Korea involved in this next round. Alright, so let's pause this, set this back to here. Make sure that we're not actually playing. Stop. Okay, there we go. Can I add this to this copy of Firefox? Success. So let's go like this. And here is our matchup. We are going to watch Azuma Takahito, who is playing Living End.
A Living End. Wow.
Wow, 2 copies
What a
of
diverse...
Commandeer. You'd love to see it.
You love to see it.
There's some magic cards in this deck, aren't there?
Yeah, welcome to Living End. Oh man, Colossal Sky Turtle.
Yep. I am a fan of a good Waker of Waves.
Yeah. What I like about Modern is that Living End has lived long enough to let itself become the hero.
Yes.
It's like the fairest thing you can do in Modern.
It really is. And our opponent, Sangjun Kong, is playing Grinding Stations. And it looks like they have opted for
The Grape Shot Kill. Only 2 preordains.
literally the Grape Shot Kill, period. There's no Jace and no Thassa's Oracle? Am I saying this right? Am I just missing it?
No, I mean, normally Grape Shot and Thassa's Oracle are anti-correlated.
That is true. Surely there must be, Oracle in the sideboard.
There's an Oracle in the bin. This is pretty common to have a redundant second win condition so that when your opponent boards in a bunch of surgical extractions, you'll have a second win condition ready to go.
Any guess how the Breach versus Living End matchup goes?
Look, Breach is a fast combo deck. It's resilient, but it's fast. It can usually kill on turn 3 or turn 4. And Living End cannot kill on turn 3 or turn 4, nor can it interact. So I would like to be on the Breach side, please. However, there are endurances. Endurances can certainly slow Breach down. Yeah, I mean, Breach is, I believe, the most powerful deck in the format, and I don't think Living End is going to slow it down.
Alright, I don't know what we're waiting for, so let's jump ahead. Okay, we are underway. Misty Rainforest, go.
Alright.
And...
Mox. Bobble. Mox.
Holy crap. And no lands. But we have made mana.
Not yet. I'm not sure the turn is over.
Is Mox on the stack? Or has Takahito acquiesced to this group of tiny trinkets? Alright, Meticulous Archive, leave on top.
Surveil, leave on
Maybe?
top. That looks like a Shifting Woodlands in the far right of is it Sangjun's
Yes.
hand? Yeah. Who's the Mox?
Oh, Preordain.
Preordain? Okay.
Yeah.
I saw a Malevolent Rumble and a Land, I think, both to the bottom.
Land.
Scalding Tarn.
Fetch. Emery
Oh,
incoming?
interesting. Could be an Emery. You might expect Emery to be played first because it turns on the amber.
Right.
But I guess it's still not too late. Steam Vents is that card.
Sangjun's deck is
Unaffinity.
tricked out.
Oh yeah. Steam Vents. That's a Tameo, definitely.
Alright, also turning on the Mox Amber. Do
Tameo. Now the Mox Amber's online.
we have
Are
anything?
we gonna also see an Emery?
Alright, Street
Nope.
Wraith.
Cycle Street Wraith. Okay, it's just 5 permanents on the battlefield for Sangjun.
And it looks like Breach in hand, along with the Stirring Wildwood, and a blue card that oh no, and a Grinding Station is the last card. Gulp? No big
Okay,
deal.
well, this could be a turn 2 kill.
Have you considered what would happen if Takahito cycled a Generous Ent, though?
Whoa, I mean, don't think we can beat that one.
Going and finding a Hedge Maze. Land for turn, Hedge Maze. Alright, we can jump ahead a couple of clicks here.
Yep.
We're still shuffling. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle.
Yep.
Hedge Maze.
I mean, survey
Bin.
another generous.
Another Generous Ent. Bauble you. Metalcraft has gone offline.
Well, Tameo, I think, will have something to say about Metalcraft being awful.
Agreed.
Draw. That's Urza's Saga. So I believe, if you're right, on the hand being Reach and Grinding Station, I think we might be all done here.
There's the station.
Here's the station. Metalcraft back online. Trigger.
Generate 1R. Oh no, we're not using that trigger, it looks like.
Oh!
The breach is being commandeered.
Commandeer your breach. All right. The game continues.
That's my breach now.
Not for long, but
Alright, Tameo's gonna send a message. How dare you?
Tameo attacks. Make a clue. I mean, look. This is pretty good for the Living End player. This is because I assume we have a way to cast Living End with a stocked graveyard.
Yeah, can we just go untapped land Ardent Plea? Oh.
Oh no! I mean,
that
we
is-
did have to. We had, yeah,
That's
we
my
had
favorite
to pitch a
island.
Shardless Legion. Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's my favorite island in the whole game.
Tell me more about that island.
So I solely play 5th edition lands. I have a box that I've had for years and years. They're all pretty old. They look like beta basics,
Okay.
but they're from 5th edition. And I just made my decision at one point that is it. I like the arches, the texture of the clouds.
Oof.
That
okay,
one looks like an island in a way that no other island looks like an island.
Okay, so something interesting has happened here. Sangjun played Shifting Woodlands, went to turn it into Breach, thinking we had the win, and then realized, wait a second, I don't have enough green mana.
Oops.
Cannot do that. Oops. I mean, everything's okay, but seems like they thought they had the win lined up and do not.
Aether Spellbomb.
Okay, that can slow down the living end kill. Waker of Waves.
Alright, so we're basically going to anticipate. Alright, so to finish the thought about 5th edition lands, I mean, that was literally when I started playing. 5th edition was the newest set, so. But B...
Hold on,
you go ahead.
Shardless Agent was the one put into the graveyard.
And so what was next to it in that Waker of Waves pile that he elected not to take that?
Another Shardless Agent?
It must be Agent or Plea. That's the only thing that makes sense. Yeah, it was an Ardent Plea. So here we go. Alright, so we'll skip through this, and I'll finish telling the story. So when I started playing, 5th edition was the most recent set. And when I compared those cards to 4th edition cards, like the 4th edition cards looked all, I don't know, they didn't have the same texture. They were kind of grimy. Because they changed the ink quality between Alliances and Mirage. And the cards just look better after Alliances in my mind. So, on the other hand, 6th edition has an expansion symbol, which 5th edition does not, and B has a big mana symbol instead of saying tap, add you to your mana pool in text. So those were disqualifying. So it had to be 5th edition, and then that's the best of the 4 5th edition islands.
Okay, remember that Endurance that was binned off that Surveil land early in the game? Well, it's huge. Graveyard goes away, and the Shifting Woodlands kill is no longer available. Check.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Takahito has 20 power on the battlefield.
Yes, I mean, there is an Aether Spellbomb that can bounce the biggest thing.
Which is probably the Waker of Waves, but I don't know if that's even enough. How big are these ints?
The ends are 5/7. Okay, we are milling away this construct. Oh, there's an Underworld Breach.
Alright, so back in the GG waiting room, is that right?
Well, no, because Shifting Woodlands can tap itself for green.
But we need to reach Delirium before that ability is on, right?
Absolutely. So we need one more card type, but we sacked. You can actually just sack any artifact to get it.
How about Urza Saga going away to grant enchantment? Yeah. That'll also get there. Oh no, enchantment is there, right? Retracted.
Off reach.
So
yes.
Enchantment land, and then what are the other two cards? Are they both lands?
One is I thought there was a Tameo maybe. Oh no, they're both lands.
I think they're both lands.
But yeah, it's just enchantment and land. Soul Guide Lantern.
Interesting. So we need artifact plus something else somehow. Like we would need to preordain or something to set sorcery up. Or we could
I mean, we can... Yeah, there's a trigger on the stack off Grinding Station.
Can we just grind something and get lucky? I mean, that's another... Yeah, I think this Soul Guide Lantern is just a rectangle.
You don't have to get that lucky.
Yeah, exactly. Grinding Station, there's artifact. Artifact.
And
That's not enough. There's still only three types, true or false.
Okay, Grinding Station untaps. We get another look. We have a floating mana from that saga still. Misty Rainforest fetch. Not finding a Surveil land, making me think we have it all rolled up. Perhaps a Preordain is our last card.
Alright, we can skip shuffling.
Yeah. Okay. Float some green mana, probably.
Alright, that's our green mana indicator.
Yep. One green, one colorless floating. Grind the Mox.
One. Land.
Tameo. Feature. Okay, Tameo. Delirium is on. Feature. artifact, enchantment, land.
Oh, I might have lost Greg for a second. I'm sorry. We'll get him back. Alright, so now Shifting Woodland is... Sorry about that. I didn't know that's how discard worked.
Good. Is there a Dom?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh. You.
Alright, now chat, you're going to have to indicate the relative level of the of all of our microphones.
Wait, I missed it, but I assume the breach player got to do their thing and won?
Yeah, we'll back up for 1 second and we can see it. So
Okay, yeah. We
like
do the underworld breach.
Alright, let's try bringing down to that level.
Interesting. From my perspective, Adam is very loud, and then Greg is, at a normal level.
Alright.
Wow. Maybe it's because I'm not enthusiastic enough about Modern.
Yeah, despite being a Modern specialist, you seem pretty jaded about the whole thing.
Yeah, it's really... once they added Splinter Twin back into the format, it all went downhill.
That's what I've been saying. I try to warn people.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay, yes. So the breach was Shifting Woodlands became a breach, and then we got a pretty standard kill, and Takehito didn't want to make Sangjun go through it.
All right, so let's jump to live here. Now we're still waiting, so that means we get a game 2. So do you want to talk through? Here is our breach sideboard.
So okay, here's the rough thing about Living End in Modern right now. The most played sideboard card in all of Modern is Consigned to Memory.
Yeah.
Because it counters Eldrazi. Here's the thing about Living End. Consigned to Memory also stops Living End. You can counter the Cascade trigger.
It relies on a triggered ability, exactly.
So there's a bit of a flaw. One of my co-hosts, Andrew Ellenbogen's rule is if you're playing a combo deck that's not the best deck in the format, that also folds to the same hate as the best deck in the format, you're in a really bad place. You shouldn't be doing that. And
other such hate, for example, would be the main deck graveyard hate that every deck has if they can afford it, as a result of Breach being the best deck. So, not a great spot. I mean, if those main deck spell snares, you dodge those pretty nicely, but everything else is it's an uphill battle for sure. And it's kind of awkward looking at Takehito's list here that those 4 main deck endurance, you might think, wow, those are going to be really good against Underworld Breach. Not true, as it turns out. Endurance at an all-time low, in part because it doesn't actually interfere with the Breach combo. If they're going off with Grinding Station, you shuffle their deck back in, and they just keep going, mill a 0, recast their win condition. It doesn't actually help. So the fact that the one piece of really good main deck hate that you get to play doesn't actually work is just a cherry on top of all that.
I have a question.
So,
yes.
Why does Takehito have High Noon in his sideboard?
Great question.
I was hoping your question was going to be, what time is it?
Well, it's close to midnight, which really feels like the exact opposite of High Noon, but what do I know? Anyway, so Takehito seems to have one of these very fun, occasional, transformational sideboards that you see with some Cascade decks. You saw with like Drannith Magistrate during the Rhinos heyday, for example. But with Living End, it always feels more funny because the rest of your deck is so entirely built around the card Living End, right? That you board into these other things to cascade into, and you're still drawing a bunch of Waker of Waves and Wistful Ape and whatever. But the idea basically is, in a matchup like Breach, you can board in your Stony Silence, your High Noon, your 2 Collect Oost, for example, still have 4 great things to cascade into, and you can just layer these hate cards on top of each other. And the idea is, if you can very reliably get one of those down, hopefully turn 2 if you draw one, and if anything, drawing one of those is actually good, whereas usually drawing Living End is the last thing you want. But get one of those down turn 2, certainly get one of those down turn 3, and then back it up with all of the good pitch magic, other defensive cards in your deck, other sideboard cards like Foundation Breaker, I imagine will come in, Fairy Time Raveler, that sort of thing. And you'll end up having to win with this weird kind of anemic beatdown, Curator of Mysteries or whatever going the distance. But if your opponent's deck literally doesn't function anymore, then you'll take it. That'll get the job done.
You see that, like, I don't know, 6 to 8 years ago when you sometimes would have games, like when Hollow One was a deck in the format, and there were decks that folded to Blood Moon, that they would just like, here's a 4/4, you have 5 turns to get rid of this Blood Moon, you can't do it, the game is over.
Do you think, Dom, it's possible we might see a mixed strategy employed? That they both keep in some Living Ends and some hate cards, and you cascade, and you really don't know what you're going to hit.
I think certainly for stream purposes, that causes maximum excitement, where you don't know, and they don't know, if they're going to cascade into the thing they want. You want there to be a kind of sweat about it. As a player, though, probably you should pick one or the other, I would imagine.
I will admit, in the Rhinos days, sometimes you brought in your Drannith Magistrates and left in your Crashing Footballs, and you're just like, we'll see what happens when I cascade.
All right, we are underway. Hedge Maze versus Misty Rainforest as our 2 opening cards. Is Takahito jealous? Is he going to go get a Hedge Maze of his own?
I have a question for you, Greg, while you're here. Which of the Surveil lands, just going by their name, do you think would be the most interesting to get lost or stuck in? Just as you, as Greg.
As me? I mean, getting lost in a hedge maze sounds kind of nice, but I might be a Lush Portico gamer.
I always say you struck me as a raucous theater kid of sorts.
I do. I would enjoy being in a raucous theater. That's true. That is true. What's the blue-red one?
Thundering.
Oh yeah, I'm not a Thundering Falls. No, thank you.
Yeah. I might be a Meticulous Archive guy myself.
Definitely not a Meticulous Archive person.
Pretty low on Shadowy Backstreet, despite the fact that that's the card I probably would put on the battlefield the most.
Yeah.
What? Here we go. Ardent Plea, which is 1 white and blue for a...
Place your bets now, chat. I don't know if people can spend channel points or how we want to do this, but let's put something on the line here. What are we going to get?
Well, we're going to get nothing at the moment because Consign has tagged it. So we've got an enchantment that says Exalted.
Boo.
Also, yeah, I think Commercial District is actually my answer.
That's a great call.
Yeah.
Well, boys,
I forgot about that one, but a great shout out from Oscar Pod there in the chat. Okay, another prediction in the chat. How many Exalted triggers will we see in this game?
I can start an actual prediction.
I think the line might be 0.5, and I'm taking the under currently.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Start prediction.
Sangjun just milled a Spell Snare off this Emery. We are prepared for the transformational sideboard.
Well, hey, when I said those Spell Snares, you dodged them. Not anymore, but not with this plan. And it's funny. Like, I think with closed deck list, right? There's no shot Sangjun keeps in those Spell Snares unless he's seen exactly this gambit being run, on a table near him, which means Takahito has free reign. But as it is, there's still a little bit of suspense around it.
Here we go. Ardent Plea.
Collector's
Oof.
All right, we do have a channel point prediction on whether there will be an exalted trigger.
Update.
You know, it kind of seems like it might. It might happen soon.
I think we're getting at least 2 exalted triggers right here.
Can we stop this collector oof from attacking?
That does seem to be Flame of Anor in Sangjun's hand. So that'll do the job very nicely.
Oh, Flame of Anor, but it's met by a Force of Negation.
Sure. Fetch down there from Sangjun. So one issue with this transformational plan is usually...
Trigger! It
That happened immediately.
Yes! Like, usually Urza Saga in this matchup, it's more of a card you play as soon as possible to get to your Soul Guide Lantern, your Vexing Bubble, or something like that. Here, though, Saga just churning out constructs when there's no living end to worry about and the opponent's trying to play this fair game. That does actually beat the board a lot of the time. So, you know, Sangjun has milled one, but we could even see the hallowed Woodland as Urza Saga trick, which takes a few turns to set up, but does give you this like very powerful kind of sticky threat. Okay,
Who was hating on the mixed strategy here?
Shows you what I know. This is great. This is fantastic.
Welp, here comes a living end.
Living end by collectors, oof.
Well, yeah, like there's an element of risk here, which is kind of thrilling. Although I guess there is an endurance shuffling that graveyard away, but.
All right, so in comes Subtlety, Endurance, and an Ant. There goes your graveyard. Subtlety has to hit the... Is Subtlety optional? It's not, right? So it has to hit the Shardless Agent?
It does, yeah.
Wow, that is goofy. Oh no, choose up to 1 target creature or planeswalker spell. So you could choose not to, but why not fire the missiles again?
Yeah, you have to declare a target, but you can pass. But here is Underworld Breach, which now there's Grinding Station, and there's nothing stopping any of this from happening. So, yeah.
Well, this one took a turn. Are we going to get the same outcome as we did in Game 1, where a surprising Commandeer came? I would enjoy seeing that.
I don't think it's that. So, like, let's say you successfully commandeer Underworld Breach. What can you actually do? I mean, I guess even when it's happening, like you can't cascade on their turn. You can hardcast a Force Negation, but that's a lot of hoops to jump through just to set that up. So I think it's more for star points than anything else. Yeah. No. Escape your endurance, maybe. Yeah, I mean, there's a window now.
All right.
What does Sangjun have? Flame of Anor. I'm drawing
Divination.
2 cards.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so he breached towards the front of his hand. And it looks like, so that's 5, 8, 11. So he'll be a fairly low life level, but it looks like we'll still get one more turn to try and sneak through here.
Yep. Here come the Knuckleheads, taking Sangjun down to 3. And we're going to live...
And yeah, you have to consign...
The phone
just in case. What if Takahito hits the high noon or whatever, right?
Well, even if he hits the living end, that's just going to reverse the creatures, put the Collector Roof back on the battlefield, and the Collector Roof is lethal because of 2 Exalted triggers.
Dear Lord.
All right, slow draw.
I wonder if Takahito has something rolled up. That was my read last turn for some reason.
Yeah, those 2 cards have been in exactly the same positions in his hand, just I think waiting to jump out at a moment's notice. But
all right, Emery. Well, that one can't be forced, so that's fine.
Yeah, but now the Amber's online. Yeah. So there's second Drifting Woodland, it looks like, and we'll have a decent chunk of mana. And is that a Rumble? Is the third card that got milled over there?
Yes.
Okay, so if this breach resolves, we can do the classic thing of like chaining Rumbles a little bit to pad the graveyard, dig for the station to actually make it deterministic, but we need the breach to resolve first.
Well, that wasn't a snap answer. One card in hand, one card in hand. Yeah, people in chat are questioning the decision of how that was tapped.
Yeah, a little careless, but
I wonder if this pause means there's an endurance in hand.
Oh, wait a second. It looks like that has resolved.
okay. Yeah, the pause, like anything that would just straight out counter breach, you obviously would fire it off. But it just seems like a weird spot for a bluff if you just have nothing. So yeah, it would make sense if it's exactly endurance and Takahito is trying to find exactly the right spot to go for that.
All right, now we have to decide what we're rumbling. And we can decline true or
Classic.
false.
Decline, yes.
Is there a 0 there? I mean, you'd have to think a 0 is pretty tasty. No, we're just going to decline and rumble back using the Scion. Now we're out of mana.
Yeah, and when you're doing this Rumble chain, so the Rumble gives you the Scion back, so you're effectively spending just green mana. So if you hit a Mox Opal with Metalcraft, that kind of pays for itself, you get to go again. If you hit Amber while you have Flip Tameo, then that also pays for itself. And then if you have, let's say, just one of the blue legends, and you hit an Amber, you've basically converted a green mana into a blue mana. So at that point, green mana is one of the limiting factors.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, ideally, you find the missing piece fast enough that you don't run out of whatever the thing is. But yeah, but we'll see Mox Opal being escaped here to fire this off again. And it looks like we are missing that third artifact, though, right? Unless, is that a clue on the just towards the bottom? That weird,
No,
like...
that's a storm counter on the bottom.
Storm counter,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so the Opal is not online.
Yeah, I mean, there is Soulgate Lantern in the graveyard, so potentially... Let's see.
You can breach that
Well,
out.
Yeah, there's not quite enough to... Yeah, so there is the Endurance. With Opal on the stack.
Everything else in the graveyard is sorcery speed. I
That's
guess.
right, yeah. So I think... And there's no mana here to escape the consign on the Endurance trigger. So it looks like this will actually stop Sangjun at the relevant moment here. The one card in hand potentially could let him keep going if it's... Though I guess if it's an artifact to turn on Opal, then it's not a spell that can let him keep digging. So with just one card, I don't think there's actually anything there. And yes, well, that will do it. And we'll go to a game 3. Or will we? I guess we can check in on...
yeah, let's find out if we get to watch the
live
top 8
feed.
yet. So let's jump live. We are... I mean, what did you think we were doing?
Oh, we're opening some boosties. Let's
We're
go.
clearly cracking collector's boosters. There's a Greg Beetle thing.
Is that a
Greg
Siege
Beetle,
Rhino
you say?
vehicle?
Yes, there's loot.
Greg
Alright,
Rhino, if you will?
I've seen
There's
enough. We're
loot.
going on to game 3.
Okay.
All right.
So I'm guessing this is the last game of the Swiss rounds that we're going to get to see. We'll skip rounds 11 and 12, which actually aren't uploaded to YouTube yet anyway. And we'll jump into the top 8 right after this is done. But for now, we've got players shuffling, passing through that, blah, blah, blah.
What did you make, I guess, editorially of the decision to broadcast this kind of big open limited tournament as opposed to the actual RC going alongside it?
I mean, I think it's a strange decision. from the perspective of what do you want to show on your channel, I would much rather be watching the RC, but that's what they were showing, so I mean that's what I wound up covering. They do at least post the VODs for the feature matches, but I mean it's just not the same. I'm curious.
I want to be clear that I would much rather be watching the limited.
Now, I will say that I think it was a case of the fact that this tournament landed on pre-release weekend, so they were able to have like this massive pre-release, which I think is cool. I'm glad that they did that. I'm much more into that than if they just had like, you know, week 5 standard that is an established format and then they're showing that instead of the RC for some reason. I'm curious to see what happens next time, because the next regional championship that's coming around, Japan has changed its format. It used to be that there were multiple levels of qualification that you had to go through before you reached the actual RC, and that's the reason why Japan's regional championships are only 250 people. Like, they could fill a 1,200 person event with players who are interested and who won local events if they wanted to, but they have the people who won local events go through an extra round to kind of mill out the chaff, and they're not doing that anymore. So the next Japan Regional Championship is going to be a 1,200 person event, and I'm guessing that that means that we're going to get coverage of that, but I don't know for sure. It'd be strange if they did that and then put all the good players in there and then also didn't show them.
So currently, how many invites are there up for grabs in this tournament? So
in this tournament there are only 16, and I think that some people in the Japan region feel like the reason why they don't get more invites, even though the size of their, you know, Magic playing competitive population is relatively large, like close to the size of Europe's, is because their RC is so small.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because like just based on the number of people who get through stage 1 of the system, you'd expect there to be more. But then if you're going to have the tournament be 250, 300 people, it would be weird to have like 36, 48 invites or whatever. So yeah, maybe it's for the best then.
Yeah. So, I mean, from my personal perspective, I've gotten to see 10 of the 12 rounds of Swiss so far. We're going to see the end of the modern event coming up. So I feel like I got my fill of both tournaments, and I did enjoy watching Limited, so I can't really complain. But I don't know that it's the best use of eyeballs going forward to continue doing it this way.
I guess you didn't have quite the same language barrier here, but Greg, how was it watching like week 1 Aetherdrift sealed with Japanese Aetherdrift cards?
Well, notably, I've been preparing for the Pro Tour.
Of course.
So I actually, I have a good sense of what all the cards do. And I actually didn't watch much of the sealed, but the top 8 draft was pretty exciting.
I enjoyed the top 8 a lot.
The finals was very disappointing, but the 2 matches we got to watch in the top 8 were great, and the draft portion was really great to watch.
Yeah, I turned up just as you were both expressing how utterly underwhelming the end of the finals was.
Yeah, one of the players in the final just had a very quick concession trigger, and so, I mean, I think he was behind in both games, but it wasn't clear to me that he was out of either of them. But he just backed him up. And this was after a couple of real knockdown, drag-out fights.
Yeah, what do you think we're going to get off this agent? Oh, there's an oof.
That's not what I was expecting, but okay, there we go.
I mean, you're not going to not board in the oofs.
That is true, yeah. I hope Sangju didn't want to crack that clue in response.
Well, at least he, like, the oof goes on the stack. He doesn't know if he has to do it now, but I think it would be more fun if you have to do it before the cascade trigger even resolves. And if you place your bet and you get it wrong with that, that's a dead clue you got there, my friend.
That clue is gonna pump up some construct tokens, I think.
That is true.
Yeah, like this might stop any combo plans in the short term, but a pair of constructs and then something like Stalker and Lantern or whatever on the way out, like that's a pretty formidable board that Takahito has to wrath away, which he can with Living End, but he can't guarantee that that's what he actually hits if he cascades.
He could cascade into a high noon and then get crushed. Dom, the play pattern that you're suggesting reminds me of where you like have an Aether Vial on 2 and then activate, and your opponent has to respect that because it could mean a Leonin Arbiter. It's like, oh, okay, I'll crack all my fetches. Okay, great, nothing happens.
Or Thadia, you have to cast your spell.
Yeah, exactly.
Like this, all the complaints people have about the Cascade would vanish instantly if this is how you had to do it instead. If there was actually some suspense over what you were going to hit. I mean, I guess, you know, Bloodbraid Elf is still broken in Standard, and they banned Amp Raptor or whatever. But, yeah, this is how we drew it up initially, you know?
Yeah, you should get to pick 2 or 3 targets out of the opponent's sideboard, and just they have to go in the deck when the game starts. So you have to come and show, here's my options. Which ones do you want me to potentially cascade into?
So there is Soul Guide Lantern, which, interestingly, with the Oof in play, the trigger when it enters can exile 1 card. Looks like it went for the Curative Mysteries. But let's say Takahito does cascade into Living End. The Oof will be in play right up until, you know, everything gets swapped around. And so there'll be no window to actually use that Lantern to exile the rest of everything else. But there really isn't too much there at the moment. So, you know, the Living End would be more of a sweeper than, what it usually is in this deck.
Constructs are currently 5/5s? That's kind of big.
Yeah, 5/5 and counting as well.
Yeah,
every
that's right.
Tamio attack is going to pump them up even further. We've got a second Urza Saga there to add to that count more if we need to. So that basically is lethal, right? Like if Takahito doesn't block, they'll be at 6 from the 3rd clue, and then Saga can make it 7. So that's 14 at least.
There is a world where blocking with this Collector's Oof is an active advantage. It gets it into the same zone. Oh, I guess that doesn't work with the Soul Guide link.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if you can say more about that kind of second stage to qualify, you know, the feeder tournament to get to this one then. You know, details of that.
Yeah, so they're called area qualifiers, and basically there's like one weekend where there's 7 or 8 of them across Japan. There's a couple of big Japanese stores, Herreria and Big Magic, which are kind of like, oh, wait, we're cascading into, drum roll,
Sturdy Silence! Woo!
Oh, well, now we can block with Oof, whatever.
It's just how we do it up.
And those 2 stores are allowed to run, like, direct RCQs, but all of the other local game store all local game store events are really qualifying for the area qualifiers. So then there's like a couple in Korea and some number of them across Japan. And I think that the cutoff for those is relatively generous. Like at a 90 or 100 person event, then like the top 15 or 20 actually make it in. But yeah, there is the second stage that people have to go through. And so it meant that people who reached the regional championship, the Pro Tour invite was obviously the thing that you were playing for, but if you requeued for the RC, then that's like you get to skip some amount of working through the system again in the following season.
So obviously it's always hard to pass exactly how tough these events are or whatever, and it's not the most useful metric, but it does seem like to make it to this tournament at least, you have to prove your chops repeatedly, or it's, I know there are complaints certainly here in Canada, but also in a lot of the states too, about how depending on where you are, you might have some really tough RCQs, or it could just be the easiest thing in the world, and it doesn't feel like an achievement to qualify. Here at least, on some level, everyone in the tournament has cleared that threshold.
Correct. Yeah, that's right.
Not to
We're cascading again, everyone.
Oh, is there even anything left to hit?
There's
second
another
Oof. Let's go.
Do you think there's got to be one living end in the deck, right?
Well, there's one in the graveyard. Sangjun also has a Swan Song. He was ready if Living End was hit.
So no matter what, Takahito is winding up with a 2/2 here.
Yeah, but between Swan Song and Spell Snake, just got perfect coverage on all ends.
But I don't think that Collector Roof is actually a problem, right? Aren't these 3 constructs just gonna win this game right here?
This looks lethal to me.
I mean, barring any kind of brazen borrower style effect, but even that is just delaying the inevitable at this point.
Herkel's recall incoming? Is that is that in the sideboard? Yeah, we came into this thinking we might see a living end fair win with its sideboard plan, but it looks like we're going to see a breach fair win.
Here's another nice question here. So I love how at the top they have the skull icon for poison count, I believe, which, given the current state of Modern, I would be surprised if that is ever non-zero at any point throughout the weekend today. But are we setting the line at 0.5 or where's it going?
I saw some hype for a hammer deck that was doing okay in the early stages of the USRC.
Good news.
Yes.
It looks like we are going to have the top 8. But since you mentioned it, I'm going to jump back over here real quick and point out, Dom, I don't know if you were watching during the limited rounds. There's actually also a speed counter that they put on the draft coverage.
Oh, nice.
Which I thought was
that's
pretty
heads up. Yeah.
Pretty nice. All right, so we are going to get down to the top 8. Let's see if we have the bracket.
Let's do it.
All right, I think with the top 8 starting, I'm going to sign off and leave the two of you to cover the top 8. I assume that is the plan.
That's fine with me. If that's good for you, Greg, then I thank you for your companionship during this. I had a lot of fun covering the Limited.
Absolutely. That was a blast covering Limited. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Be sure to check out System Magic, where you can hear me stream 4 times a week with Andrew Ellenbogen. And,
oops. I didn't realize that my System Magic command actually called out Andrew by name. Oops.
Wow.
Totally fine. All good. It is true. Andrew does stream 4 times a week. But yeah. Wow, sometimes on it. I guess that's technically true. But
well, I mean,
yeah.
Greg, I mean, crossing the streams, Greg is sometimes on Andrew's stream, even from Japan. So
that's true.
Yeah, from other dimensions. But yeah, Greg's stream is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, I will stick around and listen to some of this top 8. So
excellent.
I'll be sure to comment in the chat. But good luck, and I hope everything goes well.
Cheers. Thank you. All right, guys, let me get the quarterfinal deck lists ready. So we're like 10-ish minutes behind live, which is fine with me. We'll catch that up pretty quickly.
We'll catch up, and I assume they'll have some kind of break between successive rounds after that.
Yes. I should point out that we are going to see quarters, probably just one match, and then semi-1, semi-2 final. The semifinals are played consecutively.
Nice. So you said top 16 qualifies, is that right?
Yes.
And looking here, thinking about potential pass down. So Noah Ma, of course, already qualified. Riku Kumagai, frequent name on the Japanese pro scene. I was told that he actually did re-qualify with this finish. I don't know if anyone can fact check that, but so I don't think there's an extra invite there. But potentially top 17 is where we're looking at.
Yeah,
on those terms.
There might be one more. I'm not sure if Kenta is the person we're about to watch is already qualified.
I don't know.
Okay, let me tweet really quick, and then I will be 100% ready.
Perfect. Yeah, some other occasional names that you see there. So Takumi Utsunomiya in 11th. One of the early Bridgevine pioneers before Hogak was a glint in What's His Eye, and then we have Shintaro Ishimura, I think, maybe the most exciting name there.
Did he make it playing Mill?
It made it into 10th. Yeah,
that's
so
awesome.
No top 8, but got the invite. So yeah, Riser for any old school Moto fans out there, known as one of the the Japanese, going back a while, had this reputation for quite creative, out of the box deck building, and I don't know how much of that has persisted over time, but certainly he is one of the best examples of that of his generation. So
yeah,
good to see him back in the saddle with. I mean, Mill is like a known archetype, right? And it doesn't seem like his list is doing anything too extraordinary, but I mean, just playing Mill itself and qualifying with it is
That's an
already
achievement. Yeah.
That's an achievement, and there are people out there who, I mean, Mill has stronger soldiers than basically any other archetype. Like, they are going to be losing their minds over this. So good day for them, wherever they are.
All right, so we are going to see a heavyweight fight here in the quarterfinals. We've got Riku Kumagai, who has 11 top 8s and 2 wins to his name. He won 2 GPs and has a couple of top 8s at, like, especially during the set championships over COVID. A true master. He is always impressive to watch. And he's playing against Kenta Masakado, who has had amazing amount of success here in specifically this tournament. He's top 8 at 3 of the last 4 that he's attended and did win one. Often playing control decks in Standard and in Pioneer. Like Black X control decks, kind of trying to grind the opponent out, and not surprisingly, he's trying to do the same thing here in Modern, playing the sewer deck. So we saw him on stream a little bit ago, flicker wisping and getting his Overlord action on. Meanwhile, it looks like Riku is playing the Breach deck and has elected to go Grape Shot plus Jace main. Kind of interesting. I guess at the expense of like one of the preordains or something.
Yeah, so this is an interesting choice in its own right, because ideally you could just economize, have only one slot for the narrow win condition.
Yeah.
You most often Thassa's Oracle in a lot of lists. But increasingly you have even stuff like main deck surgical extraction popping up here and there, but even just like the Soul Guide Lanterns, right? The idea of I mill over my one Oracle or whatever it is to my Emery, or I see it with a Rumble and I'm forced to take it over the card I actually want, because if it gets exiled, that's game over. You just get a lot more freedom to not lose to stuff like that if you have the second win con. But the one Oracle already kind of sucks to draw, and you kind of want those two cards to be different because for surgical, exactly, right? Like 2 Oracles versus 1 against surgical doesn't help you. So you kind of need them to be different. And at that point, Jace plus Grape Shot is actually the nicest split, because Grape Shot, in theory, it has more general utility, right? You can play some of your zeros, and then Grape Shot down some creatures, but the spots do come up where you Grape Shot your win con, but they just have too much life, or it's too far down in your deck, or you can't cast it enough times to get the storm count you need. So all of them have like these edge cases, and kind of Jace the same deal. But if you have 2, then Jace plus Grape Shot makes a lot of sense, because those are the 2 most flexible ones, and those are the 2 you want. Now, funny enough, Thassa's Oracle, now that Flame of Venor is a big thing in a lot of Breach sideboards, it being a wizard is actually like a decent tiebreaker there.
Yes.
But even with that in mind, I think I'm not sure how many people were brave enough to just play like the one Jace over Oracle main deck, but if you have 2, this split makes a whole lot of sense. So I do like to see that.
How do you feel about Kenta's decisions in this Orzhov deck? Actually, now that I'm looking at it, I don't think we saw this exact list earlier, because I don't remember seeing this one Enduring Innocence, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a nice little card for the grindy matchups, which this isn't by default, but can be one if you can shut their combo lines off. But nothing too out of the ordinary. I would say, if anything, the most notable feature actually is a bunch of main deck Bowmasters. That's a card which you kind of assume would be in a deck like this, and to start out with, it was a staple, but just got cut away over time as people realized that, like, who is trying to play a reactive game and draw a bunch of cards right now? Like, that isn't really happening, and you kind of want more focused tools for the energy decks at one end and then the combo decks on the other. So this list still putting a lot of faith in that card. And then sideboard wise, it doesn't look like they're showing those right away.
Yeah, it's down here. I can go look at
down here. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, all of that pretty standard, I think. And usually in the Breach versus Blink matchup, game 1, I would say is fairly favored for Breach, just because a lot of these cards in the main deck don't really do anything. In the sideboard, though, basically all of these cards do something against Breach, right?
Yeah.
So Aven Interrupter, Spell Bomb, Stony Silence, which, again, a little bit of an anti-synergy, but if you've got both in play, you'll take that, right?
Yes.
And then Wrath of the Skies, Thoughtseize, and even the White Orchid Phantoms, right? Like the Breach deck has maybe one basic a lot of the time, and they have lands like Saga, Shifting Woodland that you're keen to kill, and so you can the first Phantom trigger can be relevant, and then every additional Phantom trigger is just Strip Mine essentially. So so many of these cards can be relevant that you're going to see a lot of pretty drastic sideboarding changes potentially.
All right, we're shuffling up, about to get down to our quarterfinal match. There's Riku. Riku had a pretty funny stat that I calculated once, that in his GP victories, he's like, if you look at number of players in the tournaments he won divided by number of tournaments he won, so like number of players that he's vanquished per GP victory, he ranks the highest all time. Like the two that he won were both like 4,000 person events.
Oh, nice. So yeah, so this was back in the days of these. I know the US had like some of the GP Vegases and stuff. Back when we had these giant GPs, Riku just won several of those.
Yeah,
that was kind of nice.
Yeah, he won one in Tokyo that was like the largest event outside of the United States ever.
My favorite Riku anecdote is that when I was doing PT fantasy drafts like many years ago, they had one where they just picked a roster entirely at random, and their random pick in like round 6 or whatever, because no one knew who this person was Riku Kumagai, who I don't think did great in that particular tournament, but has annihilated so many tournaments since then that maybe the RNG knew something we didn't back then.
All right, both players tanking. Riku's got a card pulled up, so I'm wondering if that means that he's on 6. I didn't get a good look to see if there was a mulligan die. Oh, Dom, that reminds me, I don't know if I ever posted a link directly to Twitch chat. Do you have it? Or should I add that to the to Discord?
Oh, for the Melee?
No, well, I'm just saying for the chat in my channel.
Oh, sorry, I don't follow.
Oh, just that, I mean, right now, I'm assuming that you're watching via the Discord stream?
Yes.
So
but I do have the chat open as well.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. That.
Okay, yes.
If you do not have access to that chat, I can give you the direct link.
I love you too, Yellow Kilos, and also the rest of you, I think.
All right, skip forward to where we actually begin this quarterfinal match. The advantage of being slightly behind. This was always my dad's strategy. Oh, we could pause here. So it looks like we've got Marsh Flats and a Boggart Trawler as our 2 lands, and then maybe a Cling to Dust. I don't know what this card is.
That's Fatal Push, right?
Oh yeah, it's definitely a Fatal Push. You're correct. Fatal Push.
Yeah.
Emperor and Bowmasters. Good morning, Bosch. Welcome. You've come at the right time. We're just about to start the top 8.
Looks like a second Emperor being put back.
Yeah.
So that is Bosch Wars, although I enjoy the idea this is actual Bosch Iron Golem joining us from Denmark here in Twitch chat.
All right, so we lead on Wooded Foothills, Bauble, Mox Opal. That very well may be a YouTube thing, AJ. I'm curious. It seems to be. I could like force max quality. I don't know if that's actually a good idea or not. Maybe I want to go down one because it might be interfering with the.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically like us watching a YouTube video on Discord that then is being fed into Streamlabs or something, right? So
yeah, that's right.
A lot of places for things to get glitchy in there, but seems to be going okay so far. So yeah, pretty busy turn 1 from Riku, and fundamentally this is like the big strength of the Breach deck on a very abstract level. It's just you do so much stuff. You have so many 0s and 1s, and Emery, technically not a 1, but in practice often will be a 1. And you when your cards are also cheap, it's easier to recover from mulligans, disruption, removal. If your opponent's got a bit of a clunky start, you just do a lot of things before they get their ducks in a row. How many of those things actually matter is another question, right? And sometimes you do a lot and you're just spinning your tires without doing anything, but Historically, if you look at a lot of the, most broken decks in their formats, it's a lot of really good cheap cards and cheap payoffs.
Well, if you want to talk about clunky starts, I mean, I feel like that's going to be true of any Aether Vial deck in the year 2025. You're not really set up to do much until you've gotten a chance for those things to tick up.
Yeah, I know there's some debate over whether there should even be an Aether Vial deck. Like, maybe that's, the relic of the past holding the deck back a little bit. Which, I don't know, like, that card at its best is still incredibly impressive, but it does feel like watching this deck in action, most of the time it's winning just by its spells lining up in the right way, and not necessarily because, like, having Vial on turn 1 is giving you that extra flexibility.
Mm-hmm. And the fact that it can't really Vial in any ones is kind of frustrating. Oh, I can give you top 8 deck lists. 1 second.
Yeah. So top 8 here is 2 Grinding Breach, Eldrazi Ramp, Boros Energy, 2 Black-White Blink, a Jesla Control, and a Belcher deck.
Yeah, I'll throw the link to the Melee page in chat if you want to see even beyond the top 8 or whatever. You can check out the standings and see the deck lists there. You might have to click back to round 12. I don't know if the decks are actually there on the quarterfinals at the moment. Alright, so Tamiyo plus Haywire Might versus Godless Shrine. Considering our hedge maze. And we're going to top it. That card becomes the draw off of Mishra's Bauble as Kenta takes his turn. Alright, well, certainly on game actions, Kenta has been obliterated, but it's not clear that Riku has made that much progress yet.
Yeah, and Riku keen to get the Bauble trigger in now, just knowing there's a lot of main deck Bowmasters. Don't want to, and want to see one of them coming down here. In post-Cyborg games, it's kind of interesting if you think Thoughtseize is coming in and you're playing around one, exposes you more to the other, but for now, makes sense to do it this way. Kenta gets to shoot down a mostly irrelevant for now Haywire Might for free. If there's a Black Overlord being impended in the future, it's nice to get the Might out of the way. But so a decent trade for Kenta. Not really just directly messing up Riku's plans, but Riku doesn't seem to have much in the way of a plan right now. There is Breach, but no Grinding Station, and I guess we could try chaining Emery. Let's see. So
it feels like a Breach right now is unlikely to go anywhere. I wonder if we're just going to crack a clue and try to figure something out next turn.
Maybe. Although with the Shifting Woodland, it does actually make it a lot easier to just go again so
that's true. That is very true.
I don't know if that was the tiebreaker for Riku, but it certainly makes it feel a lot safer.
Alright, 3 cards exiled, and here comes the Watcher in the Lock. Oh, someone in chat asks who I am. Well, you're on my channel, so you should probably know. I'm Adam of the ELO project, AJLVI on anything that has usernames.
All right, and that's lethal right here. Just don't want to cut you off, but the Emery milled over Grinding Station and the Marks, and that's the ball game right there.
Well, we can pass through some game actions then. So here's Mox coming in, Station coming in. Now is Kenta going to make Riku go through this?
Yeah, I mean this is, I assume, was open deck list, still is, and so
absolutely.
Yeah, like no way Riku can actually fizzle from here, but I don't know if there's a certain form of etiquette around that sort of thing in Japan compared to the US.
I think I've seen people go through it in game 1 a fair amount. So
okay.
We've milled the Grape Shot, so there goes Opal number 2. We can't hold on to that anymore. Now we're starting to try to keep track of Storm, but we're a little late. We've played like 5 Mox Opals, a Breach, an Emery.
Yeah, I was doing a quick scan of the list to see if there's like some random Ferry Macabre or something, which they have to be careful of. But yeah, there's nothing here that actually will stop Riku. So this is just going through the motions. I do know that, for example, a lot of Japanese players they'll do the thing of like counting their sideboard face down just to show you that it's 15 or whatever, which basically no one outside of Japan does. And I always wonder if at a tournament where a Japanese player is playing against someone from Europe or the States who isn't doing that, like, is there some feeling that there's some like breach of etiquette there, or is it just understood to be some kind of a cultural thing at this point?
I lean towards the latter. I don't think it's bad form not to do it, and sometimes you don't see people do it on camera here, but it is kind of a sign of respect, like in a specific language that only some players in certain regions have.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, to get to the question from the chat then, since I would think this is fair to say this is downtime at this point.
Yeah. All right, finally the grape shot seems to be going on in the stack, and then we're going to grape shot again and win the game.
Yeah, so Dracos asks, if not number of games played or tested, what edges would you say the players who already have made the PC prior have in requalifying, the way that someone like Riku is here? Would it be having a team available, quality of testing? I mean, yes to both of those to some extent. I think often, and again, keen for any input on, if you know details here, but I think even the people who are like fairly well established will have a different kind of a set of people they work with for like RC level events versus the PTs, where often it's a lot more kind of fluid in terms of who's working with who and so on. And a lot of people just prepare mostly by themselves, right? It's like if I think this format in particular, where you kind of know what the existing good decks are, and it's hard to go wrong if you have a good build of Breach, let's say. Easy to just kind of lock in, play a bunch by yourself with some trusted companions with Breach, and then feel good about your process there. But more generally, so part one of the question was why there's so many PC players always qualifying. What makes you wonder how differently they practice, or what else they're hiding from us trying to break onto the scene? I mean, I don't think there's a ton in terms of like long-term secrecy, process-wise or whatever. Like, I mean, ultimately, we're all still playing the same game, mostly on the same platforms. A lot of it is just about using your prep time well, or like having a good intuition for what things are good. And then if you're picking up a deck, maybe you don't need as many reps now because you have a lot of those reps in the past, or like you've reached a level where you can get to the point you need with fewer reps, and your intuition is going to be a little bit more reliable. So at a certain stage, it's almost like the rich get richer, because the people like Riku and so on can kind of shortcut a lot of the grunt work that goes into preparation for a lot of people. Yeah, Bo. So notable players in the top 8. You're watching the most notable one here on the right in Riku Kumagai. You're back on the PC, and you're back in yet another top 8 here. Adam mentioned Kenta Masukado on the other side, our Blink player, who you said top 8 of 3 of the last 4 RCs like this, including a win. So a pretty solid record in their own right.
And then the other person in the top 8 that I recognize is Noah Ma, who was
yes
in the MPL.
Top 8'd PC MH3 a few months ago. So keen to see what kind of drip Noah has brought to proceedings this weekend. Known for his flamboyant dress.
All right, it looks like Riku has made his decisions, and it looked like Kenta was siding out the Aether Vials.
Yeah.
As a way to make room for all of these other sideboard cards that look pretty good in this matchup.
It makes sense on a lot of levels. So firstly, the game's going a lot longer, so you kind of don't need the like weird tempo boost of Aether Vial as much. And then also, just if the game's going longer, you're more likely to draw one later, and it's going to be a dead draw. Also, it doesn't play that well with a lot of your sideboard cards, which aren't features. And then also, if you're boarding in a double-digit number of cards, right, something has to come out, and most of your cards are like pretty generically good. So something has to give somewhere, and Vial is kind of expendable. And especially if you're boarding a Stony Silence, don't want to get that shut off. Boarding in Wrath of the Skies, don't want to blow that up. So, your kind of super weapons also create some collateral damage if you leave the vials in.
Yeah. All right. Well, our buffer is quickly lessening as we get a nice bit of sideboarding before game number 2 here. The players now are counting to 60.
So we can... Oh, we're almost live, right? So we can't actually just cut straight to game 2?
Yeah, I'm trying to cut to game 2 somewhat carefully, but... Alright, so wait, here's Kenta's opening hand. So, is that a Boggart Trawler? I can't quite see it, but then I think that's a Fatal Push Witch Enchanter. That's another Witch Enchanter.
On the other side, yeah.
Yeah, and the Bowmaster. So this hand does approximately nothing.
Yeah, this is lands and spells, but where's it getting you, right? And I think it would be easy to keep that just because like it gives the appearance of like doing stuff, but I think it's probably a discipline choice to mulligan. And then on the other side, we got Breach Station rolled up, got a few lands, and then also have the Jace, which it's kind of nice in a sense to draw a win condition, have it protected from random stuff that could happen. But Jace in particular, if it's a matchup like this, sometimes just casting Jace is actually a pretty good spot. But Riku's gonna mulligan too. Interesting.
Yeah. Looking for something a little bit more explosive, I'm guessing. Find some 0s and 1s.
I mean, that hand, you have the turn 3 kill with any 0.
Yeah,
which
that's
is
true.
Fast enough. I think that was a Flame of an Ore maybe in the middle as well. There was some card which didn't quite look like a land, but I don't see anything else it could be. So if that's the case, I'm kind of shocked that he...
Wait, what happened?
He mulliganed, but...
Literally, what happened? Alright, so hold on a second. Let me get myself back to where I was. The tab refreshed. Alright, so here we go. This is Kenta's second hand. My bad, sorry chat. Pause. So it looks like we've got Bowmaster, Overlord, Stony Silence, Spellbomb,
Push, and then two MDFC, so Witch Enchanter and Boggart Trawler. So that is actually lands and spells, despite appearances.
Yep. And some pretty good lands and spells at that. Kind of a non-bow to have both the Stony Silence and the Spellbomb, but one card has to go below decks.
Yeah, I mean, definitely going to keep this. There's some debate, I think, over what you do put back, but... And then on the other side, is that, I think, Nature's Claim, Unholy Heat, Breach. Mox Amber, 2 other lands, I think 2 fetches, and Urza Saga. So, yeah, no complaints about that hand
this
at all.
Might be a Shifting Woodland here, actually.
Okay. Yeah, that would make sense. See that greenish border.
And it looks like he's considering dropping the Mox Amber? Uncertain.
Someone saying double Shifting Woodland, maybe?
I think that was in the first hand that was mulliganed.
Oh, okay. That is something that could make that a mulligan, yes. Because the spells were pretty good, but if the lands don't cooperate, then sure.
Alright, so now Kenta will start taking 3s to play his spells. And we're going to start with the Black Source. Interesting. So that would suggest, I guess, holding up Fatal Push for a Tamhail or Emery or something. I guess Emery isn't Fatal Pushable. I guess general, a general feeling that your life total doesn't really matter.
Yes, it only matters against exactly Urza Saga, and you have a lot of ways in the deck and also in this hand to kind of contest that.
I guess, I mean, Riku is playing Grape Shot instead of, as the, like, primary win condition, but...
Yes, that is true. If they're fully going off, unlikely to matter, but
right.
Don't let yourself get punked out of nowhere by, a manual Grape Shot in a game like this.
Alright. Overlord finds Failure.
Yeah, so that's really the defining combo of the deck, and ideally if you have all of it, you want to curve turn 2 Failure into turn 3 Overlord, but the nice thing about it is if you don't have the Felia yet, the Overlord has decent odds of finding that, or a Flicker Wisp, or something to get that chain going.
Okay, so it looked like Riku started with Shifting Woodlands and the Mishra's Bauble. And Kenta did elect to start with the Overlord instead of the Stony Silence. I think the Spell Bomb was the card that was put back down. Riku fetches Steam Vents, making it 17-14. And here's Tamiya.
Okay, interesting. So Kenta, we didn't flag up Cut Down as a card that he would bring in, but it makes some amount of sense given that against the enablers, so Tamiyo and Emery, Cut Down always hits those. So it's basically strictly better than Fatal Push there because, as you flagged up, Fatal Push often won't kill Emery unless you have like a fetch land or something. The downside is against Urza Saga, the game is about that. Fatal Push is much more reliable.
Yeah.
But if you decide you only want like a sprinkling of removal, it makes sense to have Cut Down for those, and then ideally your flicker effects and so on can like clean up the constructs.
Right. You have some other late game plays against the constructs if the game is going in that direction.
Yeah.
Okay, so Kenta has some decisions here. He has Spell Bomb, he has Fatal Push, he has Stony Silence, he has Failure. But I don't think he has a third mana source, so he can't have it all. If he's gonna play Failure, he can't play any of these sorcery speed hate cards.
Yeah, and I think this is a pretty common decision of maybe you're tight on lands, and so you have to choose. You deploy your good hate card, do you try and develop your board a bit more? I think just based on Riku Mulligans, doesn't have too much going on just yet. I think Kenta could take the risk of just passing with Feeder up, but this play kind of splits the difference. So yeah, we remove the Tamiyo, which can create this advantage over time, and deploy the Spell Bomb, so we're protected from some things that could happen, manual breaches and such. So I think that was a productive turn. I don't hate doing that either.
Ooh. I could see being worried about playing the Stony Silence into the open green mana and getting it Nature's Claimed, but the fact that that didn't happen meant that Riku was clear to just Nature's Claim the Overlord directly.
Yeah, it's a little awkward too because the Nature's Claim is so cheap that at some point, if Riku has everything lined up ready to go, you can find a spare green mana at some point and just attack the Stony Silence, get it out of the way.
Yeah.
So good turn from Riku though. So Urza Saga, which you flagged up as potentially a strong threat in itself, and Emery, which held in check a little bit by the Spell Bomb, but ideally you want to be getting a card back from the Spell Bomb. You want to be exiling important stuff and not just a Mishra's Bauble or whatever. So we'll see how highly Kenta values that. There's nothing better to do.
This does feel like the kind of game where you attempt to control the opponent with the mana that you have, and when that fails, the fact that you made no progress kind of leaves you sitting in the water until you die.
Yes. And the Blink deck is a little mana light in its own right, but it's a lot clunkier than something like the Breach deck, and so this is a pretty common occurrence that kind of happens. So Kenta breaks the Spell Bomb now. I think really hoping to find that third land, which he does, and it's Martial Arts, so that's perfect. And now has the follow-up choice of which of these really good 2-drops do I play.
Yeah.
Cracking main phase, which I probably suggests the Stony Silence. And so the hope now is, okay, the first Nature's Claim has been dealt with. Riku doesn't have a ton of cards like that, so probably the Stony is safe, and then as long as we can clean up these constructs, we should be good to go. And there's a weird interplay of White Orchid Phantom. Okay, so that that just deals with the Saga right now. There's kind of an interesting back and forth with Saga and Philia, because when Philia attacks, if there's a construct in play, you can just target that, get it out of the way. But if you're passing with Saga up, you can end-terminate the construct, untap, make another one, and then attack with the first one, and kind of flood the board all in one go. Also, if Philia is attacking, and you just have open mana with the Saga, after Philia has declared a target, you can try and ambush it in combat with the construct. So
the new one,
the timing kind of gets a bit wonky, but Phantom, good way to clean up all of that too. And the one basic, I'll check it's the one basic. Basic mountain suggests maybe there's a second.
Yeah, let's take a quick look.
Okay, there is a basic island, which something of a rarity. You don't often see the second basic, but Riku has it.
Emery connects for 1? Is that what just happened? Kenta goes to 14.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look. Wait, wasn't Kenta at like 14 already?
The Nature's
Claim.
Claim.
13.
Yeah, the Nature's Claim gave him some life. So he's done 9 to himself, got 4 back up to 15, and now just took 1 to 14.
This Saga is follow-up Saga threatening to be a big problem.
Yes.
And Philia's going to come down end turn.
All right, Kenta untaps. He's got Interrupter at the very least as a disruption spell.
That's nice. And also, currently, no artifacts in play, so the construct won't be big enough to trade with Philia, which means Kenta can still just attack with no fear here. I guess there's a double block potential, which you don't want to be blocking, or you don't want to be flickering the Emery to get it out of the way, so you still want to be able to like tag something if you're attacking, but
this would be a great time to just draw an Overlord. Makes your decisions so much easier.
Yeah, another Phantom would be nice. Okay, Thoughtseize going to kick things off. Even more damage, self-inflicted by Kenta.
Yes. All right, we'll get some idea as to what Riku is working with. I've lost track of what's in Kenta's hand, but I know there's Bowmasters there, I know there's even Interrupter there, and I believe there's another Philia. Which will be convenient because this one has been burned by Unholy Heat.
Yes. So that trade is going to work out nicely for Kenta. And yeah, Thoughtseize snags the Underworld Breach that was being tucked away. Now there is, again, Shifting Woodland, so can threaten to reassemble the Breach stuff at any moment here.
But for now, we're going to make a couple of 2/2s. Well, 1/1 now, but just you wait.
And I've lost track of if...
Oh, now the Bowmasters has a target.
Yes. That's very nice. So I lost track of if Riku still has the Surveil land, the Hedge Maze, left in the deck, but that would be a nice fetcher. You want a second green source anyway to turn on the...
Yeah, and the answer is yes.
But shields are kind of down again. So it does cost a lot of mana to turn Woodland into Breach, but we got 5 right here. If Riku's getting, Mox Amble, Mox Opal or Mox Amber, that could do it too. So if Riku just draws, a Rumble, another Emery or something, or, obviously Grinding Station would be very nice. All of this could just spell game over in a flash.
Alright, here's the Surveil. Riku on 0 cards in hand. So he's got some work to do. Does he have anything that he can Emery back? I don't even think so, right?
Not yet, no.
No, the graveyard is Saga, Misty Rainforest, and then like Heat, Breach or something?
Yes. So Surveil and the draw means... Oh, wait.
Grinding Station is going to get flipped over.
That's... Yeah, well, that's perfect, right? Because now that gives him Delirium, if he didn't have it already. And so, yeah, now Saga gets Amber. That's 6 total. Woodland turns into Breach. Escape Station to start, and yeah, that's it, right?
It looks like that's it. so let's play this out. Saga gets Amber, which is a Mox Sapphire at the moment. Now 2 GG. There's one colorless mana floating. That's what that die represents. And it does say Mulito on it. No color. Alright, so let's just put 6 mana in the mana pool. One, two, three, grinding station. Not even playing it through Emery.
Yeah, and I think Kenta did still have a few cards in hand, but going to do the quick check again. I don't think any of them
are free. Yeah, I don't think so either.
Yeah. No surgical, fairy macabre, anything like that. So yeah. I think kind of going to make Riku shut the door, but I do think that's about to happen. Going to have our first semi-finalist.
So now 3 cards are needed to bring Mox Amber back. When it comes back, 3 cards get milled to the grinding station, so we get to just mill through our deck. Each time the Mox Amber comes back, it taps for blue. So we'll just keep track of how much blue mana we've made. I guess there's been just one spell cast besides that, right? The grinding station itself.
Yeah, and yeah, as soon as Mox Opal, God, there we go again, is milled, you can kind of stagger it so you have Opal and Amber in play if you want red for Grape Shot, or you saw the Jace milled there as well, so all roads lead to Rome here.
Yeah, getting lots of blue is good enough. Once Riku hits the bottom of his library, he can play the Jace plus on himself, and that will do it. So I'll go a little bit quicker. We'll see how far Kenta's willing to let this go. Apparently 7 is enough to convince Kenta to concede, and this one goes to Riku in 2 games.
Yeah, so, I mean, incredible streak continues for Kenta.
Yes.
Very, very impressive indeed, but Riku will be moving on with a shot to win the tournament. Is it 2 world slots up for grabs?
There are 2 world slots up for grabs. So
okay.
This is a very impactful semifinals that are coming up. And actually, we're going to just go straight up live, because when we jump to live, it looks like we just have please wait a minute. So I'm curious, let me check on Melee if all of the quarterfinals have finished. Oh, perfect timing. Okay, with that said, I need 60 seconds to get more water, so I'm going to pause this. I'm going to run a 1-minute ad, and then we'll come back and watch the first of the 2 semifinals. Does that sound good to you, Dom?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, excellent. Then be right back, chat.
Do I also have to watch it? No, but I think out of a sense of solidarity, I might watch it anyway.
I love you. Love you. There's brownies in this bag.
Ooh, nice timing on my part. I come back with 3 seconds left. Does Dom have to watch the ad? I think the answer to that is no, because Dom is watching on Discord. He's not watching the live stream. He's not watching on Twitch. I need to be streaming this to him that way, so that when I pause it, it doesn't cause chaos. Sometimes, if we were just watching it live, we would just watch YouTube individually, and we could just like sync up after each round, and that would not tax my computer so much. But yeah, I'm sending this feed in 2 different places basically. Okay, so we are about to get down to the semifinals here of the regional championships in Chiba, Japan. First of the Japanese RCs for 2025. We are watching Modern, and we are about to play the two matches that matter the most. We've already decided the 16 Pro Tour spots, though I don't know exactly who's got them. I don't know who's qualified already, so I don't know how many pass downs there were. Definitely one. There might have been another one. I'm not sure. But in any case, we're about to play the two matches that decide who is going to the World Championship. So once we see who the players are, we will get the deck lists ready. I'm not sure if we're going to continue to follow Riku or if we're going to go to the other side of the bracket. My guess is that we're going to follow Riku, especially if he winds up playing against Noah Ma, but I'm not sure. In any case, I do want to say thank you to all of you in chat who are following along with me. It's not as bad as yesterday. Yesterday I was streaming until 6 a.m. Today it's only 1:20 at the moment, or 1:10 at the moment here in New Jersey, but I do enjoy doing late night coverage, especially as I'm kind of the only person that is insane enough to stay up late to do this English commentary, but I really enjoy doing it, and I'm glad that you're along for the ride with me. It is
No, it's always fun, and yeah, I know there's often some like co-streams of various coverage and stuff, but it seems like the Japanese coverage is in exactly like the wrong time slot for that to happen, because now it's bad for most of the Europeans and also for anyone on like East Coast US.
So I made the decision in 2019 when I had way more free time and energy than I do now. I was 5 years younger than I am, that it would be an interesting thing to do, that like I was willing to do it. So if someone was going to do it, I was willing to be the guinea pig to see what would be entailed in getting it done. And I also have passing knowledge of Japanese, so I have a little bit more expertise to be able to figure out what's going on with the stream.
I mean that is also another tough bar to clear for a lot of people, right? Like how many of the few people who are up doing those hours actually speak Japanese and speak English, but are not like involved in the tournament in some other capacity?
Right. The other thing about it is that like I've been interested in coverage, but like I don't know if I'm not pushy enough to try to like get myself into any coverage in an official capacity, so I decided it would be a path of least resistance to just make my own opportunities, and it's just a lot of fun, and I'm thrilled that other people get to see these tournaments that wouldn't be able to see them anyway in any other way, so it's just like win-win for everybody. So I mean people in chat saying they appreciate me doing it, that's great, but I also appreciate you that you're willing to hang out and watch these events with us. It's especially good the weeks where it's like Japan happens and then the week after that is the US, so you get people who are curious about the metagame for other reasons. But in any case, I think the events are just cool in their own rights, and I do also agree that Japanese coverage is great.
We do kind of have that again, where we have the first US RC in Portland this weekend, but then also in a few weeks we have Charlotte. So
that's right.
I'm kind of keen to see, and maybe I could enlist your help with this question of, for the people who play both US RCs, who in theory are the most like invested, committed players, how the metagame among them changes between Portland and Charlotte.
That is a really interesting question. And that gets at something that Fencing Brick was asking in chat. Will there be a data scraping stream for this round of RCs? So the answer is yes. I often do a stream with Jarvis Yu a couple days after the US regional championships to examine the deck lists and try to like learn a few things. I'm curious about like these couple random flex slots in the Orzhov and the teamer lists that are not, they don't look like they're set in stone, and people are making pretty crazily different decisions about them. So yes, there will be a data scraping stream for this round of RCs, and it should be next Thursday, I think. The main problem is I'm going to be dead tired after doing coverage. Like, I've been on the air for, I don't know, about 20 hours this weekend. B, tomorrow is the Super Bowl, so I'm kind of accounted for then, so that's some work time that I was going to use to get data together. So I think later this week is doable, so I'm going to try to keep myself to a Thursday deadline. But then to your question, Dom, interesting to see now that the US is 2 different RCs and some people play in both. That would be a cool question to consider for the post Charlotte data science stream. So I will I'll make a mental post-it, and we'll check in on that question.
Nice.
When the time comes. All right, let me jump to live because we're still waiting for this to start. The Japanese coverage has made the decision to play the 2 semifinals consecutively rather than concurrently. So we are going to see both of them. It's not like we're going to jump to the other. We're not even going to see the other one time walk or whatever. 2 people are off eating ramen right now, and then they will play Magic for our entertainment in 30-45 minutes.
Wait, so... Sorry, could you say that again?
Yeah, so we're watching semifinal number 1 right now. The other 2 semifinalists are not playing right now. They're going to be on camera after this. So,
okay, yes.
So we're not going to miss any Magic. I am still waiting to figure out who we are watching, so as soon as I know, I will get the deck lists to you, and we'll analyze the matchup a little bit. But I actually do not know who we are seeing. I mean, I guess I know it's not Riku. Alright, someone's playing Blink.
A very shiny Blink deck. This is Masataka Hori, the other Blink player, against... Okay, Hiroki Kageyama.
Alright, so let me pause for 1 second.
Belcher.
Oh,
Right.
I think we were seeing Belchers on in the coverage, getting prepared for this.
Yeah.
Alright, so let me get Masataka Hori.
Oh, this also is being posted to YouTube?
Yes.
Huh, okay.
And he is playing against Hiroki Kageyama. Do you have any Belcher experience, Dom?
More so against it than with it, but
Yeah.
it is the kind of deck I take an interest in, yeah.
Deck lists like this. Alright, so let me go like this briefly, close the quarterfinal lists, bring up the semifinal lists, and we can take a look at the flex cards here in Masataka's list. Anything out of the ordinary?
Nothing
Nice.
too strange, like a
Pretty
full
stock.
4 ephemerate.
Mhm.
I think those numbers sometimes jump around a bit. I think is that 4 flicker wisp too?
Yep.
3.
Oh, it's 3. It's 3.
Numbers a little small here on mine, but either way, that's a decent number of flicker wisp, and that's one of the better cards in this matchup. As it happens, just you flicker an MDFC, especially one that has instant or sorcery on the front side, like Singer to Super, just deal with that permanently, or
Yeah.
flickering your own stuff as well. So that's really nice. And then in the sideboard, yeah, this list is pretty nicely set up here. So the fall for White Orchid Phantom between main and board.
Yep. Yeah, those are quite good.
Distraction, Even Interrupter, and 3 Thoughtseize. So no Stony Silence, one of the better cards, but has most of the other stuff that you would want in this matchup, I think. And then the Belcher list.
Yeah, let's take a look. I think we can even zoom in on this one because it's only 3 rows. You love to see that.
So yeah, this is pretty classic Belcher. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. 3 Spells and a Stone Scalding main deck. It's kind of interesting. All of those are very nice here, especially against stuff like the Phantom or Ophelia.
Yeah.
So that's all nice. And then, yeah, sideboard is pretty standard as well. Okay.
Yep. All right, let's get down to business
Dive right in.
then. And while we are... Oh, actually, let me back up 1, 2, 3, 4, just to see what... one card is going away. So it's actually Wisp, Ophelia, and one other shiny card that I didn't quite see. Which is, the Wisps are great, right? They're just straight up Stone Rains. And we do have an Aether Vial, and an Invention one at that. But that is met by...
Disrupting Shoal. So Spell Snare finds a way to counter a 1-drop. Just had to go
get
through
a
some
little
extra steps
creative.
first. Yeah.
Alright, I'm also curious about the pedigree of these two players, so I'm checking their histories while the opening cards get exchanged. So Masataka has 155 wins on the ELO project. He does have one top 8 which came last October, but it was not in an event that fed the Pro Tour. It was in the Eternal Weekend Vintage Championship. That's kind of interesting.
Nice.
Plenty of day 2s at various GPs and stuff, but never a Pro Tour appearance. So he has finally made it to the big show.
I was about to ask where you're checking this, and then it would make total sense. You're checking it on the ELO project. So
Not only am I checking on the ELO project, I should point out that I've made these new nice player cards that show a player's stats year by year, so we can like look for top 8s and stuff. Hiroki is in a similar boat. He had about 100 wins on the ELO project, but never a Pro Tour appearance. So congratulations to both of these guys for making it. But not only have we made it to the Pro Tour now, we're playing for a big jump here, since the winner of this is going to the World Championship.
yeah, it's an interesting feature of Worlds in this system where you can get there through spiking something at the PT level. You can get there through like back to back or continue finishes at that level, and even through just kind of if you play all the PTs and you do average or like a little bit above average, then you can get there too. But then you also have this route where if you just have the best weekend of your life in Magic at one of these tournaments, regardless of whether you've even played a PT before that point, that you can kind of qualify for your first Worlds at the same time you qualify for your first PT if you just make the final set.
I do kind of enjoy that. I think that's an interesting feature of this system. So Flicker Wisp comes out attempting to go after one of these lands, and that gets met by Flare of Denial. So thanks, but no thanks.
Yes, and that play kind of forced makes total sense. Lotus Bloom slowly ticking down. We know about the Spell Snare in hand and 4th land, so Hiroki's been able to kind of defend his resources so far, but I don't know what that last card is. Doesn't have the payoff to reward him for that just yet.
No, yeah, we need something like a Whir or a Belcher to finally pay it off. Nope, what we've got is a Flare of Denial again, so Flicker Wisp number 2 also met by Flare.
Yes. And that, there on the board, the kind of grayscale thing, do we know what that is?
This card here? Like the card next to the lands?
Yeah.
I think it's a Expedition Arid Mesa. Or Marsh Flats, rather. It's one of the Zendikar
Oh, no, I
expansions.
mean, whatever the spell is, the creature that's in play.
Oh, the card in the middle? I think
Is that
that's a
Ophelia?
Philia. Yeah, it's a Philia,
Okay.
which is being bricked by the Philagi Archaeologist.
Yeah.
Not one
And
that
so,
you're
yeah, I mean-
really interested in blinking.
Yeah, Philia by itself, not too impressive on this board, and you really don't want to be flickering the Philagi,
No.
the opponent, but, Hori put Hiroki to the test, where if either of those flicker whiffs had resolved, it wouldn't quite be like a full lock, take a few turns, but, every single turn, you'd just be kind of falling further and further behind.
Corey, you ask a good question. What is on the other side? So, Riku Kumagai is playing Breach, and I don't know, actually, who the opponent is going to be yet. It's possible that quarterfinal has not finished. It's Noah Ma playing Energy against Ryo Ito, who's playing Jeskai Control. And if you haven't seen this Jeskai Control list, it is sweet. There are 4 main deck Snapcaster mages in it.
Yeah, and that's the kind of matchup I could imagine going quite long as well.
Yeah, Riku is S tier. So it's possible that because these two players were done, they might have been like, "How about we just let you start your semifinal, and then you'll get a break afterwards, and then they'll get the other semifinalists on after this match has ended."
Yeah, Hori has a very nicely customized all-foil version of this deck. The downside of that for us is hard mode from a coverage standpoint, where we have to kind of puzzle out.
I know what this one is, though.
Art cards are. Yeah,
do you know what this one is? So the Lotus Bloom is coming off suspend, and it got snagged by an Aven Interrupter.
Okay, I get it. Yeah, it made sense. Tap 3 mana for that, but
So
sure.
That means that if this gets plotted, can you play this card off of plot? It doesn't actually have a mana cost. Actually, I can use my draft overlay to bring up...
Wait, I think... No, so I think if you play it off... Whatever you play off plot, right? You play it without paying its mana cost.
Yeah, you're right.
I think you still can. Yeah. So that actually makes it a bit of an interesting decision then, because it means there's no burst of mana this turn, fair enough. But if Hiroki has, let's say, Tameshi, Charbelcher, not Word of Invention, like that's the one thing that you shut off a little bit. But, those still come down, and the Bloom itself just gets recast for 2 mana next turn, so you're netting 1 in the short term. But there's a window here for Hiroki to just...
Wait, you can't do that.
Okay.
You can't do that. Hiroki,
Slow
stop.
down.
You can...
That was still this turn.
Yeah, you can't play it on the turn that it's been plotted. Yeah. Chill out. You can have your Black Lotus next turn.
But yeah, there is a window here. If Hiroki drew a Belcher, Tameshi, or so on to just
slam it,
play it.
Yeah.
And could still even wait if he wanted to. And I want to say, okay.
I think Hiroki understands the play now. Whereas when Masataka made the play originally, he was like, so I can just like draw my card and then pay 2 and I get my Black Lotus? Is that how this works?
Yes.
There's that alt art. It is a fancy one.
Yeah. So I guess whatever you hit with Interrupt, it's kind of the same deal in the sense of you're only delaying it by a turn unless you find Ephemerate or you find a way to follow that up. So maybe it makes sense to just play it at the first opportunity. The one exception would be Word of Invention, where if you're recasting that and doing it without paying its mana costs, then
X is
it's still always 0.
Right? Yeah.
So you get a Lotus Bloom, and it's not nothing, but if that's your threat, then it doesn't help. So yeah, the Ophelia is going to start growing now. We're going to counter on it from flipping the Interrupter, but Hiroki's still on 17, so got a bit of time to stitch something together.
Alright, now we're going to play it. Will this be allowed? Or is there like another interrupter or anything? There is not. Quickly tapping 3 mana after that.
Okay. So notably this is, because of that extra tax, this is a little short of worth of Belcher. It's exactly that. But this may be Tameshi, it looks like. See in a second. Yes, it looks like white mana. Let's see. A lot of cards being jiggled around.
Yeah, trying to figure out exactly what we're paying for what here. But those 2 mana on the left were paid for the to put the Lotus Bloom on the stack. Those 2 are for that. Now 1, 2, 3. We're gonna do 1 white, 2 blue, and a Lotus to play.
There's Tameshi.
Tameshi.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, this is a card that I think, wish you could interrupt if you had that back in hand still. Now there is a window right here if Hori had drawn like a Solitude, let's say, or something. to get this back, because Tameshi does only operate at sorcery speed, but it looks like the coast is clear, so...
Yeah, if it's happened once, then...
Yeah,
I
the
think
card being drawn.
Hiroki is off to the races.
Yeah, we'll pick up all of these lands, convert those. Each of those will net 2 mana, so you're paying 1, and then getting 3 from Lotus Bloom, and from there... if you have Hiroki... I'm not sure if any one of those was a Seagate Restoration. I think that blue land there might currently be, but that's a nice one to sink your mana into once you've just put 5 cards back in your hand.
Agreed that one that was just picked up is Seagate Reborn. So now can be cast as Seagate Restoration. So we haven't made our land drop, and Seagate Restoration is the only one that can enter the battlefield untapped. So it looks like we're going to do that one more time to get one last bite of the apple here. Recovering Lotus Bloom and sacrificing it. So once all of this dust settles, we're going to pick up the Suppression Raise as well. Okay, why not?
Yeah, that's one of those, RC bingo card entries, is like obscure Belcher GFTs actually being cast.
Yes.
In the game of Magic. Most of the cheap ones, Draw Disruption thing into Super, yeah, you cast those at some point. That's part of why the deck is good. But Suppression Ray, if you're casting that one, usually something has gone terribly wrong.
Very sideways.
Yeah.
We did see Bayin Veil get cast on stream this afternoon.
That's just Time Walk.
Yeah, it really was Time Walk. Okay, and we have the Belcher, so we have a bajillion mana floating, but importantly, we have enough to put the big fireball in the on the stack. So now I'll have the opportunity to catch up to live.
So that's... I don't think that is too uncommon in Game 1 there, because looking at the Blink deck, there aren't that many good ways to interact with a essentially creatureless combo deck in that sense. And Hori drew 2 of them. He drew 2 Flicker Wisps alongside his Felia. If either of those had resolved, it's potentially a very different game, but he was able to keep up with both, and then Hori just had really nothing left going on and had all the time in the world to go off after that.
Alright, I've put the decks in chat so we can pull them up, take a look and see if there is anything in particular that looks good from the sideboard.
Yeah, so from Hori's side, not quite as many cards as he could bring in against Breach, but still 10-ish by my count. 3 Thoughtseize, 2 Phantom, 2 Surgical, Drannith Magistrate, which mostly is there for stopping you just Lotus Bloom being cast off suspend.
Right.
And then, also kind of works with your own Aven Interrupters as well, which is nice. You got a second Interrupter, and then Module of the Multi Light, again, can just, tag a Lotus Bloom for 1 mana at the right moment, and then can board out, I would assume, some number of Fatal Pushes. I mean, maybe you even leave some in just to hit Tameshi potentially, or to take down the Flare of Denial Shield or something.
Yeah.
But I would imagine those are on the chopping block, and then we've got Solitude, kind of same deal.
Yes.
It's not a great Emperor of Bones matchup, probably. It's a good shape away at those, and then everything else is essentially locked in. I would assume, maybe Ephemerate, actually. It's obviously great if you get to pair it with, a Phantom or Flickerist that's in play, but maybe if that's happening, you're already in a decent spot, so you don't want to draw too many of those. Also great to pair with your Interrupters and stuff, of course, so maybe those stay in. But you could trim around the edges. And then for Belcher, the black-white mana base is a little rocky. You could try and Harbinger, but I wouldn't recommend it necessarily. I like the Portable Hull, gives your Whir some flexibility to go after stuff like, Drannith or Aethervial Phantom if needed. And then beyond that, Consign to Memory actually is kind of a funny card against this black-white deck, where all of the things you care about are, most of the spells are abilities attached to creatures, if you like. So, you counter the ability on a White Orchid Phantom, they still get the 2/2, and crucially, if they have a way to blink the 2/2 or whatever, that's still a problem, but it stops your land being blown up, or same deal with a lot of these other cards. So would expect to see some consigns coming in actually, and then not too much to shave in the main deck here.
All right, players drawing their opening hands. I hope we get to keep 14 because we've caught up to live, so I can't fast forward through mulligans anymore. Now, having said that, I guess I can try to pause it and figure out what we're looking at here, but it seems a little wild. So we've land, spell snare, Tameshi, bloom. How does that sound?
That seems pretty nice to me.
I agree.
I do think the black-white deck improves substantially more than the Belcher deck does in sideboarding, so probably favored in both of these post-board games. And that turn on Aetherdrift actually kind of blanking those two snares in the short term is really nice, but Hori does still have to win both here.
Nice spell snares, nerd. Here comes an Aether Vial.
Yeah, no disrupting Shore for the force of will. Kind of build your own combo here.
Yeah. Well, you might as well hold it up. Maybe we're going to see a Stony Silence or something come in.
Well, that's the thing that really stood out about Hori's sideboard is no Stony Silence.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
You know, one of your best cards against Belcher, also against Breach as well, and no copies there for Hori.
All right, looking like we're about to play basic planes and pass. I mean, I guess you might as well hold your spell snare up, but there's like not much chance that Masataka is going to play a main phase 2-drop, and indeed we are going to, I assume, flash in Philia on upkeep. Yeah. Now, I believe all the other lands enter the battlefield tapped. Oh, no, that's not true. There's a Hydroelectric Specimen there. Never mind. There's a Bane Veil, which will enter tap, but there's a Hydroelectric Specimen that can be shocked. Or bolted, whatever.
At this point, I would assume there's not really much point to shocking to represent a spell set, even if you can, because the VAR's about to go up to 2, so a good 2-drop is can be coming down through that, and you know, again, open decklist, there's no card like Stony Silence or whatever that you have to respect kind of artificially.
Yeah, we're doing it anyway. Find that a little surprising, but
I mean, I think the thought might be, if nothing goes terribly wrong, you kind of have everything to just go off, so you'll take these risks because, if the game ends in any reasonable time frame, it won't be through Hori like attacking you for 13 instead of 15, anything like that.
Recruiter of the Guard, the play.
Yeah.
So can that go find a Dranith Magistrate?
This is a problem though. Yeah. So if it finds Magistrate, you can find the Phantom as well. That is just coming down through the vial. So that spell set looking pretty mopey.
All right. So we will find the White Orchid Phantom first. Planning to attack the mana. But I wonder if that means that there's some way to bounce ephemerate the Recruiter, and if so, are we going to just leave this vial on 2? Because Dranith Magistrate does look pretty good right now. It threatens to completely shut off 2 Black Lotuses.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that has to be there, because if you don't have a way to shut down the Lotuses, just killing the lands will not actually save you.
Yeah.
Especially against like Tameshi or whatever. So, I mean, I guess if there are literally no lands and Tameshi's a little anemic, but you see the point there.
There are 2 Tameshis in hand.
Okay.
There's Tameshi Snare, another Bane Veil, and I've already forgotten the last card. Damn. Doing this at 2 a.m. is getting more and more challenging.
You got this.
Ooh.
You're doing great. So there is the basic mountain, which you do see some Belcher lists have a basic in the sideboard to hedge against Phantom, now that that's like a known threat. And then you have this interesting question of, what basic should it be, right? Because Mountain doesn't cast your spells, Island does, but ideally you don't want to have a land in your deck anyway, so if it's the Mountain, it means that you have to get a lot less fortunate if you activate the Belcher, if that thing is still in there.
Yeah, it would have to be in the top 10 instead of in the top 20 before you would fail.
You get into spots sometimes where you consciously don't Phantom them or Ghost Quarter, Besage or whatever to leave the land in the deck so that if they have enough mana to Belcher you anyway, there's some chance it can fail at least.
Okay, and our suspicions are correct. There's another recruiter, and there is also an ephemerate.
Yes. There's also Bogart Trawler, which, if the win con is Tameshi, can really mess that one up.
I am surprised, though, that the Aether Vial has just ticked up to 3. Is the plan to, like, ephemerate the recruiter and then get a Dranith Magistrate and have it get spell snared? Like, where are we going here?
Well, so one line might be, I mean, you have the Trawler, so that's a format. You also have the recruiter. You could also, though, if this recruiter resolves, you could get the Aven Interrupter, and then you have that off the vial, which can stop a payoff for a turn, which I think it's going to be all Hori needs, because this damage is adding up, and also then those Lotus Blooms will cost 2 extra to cast off Suspend.
Which is going to be a lot, given that this White Orchid Phantom is getting ephemerated.
I mean, yeah, either the Phantom or Interrupter plus Ephemerate is no slouch either.
That is true. But yeah, Hiroki is looking at the battlefield like, this is not good for me casting spells this game.
No. So this is, Flicker Wisp, same deal essentially. This is basically how I would expect a game 2 on the play with a decent hand from Hori to go. What we'll see though in game 3, when like all of these cards are like a turn slower, Vada a lot less reliable on the draw, is that going to be fast enough?
All right, there goes the next Mana Source. Now this one is a permanent on the other side, so what actually happens? Will we get a Hydroelectric Specimen at some point?
Yeah, so if that was flickered, it will come back at the end of turn as a 1/3, 1/4. If it was Phantom, then obviously it won't.
Yeah, it was flickered, so all right, we've got Lotus waiting to click up.
Okay, but now this actually seems somewhat risky, right? Like, so let's say Hiroki untaps, plays another DFC, and it would need to be an untapped one, and then has Tameshi. That's 2/5. That would be able to return 2 lands, so not netting a ton of mana like that would be a limiting factor, but would at least get to start going off and to parlay that into something.
Well, we definitely know Tameshi is in hand. Actually, I think there's a backup Tameshi in hand, which is a little awkward. Alright, first Lotus Bloom lands. Second one still out there on 1, waiting to come next turn. The draw for the turn is another Lotus Bloom. Not the best.
And is there that second? I call it second land. 5th or whatever at this point, but is there that land to follow up?
No,
I don't think there is.
It's 2 Smell Snares and 2...
it's two pair bottom kicker.
Yeah, reasonable Balatro hand, but not a great magic hand in this particular moment.
Yeah, so I think maybe a little unnecessarily risky, but I think we are going to see a game 3 here.
Yeah. Alright, Ephemerate, Rebound acknowledged, and Vial trigger acknowledged. Well, these Recruiters of the Guard aren't attacking through a 1/4, so we might as well just go ahead and flicker one of those. Are we going to get Interrupter this time?
It could be Interrupter. Could even be, if Skyclave is still in the deck, just try and tag the either a blocker or tag the Lotus Bloom that's in play still. And then you have Recruiter or Bogart Trawler off Vial.
Okay, this time it's Interrupter.
Okay. I guess, is that even a bird?
It looks like some kind of owl thing, I think.
Some, like, cat? Whatever. I don't know.
I assume that's what they're joking about. This is seriously bad news for Hiroki.
Anime, Mad Libs, Aven Interrupter. Either way, exactly. Has the same text. Gonna
That's
be
the
just as
important
brutal.
part.
Yeah.
Here comes a nondescript 2-drop. It's an Overlord. It's like some super foiled out Overlord. So that can't be spell snared, even though it is a 2-mana play. And it can't be spell snared also because Hiroki doesn't actually have access to blue mana, really. Unless he wants more than he bargained for. Now we also have access to a White Orchid Phantom, which doesn't do that much, but that's okay. Flyers are going to fly in for 5, and then we're going to vial the Interrupter in to block the next Lotus from being cast. I assume we just wait and tag it.
Yeah, although it's kind of back at the same issue, right? I'm not sure what those face-up cards are for Hori, but we might again be in a spot where, like, Tameshi with a land proves problematic.
Yeah, I think this is a better play. We're going to put the Aven Interrupter onto the battlefield before Suspend resolves. So now you have the option to cast this from exile, but it's going to cost 2 more, right?
Yeah, it will cost 2 more, which means that has to be done via the Blooms in place. You're just going to swap those, basically, but there's nothing being plotted for next turn.
Yeah. And it's presumably worth doing that, since otherwise this one that's trying to come off Suspend is going to stay in exile. Masataka now does have Lethal in the air. No, we're just going to let it go.
But notably would not, I think, had Hiroki not spent that 3 on that untapped land on turn 2, right?
Correct.
So it could actually, it looks like it won't matter here, but this could have come down to, to that seemingly free decision there.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we drew a 3rd spell snare, is that right?
We might have drawn the Stern Scolding, but in any case, we drew one of the cards in that pile of 1-mana counter spells.
Spiritually the same, yeah.
Yeah.
Not even a full house, properly. All right. That's a game 3. And while we do that and the player shuffle and sideboard, I will step out quickly. I'll be back in a minute or 2.
Yep, let me run a quick ad so that I can eat something, and we'll be right here, but I'll be back in 30 seconds, chat. I really did not optimize my snack game for this weekend. I went looking for something that I could eat for a little bit extra energy, and all I found was Chex Mix, which is very difficult to eat in front of a microphone. So unless, chat, you're going to clamor for Chex Mix ASMR, then I'll have to fit in a couple of ads here and there so that I can sneak in a few bites. I do not think you want Chex Mix ASMR. Alright, player sideboarding for game number 3, where the Belcher Pilot is going to be on the play. Trying to manifest these Lotus Blooms into their hand. Looks like the answer to whether or not we were willing to try to play the Harbinger of the Tides is a no. I'm a little surprised to see These are the cards that are not in. One of the Belchers has come out. I guess trying to rely on Whir a little bit to go find it. I thought I saw some of the Flare of Denials get cut as well. But I definitely could have. Yeah, those are the ones that he's looking at, the Disrupting Shoals and the Flares of Denial. I don't know whether these are supposed to be main or side. Like, how many is he trying to choose between? I think 2 Flares got cut, and we're leaving the rest of the Shoals and Flares in the deck. Maybe another one came in. He's still going back and forth. But I wonder if we're more willing to try to power through Masataka's hate on the play and aren't willing to keep up cards like Spell Snare. Let's try to go back to plan A. This is a big game. This game is worth
All right.
This game is worth at least $400, possibly more than that. A third, fourth place finish should be $2,000. It's $2,400 for second and $4,000 to the champion.
Yeah, and then I mean, even just I don't know if the payouts have changed, but min payout for Worlds a few years ago was 4K.
Yeah.
So yeah, another few K up top at the very least, even before you factor in, you know, World's equity, the meaning of that tournament on a personal level, and everything else.
Yeah, speaking of cultural things, there is always a pile shuffling phase, it seems like, and I don't totally understand why, but
Adam, is because pile shuffling is based. It's so fun. It's therapeutic. It gets you in the zone, locks you in. Nice way to just steady your mind and your nerves for the tournament. Won't hear a word said against it. Now, if, let's say, you're going into game 3, only a few minutes left on the clock, my opponent starts pile shuffling, going to have some serious questions. But, for the most part, yeah, on-time top 8, playing for the fans at home, you'd love to see a nice, crisp pile shuffle.
I usually refer to it as counting to 60 on this stream. I'll be honest. Sometimes you just gotta make sure that you haven't, like, forgotten any of the numbers. Because there are a bunch of them. I mean, there's 60 of those.
Sometimes there are more than 60 cards in your deck, whether intentionally or unintentionally. So.
And I will say, you were out for a little bit of it, but we watched the Belcher player just tank on his last couple of cuts. He was holding the Disrupting Shoals and Flare of Denials, and then he like separated 2 of them, and then he put those 2 in, then he picked those 2 up, then he put the other 5 in, and it was like difficult to follow what was going on. Obviously, it was a turbulent time in his mind, trying to figure out exactly what mix of interaction he wanted.
I think it makes sense that those would be the kind of marginal cards, if you like. Both of those, the somewhat conditional, right? And then your Flare, in theory, hits everything. Disrupting Shot only hits certain things at certain times. So it's excuse me.
All right, let's see what we got here.
Properly, but...
So I see 1, 2, 3 lands. Oh, that's a 4th land. Why can I not think of the name? And then a Fallaci Archaeologist. And what is this MH3 card here? Is it a consign?
They're all MH3 cards.
That's true. Yeah, I think this is consigned to memory. And that's Sink into Stupor. So it's Bane Veil, Bane Veil.
Yeah. Oh, we have it paused currently. Sure.
So 1, 2, 3, 4 lands. And then that's also a land and is already backwards. So 5 lands, a consigned to memory, and a Fallaci Archaeologist. And on the other side, I missed by like 1 frame. Fan your hand out one more time, please. Perfect. 1, 2, 3 lands. Thoughtseize, Aven Interrupter, March, Flicker Wisp. It sounds relatively playable.
Yeah, I mean, you have Thoughtseize, which I think is one of your better cards. Flicker Wisp on turn 3, especially against a non-Lotus Bloom hand, is going to be nice. And then against a Lotus Bloom hand, the March can be good. So you kind of have all of those covered, which is good. It would be really nice to have some kind of 2-drop or whatever, but
Yeah.
I don't, even though you're boarding a bunch of cards, I don't think the deck has a high enough density of like really good early plays that you can like aggressively mulligan for them. And then the Belcher hand, it's a weird one, right? As a lot of Belcher hands are. It doesn't have any of the kind of namesake pieces,
Right.
but you got some disruption, you got a lot of lands, you got Philargy to help dig, and again, against a deck that has like Thoughtseize and all this other stuff, you could mull to a 6 that looks pretty explosive, or, you know, for this turn 4 combo deck. And then if that gets picked apart, you might not have much left. But with this hand, at least, it's going to be playing Magic, right? You're going to be making your land drops, you've got some interaction, you know, you can kind of go from there.
I assume we're going after the Archaeologist here. I wonder what... I mean, most of these other cards just look like mana sources to me.
Yeah, unless... if you have a play lined up that could get consigned, maybe you just take the consign flat out, but... Yeah, Archaeologist makes some sense, and we saw Hiroki bought himself 17 to hold up consign against a possible Aether Vial on turn 1. Just, yeah, placing a lot of respect on that card, but did not happen there.
Do you think all the Aether Vials are in Masataka's deck?
On the draw, it might be more shaky, because that's exactly the kind of card that gets a lot worse on the draw. And then on the draw, it can also get consigned. I think against Breach, where you're also supporting like the Wrath of the Skies, they probably come out. And then for the list that have a bunch of Stony Silences in the sideboard, that would be another reason to take them out. For Hori, though, like that's not the case here. So maybe some numbers stay in, maybe not all 4, but it's hard to say. Yeah, and is that another bolt down to 14? Yeah, so
Yep.
representing, I mean, it could just be like a Flare of Denial, hardcast or something, but the threat of, you know, Worm Invention,
Yeah.
or I don't know if this is like a weakening strong kind of thing, but it kind of makes me wonder if it's, you know, there's a whir, and it's like, well, if I just get through this turn without anything bad happening, I'm good to go, but we'll see.
Alright, so on end step, Masataka has fetched a Shadowy Backstreet and is considering. He will bin another Expedition. We have a second Thoughtseize now. Looks like Thoughtseize, March, Flicker Wisp, Ephemerate. There was a Witch Enchanter. And one of those other rectangles was a basic Plains, which is now on the battlefield.
Yeah, so big turn here, especially against face-up Consigned to Memory, which, yeah, that is Whir Invention. Okay.
Ooh. Whir resolves. I don't know what that
It
art
is
is.
blue.
I've never seen that word before.
Neither have I.
Okay, whew.
Good lord.
I think we just went into some kind of alternate reality for a minute. Okay, but we've word, and that's going to get answered by the March of Otherworldly Light.
Yes, although this is actually like a little... I wonder about the timing. So if you do this now, let's say that other card is a Whir, Hiroki can just sack this for blue, and then Whir, and get another Lotus. Whereas if you wait until the upkeep, I guess then the threat is like a hardcast Flare or something instead, keeping the Lotus around, but it would stop exactly that line. I mean, I guess on upkeep it just happens anyway, right? So you may as well do it now, but...
Holy crap, I'm
Same
learning
either
from
way.
chat that Whir is in the draft format, like the current draft format.
Excuse me?
That's what that wacky looking Whir of Invention was. It was an Aetherdrift Whir. We saw one card from the bonus sheet show up during the sealed rounds yesterday. Someone got their ass handed to them by Sky Sovereign. That must be kind of unfun to show up first match playing this new format. You get sky boated. But I did get to make foghorn noises on stream, which was unexpected, but a nice little blast from the past.
You don't need any excuse to do that. You should be able to just fire those off as you please.
All right. Next Aven Interrupter, I'll give it the
That's
foghorn.
me. Yeah, so Hiroki may be back in the spot of just not really having anything to do. He's sitting on those 2 unknown cards. We'll maybe get to see them.
Yep.
After this,
Land for
this
turn
talkie.
is a shocked in Witch Enchanter.
Okay,
And
so sees Spellsnare and is that Flare of
I
Denial?
think that's Flare of Denial.
Okay, so purely reactive hand that now Hori has perfect information and can try and sculpt a line through.
Yeah, let's take the cancel
Yep.
and leave some pretty conditional things. And you no longer have a way to stop the Flicker Wisp itself, but
Yes.
we can
So,
counter the triggered ability if you want to take that approach.
yeah. So Hiroki can basically trade a consign for one of his lands in play if he wants to. Yeah, which he will. This, I guess, preserves outs to just, rip Belcher or
Yeah.
Simna on this turn, rip Tameshi as well. So that makes a lot of sense. And this is a big turn, right? This is
Oh, yeah.
potentially the decisive turn of the match.
And it's going to be a Philology Archaeologist, which is on some level a redraw, but there's not a lot of mana left over to work with.
Yeah, Hori gets to breathe a bit easier for this turn at least.
We found Jawari Disruption, Flare of Denial, and Whir of Invention.
Yeah, which... So he finds Whir. Whir is not actually that good as a payoff here, right? Because there's a Bloom kind of in circulation already.
Mm-hmm.
He would love to be able to Whir for Belcher, but that's still a pretty remote prospect at this point. So with that in mind, if you think that in reality Whir is not really a threat here, maybe it makes sense to take one of the other more flexible cards. You get the Flare as a layer of protection, but...
And it's very awkward that Flare... I guess Flare is on immediately if you take it, because the Archaeologist can be sacrificed to it.
Yeah. If that wasn't the case, that might be enough to push me in some other direction, but I think probably it's Flare given that.
Yeah, maybe we can stop Masataka from assembling a clock that's faster than 5 turns. For at least a little bit.
And again, right, we took 3 on turn 1 just against the possibility of Vile, which maybe is not in the deck still even, so if this ends up being like a 5-turn clock instead of a 6-turn clock, then well, we will see. But
Alright, so we will take the Whir.
Okay. So I don't hate that either, because even just getting to Whir for another Lotus means, you draw Belcher, you go off right away. You don't have to expose the Belcher for you draw Seagate Restoration or something, you could just hardcast that thing, fire it off. It just gives you a bunch more live top decks, right? You draw Thunder Trap Trainer, you could Offspring that. So not directly a threat yet, but juicing up a bunch of other cards that we might draw.
It's like Masataka is in a nice spot with these Death and Taxes lists of having a variety of answers, so not really soft to any one kind of threat, and having the mana to deploy them. Because sometimes you're in this spot where it's like, well, I'd love to Ephemerate, but then I have to take the Aven Interrupter down or whatever, but he's got just the right amount of mana and just the right mix of permanents. So we're going to Ephemerate the Flicker Wisp and clear the White Source, which is very strong against Tameshi.
Exactly. So now, I guess, the Whir does actually set up the Tameshi again for the following turn, potentially, but, it gives you a lot more time.
And we're just going to play out Overlord, interesting, rather than holding up an Aven Interrupter. Alright, flip 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't have to take one of these cards. We could take something from the graveyard if we'd rather, but it looks like Flicker Wisp is good enough, so that'll be the play. That goes to 4.
So I guess exactly Belcher, if drawn, would really put Hori in check. If he has an answer to that rolled up, then this is totally safe. Otherwise, it's like a little risky, maybe, but
He does have an answer to it rolled up, because he has a Witch Enchanter that's on the battlefield as a land.
yes. Okay,
so
then
Ephemerate is going to
Ephemerate,
hit the Flicker Wisp
Yes.
on upkeep, and he can blow it up that way.
So I guess actually the concern in that case would be if he draws Tameshi, he can Whirr for Lotus, crack it, and has just enough to play Tameshi and get the first activation to get the chain rolling. Even in that situation though, Ephemerate on Flicker Wisp can take Tameshi out of the way for the rest of the turn,
Correct.
and then you can kind of regroup on your turn. So the Ephemerate is a very flexible kind of a backstop. Yeah.
Yeah, this looks like a challenge to just even imagine what winning might look like.
Yeah. Now, did you say there's the second Ephemerate in hand for or?
No, it's just the one on
Okay.
rebound. So if Hiroki's turn was just tap all my lands, put a Belcher into play, hopefully I get to untap and activate it. On board, he will not untap and activate it.
Okay. So that would leave open the Tameshi line perhaps, but it looks
Correct.
like this is just another DFC being cast or played.
Yeah, might be the case. I think in hand, besides the Flicker Wisp, is a White Orchid Phantom and a Aven Interrupter. Besides, yeah, and then the Flicker Wisp obviously is face up. Okay, War for 0.
Okay. What do we got?
Getting a Black Lotus.
Okay, and now, yeah, this card has like come partially out of its sleeve, so I assumed it was a DFC, but maybe not. Maybe this is.
I'm sure it's not a DFC because I can see a Magic card back on it.
Oh, of course, yeah. You cracked the code already, so it's something, all right.
Yeah, let's see if it's something good though.
Yeah. Is it Tameshi? Is that Tameshi?
It
Yes,
is Tameshi. Oh.
Wow. Okay. So, I mean, does Hori he has like some surgicals in the sideboard and stuff, right? He's yeah, 2 surgical.
All right, so we're
Maybe,
gonna
yeah.
crack Lotus for white.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, this is the one card I think that could have kept it interesting here. Maybe Hori just had it rolled out the whole time, or maybe he created an opening that is now going to be very, very punishing.
Yeah, I just don't. All right, from my perspective, watching Death Attack's deck leave the door open for someone else, I don't see what that Overlord accomplished. If you had access to an Aven Interrupter, just hold up your annoying permanents, please.
There was a known interrupter, was there?
There was, I think there is an Interrupter in Masataka's hand, but I mean, he put the shields down by playing the Overlord.
Yeah. So removal, depending on what it is, tagging Tameshi here would break this up, but hard to see what that could be, right? Because Pushra actually wouldn't do it. Like Solitude would, I suppose. I don't know how many of those are left in even.
Yeah.
And so yeah, now it looks like the coast is clear, but now Hiroki has to figure out, okay, none of this is deterministic. I'm just making some mana, getting some of these EFCs back to hand. What's the best I can do with that, right?
Right, and unlike in the previous game, none of these DFCs are Seagate Restoration.
Yeah.
So there's not an obvious path to get more cards, I think.
Yeah, so actually, so there's a Specimen, right? And then
Yes.
there's 2 Being Veils, which is kind of the worst one here, because
Yeah,
you
that's
don't
right.
really care about that damage. And frustratingly, Specimen only redirects instant or sorceries with a single target. So Ephemerate only targets your own things, so you can't Specimen that. And Flicker Wisp, it's not an instant or sorcery, so you can't Specimen that either. So none of these DFCs actually kind of play to the board.
Right.
I guess the one in hand there is that Drari or Sync?
I believe it's Joy Disruption.
Okay, so I mean that in theory could do something, but not.
Though I guess
Not
we're looking at Sync
really.
into Super, so I guess there's a Sync somewhere. Though I don't know
I mean,
where.
maybe they're having the same discussion that we're having. Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe-
very possibly.
Maybe it is. Hard to say. Anyway, so yeah, this might be okay. Hiroki drew the one card, but now has to pass the turn again.
Yep, the one card that was drawn was just a suppression ray.
And we have a kind of weird fair game potentially emerging.
Yeah. Alright, well we can continue this for a little bit if we want to just pick up all our lands, but then what's our play next turn if we don't find something to do with the 3 cards that we draw off Tameshi?
Well, so crucially, you only draw 1 because it's the first time each turn that it triggers.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so you definitely want your first card, but after that you kind of have to stop if that one card doesn't get you anywhere. So at that point we pass back to Hori, and then it becomes crucial to know what's in the graveyard for that Overlord, which I couldn't tell you looking at that.
No, I couldn't tell you
right
either.
Now.
Yeah, so I guess the question is now, where is the Ephemerate going to get pointed? So it looks like Hiroki is making the decision, I need to jailbreak these Black Lotuses right now so that I have access to a bunch of mana next turn.
Yes, which that's smart. I like that.
And he's going to hold Spell Snare, and if he has one more DFC to play, I don't know if he's made a land drop this turn. I mean, he might have played the white-blue one.
Yeah.
The suppression
so
way
this
out.
way, yeah, this way he's protected from, top deck Surgical or something, on Bloom, because there would just be a second one, like, hanging out.
Yeah, the hand is Flicker Wisp, Aven Interrupter, White Lotus, a White Orchid Phantom.
Interesting.
And we know that
the Interrupter plays, right?
Mhm.
Like, because if Hiroki just draws one thing that matters, then Hori plots that, and then gets a turn. And although...
Alright, so we had Ephemerate coming off Rebound, and it looks like that's going after
Yeah.
Flicker Wisp.
Which could then either blow up a land or hit the Overlord to get that in play, and maybe get something else. Although it would come back at end of turn, so
Yeah.
even if you found, something good, it would have to wait a little bit.
I guess the argument for Overlord, if we were going to do that, was that it would,
Okay, that was sync.
that was sync, and we're still. Why didn't Masataka draw, or why didn't Hiroki draw? Grieven. Masataka isn't drawn because we're not in his draw step yet. We're trying to figure
out Ephemerate being contested,
and it's being responded to by Sink into Stupor.
Yeah, although on what I guess is the question, right? So
I think on the Flicker Wisp, but that doesn't seem awesome. And in any case, here comes an Aven Interrupter.
okay, so now Flicker Wisp is gonna get
Ephemerated, and we're going to take the white source away.
sure.
And if the question is why didn't Hiroki draw more cards, I'll put the text of Tameshi in the chat, but importantly it says this ability triggers only once each turn.
Okay, so was that untapped land top decked to allow
White Orchid Phantom.
Yeah, so that gets the mountain. But now, like, that we don't attack this turn because Flicker Wisp was blinked.
Blinked, yeah.
We don't have Interrupter up, and there's still like a DFC left in hand. So there's still like the initial stages of this loop, which are also going to make a lot of mana. And there's, I guess, main phase sync for 2 mana doesn't really accomplish anything, but
yeah, so we can bounce. Oh, we need to make right. So we can.
I don't know. Like from my perspective, it seems like we didn't help our clock much if at all, and we took down our main line of defense.
Right.
And now Hiroki gets another turn. So this draw is big. That's Falaji, and then gets another draw off Tameshi, potentially.
Yep. So there's like kind of no penalty to just cycling this Black Lotus to draw a card and see what's going on.
There's a little bit of weirdness up front because starting that off takes white mana,
right?
Which he doesn't have, So, except via the Lotus. So to get blue mana for this Philagi or anything else, he would have to kind of go through the first stages here, which I think he probably just priced into doing regardless. But it does mean that maybe the math gets like a little funky depending on how this works. So I guess you
you have to
4, you go to 3, you go back up to 6, or you go up to 3, and then with the Lotus back, you draw a card. And if that is, like if that's Belcher or something, you just play your DFC and then like flip it again, that's 7 and you're fine. If it's a blank, you basically get to like cast Philagi and then play a DFC, reflip that into your Lotus, and then see what happens.
All right, I think that's about what is about to transpire. So we have Bounced Mountain.
There's actually...
It's white was the...
Okay.
The first Lotus to activate Tameshi. So now we're in this position. Lotus in play. We have a land drop yet to make.
And I don't think we got a good look at what that drawn card was, but
no.
Doesn't seem to be moving much faster or anything, so...
No. So now is this Lotus going to be cracked for blue? Yes. Then if you're going to play Philagi Archaeologist, how do you want to do it? So Tameshi's done drawing cards. We know card for turn was the Philagi Archaeologist, which just got played via blue and red. But we don't know what that card was. 1, 2, Suppression Ray, Bane Veil, and Jawari Disruption. 3 pretty mid ones, and you can see on Hiroki's face that he's not the most excited about this.
Yeah, and those are all basically the same.
Yeah.
I guess nice to have the blue-white one specifically in play, but I mean, again, right, like if the goal is get a Lotus back in,
it doesn't matter what land you play, it's going to have to get bounced.
The other problem is, like, so if from this kind of starting spot, once you bounce all your lands, going into next turn, you're actually kind of capped in how much mana you can represent. So it becomes non-trivial to actually win, even if you draw like Belcher, Seagate, or something like that. So I guess part of the hope would be like if you can find a way to just kind of turtle up a bit, survive a turn or two, then you can rebuild, just play out some land drops, and then you get back down there.
Unfortunately, all of Masataka's squad flies right now.
Yeah, it's Phantom, Flicker, and Interrupters. That's 7, right? So you
only have 1 turn to play with.
You play these, you pass, you get a hit, and then you get next turn, and that has to be the turn.
Yeah.
But, okay, so he's doing this. He's going again. Fascinating. So what does he have?
Yeah, what's the mystery card that could explain this?
Yeah.
I didn't get a great look. We're going to just use the Sink into Stupor, because...
It's blue, chat. It's blue.
That is all I saw.
I mean, is this... I gotta refresh my memory on Suppression Ray.
Yeah, let's take a quick look. I know that card was really annoying to play against an MH3 limited. Tap all creatures target player controls. You may pay any amount of E. If you do, choose that up to that many creatures. Put a stun counter on each of them. So
yeah, no energy here. So can't even fog for a turn that way.
No, that's right.
But it looks like he's gonna use some of this mana to cast that Sink into Stupor that was plotted.
On what?
But this is the thing against a Blink deck where all their cards have relevant ETBs, right?
I guess the Flicker Wisp is out of targets.
Well,
like it has the Overlord.
Really,
the Overlord.
Yeah, I mean the Overlord, or yeah, I mean sure. I guess that does. If he's on 11, that doesn't actually help the clock, right? I guess.
Yeah,
because Veil, if you need to buy a turn, sure, but then
you have absolutely nothing.
This is weird. It's very, very weird. And also, now Hori is the one who there are a lot of cards in his deck that if they just come off the top, like the game basically ends.
we've drawn Failure, which is
Okay.
not...
That's on a bit of a time delay.
Yeah, not a relevant one. So then I guess the question is if we were to Flicker Wisp... Well, wait, why don't we Flicker Wisp the Witch Enchanter here? Isn't that just backbreaking?
Yes. Yes, it is.
I vote we do that.
Yeah, I think if you do that... I mean, if Hirogi can, like, whir into another Lotus or something, but... Yeah, barring that, I think that ends the game.
Yeah, and it looks like Masataka has found the line.
And we... But all of this was face up, right?
Yes, yes.
Hiroki sunk back the Flicker Wisp. Yeah, oh god, you can see his expression. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very good. That is very good. I don't think that was on his radar at all.
No. I mean, what did we know about the unknown card in hand, right? Was there another Flicker? I don't think so.
It's Flicker Wisp and Failure were the two cards in Masataka's hand at that point.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so yeah, unfortunate way to go. I mean, this is where, depending on how much mental strength you have, you look at your top few cards. You know, what if it would have materially changed the outcome? But that doesn't feel great to literally hand your opponent the tools to finish you off with. Wow. Crazy game.
All right, so we're going to take a short break, I'm betting, as we prepare for the other semifinal. But the other semifinal is going to be between another pair of heavyweights. It is going to be Riku Kumagai going back into battle with his grinding stations against Noah Ma, who's playing Boros Energy.
Yeah, but until then, congrats to Masataka Hori, who will be waiting for the winner of that match in the finals, and we'll be already looking at tickets to Worlds because he's locked up a berth there as well. So already a fantastic weekend.
You say that. Do we know where the next World Championships are?
No. I don't think so.
I don't think we do. But
no.
Wherever they are, he'll be there.
Yes. And I mean, what a way to lock that up as well, right? Like,
yeah.
That game, again, I think hard to say given how many turns proceeded up to that point, if just holding out the interrupter or whatever, playing it differently makes a difference in the end. But yeah, I mean that final turn was, you couldn't script that. That was
yeah. Well, that also, that's a feature of Modern that you don't see in many other formats, where a game can enter what can only be called the weird zone. Things get very, very weird. And it turned out that the Belcher player had no way back out of it. Okay, I would like to rest my voice for... Fire Shoes in chat says, we don't know exactly where the World Championships are going to be yet, but late 2025 and close to the public. So it'll be like Pro Tour Outlaws of Thunder Junction, which was in Seattle. That was kind of a standalone event. Didn't have a MagicCon associated with it. Same for Worlds, apparently.
Good morning / evening, Fire Shoes. I guess you are... This is, well, late night over in Portland, I'm guessing, on the West Coast, so...
Probably not quite as late at night there as it is here, but still approaching midnight.
It's still Saturday over there.
Yeah, that's right.
They've got the whole night ahead of them.
Yeah, we're deep into Sunday here in Japan. Well, again, I'm in New Jersey,
as always, is in the future, yeah.
Okay, in the interest of resting my voice for a minute, I'm going to put the Japanese audio on until the next semifinal starts, so I'll run an ad before then, and we will be back for Riku versus Noah in a battle of heavyweights for the right to go to the World Championship very soon.
出てね、好成績を残し続けなきゃいけないわけですね。
そうですね。はい、もうほとんどシーズンのプロツアーをいくつも出て AMP というポイントを貯めるか、もしくはトップ8相当の成績を残す。もしくは今回のようにね、地域チャンピオンシップで勝つか。といったすごい非常に狭き門となってますね。
いや、これは研磨基地。
はい。
そして ボロスエネルギーの戦いになるんですけども、どうですかこの両者のマッチアップでいうと。
はい、比較的に結構先手ゲーだったりっていう形が一般的な勝敗なんですけど、今回のマノアさんのリストは少しだけ、ティムウール基地に強い形になってまして、メインにですね、イーオスのレンジャーキャプテン、なんて名前でしたっけ、
イーオスの遍歴の騎士でしたっけ。
そう、いや、遍歴の騎士は召集のやつな気がするけど、
召集のやつ、
はい、なんか、3マナ33でですね、はい、1マナ以下をはい、そうですね、
サクルと、
はい、呪文を使えなくなるっていう3マナ33のイーオスが入ってまして、こいつがレンジャー長ですね。はい、ありがとうございます。そちらが結構この、ティムウール基地に強いカードとなっているので、まずメインボードはここを引くかどうかっていうのは結構大きな鍵になってくるなと思います。
はいはいはい。
ただ、もちろん基本的には先手ゲーの中でちょっと、熊谷さん側が先手っていうのもありますし、このなんならね、イーオスのレンジャー長間に合わずにもう先手3キルまで全然あり得るデッキなので。
そっか、イーオスのレンジャー長3マナですよね。
そうですね、はい。ただサイドボード後はそうですね、結構マノア選手、そのメインボードのレンジャー長もそうですし、サイドボードの例えばオワリムの継承、石のような戦弱、空の怒り、バキューム、マモソンもゲガ的摘出など、すごい量のやはりサイドボードを取ってますので、サイド後はどうですかね、少しボルスエネルギーの方がマノアソンの方が有利なんじゃないかなっていうふうに個人的には考えてます。
これはちゃんと落ち対策も取ってたりと、
そうですね、はい、置物対策、墓地対策、そしてその全て触られても手札から終わりもちゃんと唱えれるという形で、結構いろんな角度から妨害してくるので、はい、それをどう乗り越えて熊谷さんが戦っていくかですね。
いやー、ここで、事実上の決勝といっても、
そうですね、差し支えないかもしれません。その
かかってるものが
実績だけでいうと、はい、そうですね、実績もそうですし、かかってるものも、はい。いや、もうここ
Uh-oh, I had a
ないかがもう
face full of snacks as we came down to the feature match area. Oh,
You deserve them, Adam.
That was nice and snappy. So there's Noah Ma.
In much more of a, smart casual, I guess, than his usual
Yes.
usual getup.
Riku is wearing a Uniqlo like fleece jacket. I had one of those at one point. It got pretty ratty. I wore it way too much.
You get what you pay for, yeah?
Yes, that's right. Oh wow! Wait, Noah's top actually has like a skeleton on the back.
Okay, that's the kind of personal style I've become accustomed to. There we go.
Noah reminding us that this is again not just the Japan Regional Championship, but also the Japan-Korea Regional Championship, as he's come from across the bay.
So where does he? I mean, he is originally from Japan, right?
I don't actually know the answer to that. Let's see if we can look this up a little bit. I think he's just straight up from Korea. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
If
is there a breakdown of roughly which sub area the most of the players come from? I assume predominantly Japan, but
yeah, it's like 75-80% Japan, I would say. But I think that that's largely controlled at the moment by the area qualifier system that I was talking about earlier. So I don't know how that's going to change as we go on.
And that extends through the whole region, so it's also true in Korea and...
Yeah, that's right. Alright, we gotta look at Riku's opening hand here. Which looks like... That's a Mox Amber, Mox Opal, Emery, Soul Guide Lantern, Uncertain, Grape Shot, and I guess another Mox Amber? So, redundant Mox Amber, not the best. On the other side... Noah has, I guess, already taken one mulligan, but has Land, Ragavan, Ocelot Pride, Thraben Charm, and Flage. It seems like a pretty strong... Oh, Flage. That's a little awkward, but it seems like a playable hand. Riku's did not seem playable.
No. Was there even a land in Riku's hand?
No, just a couple of Moxen.
And Mar on one of the few energy decks we've seen today.
Yeah.
That's been one of the stories both here and in Portland at the US RC is Energy's kind of had a rough day at the office. Not the top dog that it was even a few months ago. And I think we're still the most popular deck coming in for this one, but I think in the US it wasn't for really the first time since the Nadu ban. First big tournament where Energy wasn't most popular deck. So maybe a sign of things changing to some extent.
Yeah, and I think that the Amped Raptor ban was looked at a little bit side-eye at first. Like, well, okay, you took a card out of this deck, but did it actually do enough? And it seemed like the initial Magic Online results were suggesting that maybe it wasn't, but people have finally started to wise up to how to deal with it.
Yeah, I think it did notably harm the deck, and maybe not enough in the short term, but you're starting to see that kind of play out more and more over time here.
Nothing really to report from Noah's deck. If you've looked at the list, it looks very, very normal. Alright, Riku starts with a Stomping Ground, and we are underway. This is the second of the two semifinals. The winner is going to play against Masataka Hori and the Orzhov deck in the finals with a big blue mana symbol trophy on the line. Flooded Strand Ragavan, the play from Noah. Presumably there's going to be an intermediate Sacred Foundry that's going to be found. Do you know how Ragavan is doing on the monkey index? Wasn't there someone who was tracking how much a set of Ragavans was worth in terms of units of actual monkeys?
Great question. So I'm not sure what actual monkeys, what the market there is looking like these days. I could imagine the tariffs potentially making that one a risky proposition, but let's see. So it looks like a set of Ragavans will run you about $100 for most winnings on TCG Player. So a big drop off since its heyday.
Yeah.
But how that compares to, if you want to buy like a nice baby marmoset, I don't know.
So you're telling me that it's easy to look up how much Ragavan costs for you, but you don't know a guy that's going to be able to sell you a lemur at short notice?
No, and if I did, that would be cause for concern in itself,
Alright, so Riku has rumbled. Yeah, so somewhere in the 5 to 10k range it sounds like for a spider monkey. And
well, yeah, look, I'm not interested in buying Ragavan as my amulet deck, but I am maybe interested in buying like a cute little Luchin monkey. So it's good to stay on top of these things.
Ragavan does connect. What card just got flipped off of Riku's deck? Oh, it's a Soul Guide Lantern. It's one from Wilds of Eldraine, so I didn't recognize it.
Oh, but that is a real nice card potentially to flip off Riku's deck.
Yes.
Like, it's not... I think people overstate how much, one-shot Graveyard Exile like this is fatal for Breach. They can combo through it, but given enough resources, time, whatever, and, I don't know, just having that in play, especially if you kind of got it on the house, is really nice. So, I mean, unless Noah has an excellent way to spend all of his mana on this turn lined up, I think we're going to see that one coming on in.
Yeah, it looked like Noah smiled as he processed what he happened to flip there.
Oh yeah, I mean, like you said, 2 heavyweights here. No secret that was one of the best possible flips, probably.
Yeah. All right, Sacred Foundry number 2 is found. Noah down to 14. And yep, there's the Soul Guide Lantern. There goes the Malevolent Rumble. I'm guessing Sorcery is one of the harder ones for Riku's deck to make. In terms of getting types in the graveyard for Shifting Wildwood Delirium.
Yeah, it's basically just Malevolent Rumble or the odd Preordain.
Yeah. Alright, and then a pair of Ocelot Prides.
Yes.
Kind of a threatening board here.
No life gain yet, but next turn, if those both survive and one connects, we might see one of those crazy turns. You start doing some exponential math at the end.
Yeah, so Noah is 6 to the city's blessing, but very likely to make it up to 10 next turn. And we do know that he kept that hand with the 2 flages, right? I believe that's 2 of the 4 cards in his hand. Land for a turn for Riku is a mountain, and he plays a couple of zeros and passes, so he's still missing blue mana.
Yeah, representing Contract of the Saga and then can find blue with Opal. And it is actually a little awkward for Noah to, if he doesn't have the 3rd land, and it looks like he has maybe Elegant Parlor, but no untapped land, so no Flays this turn, can just blow up the Saga, I suppose, although Saga plus Saga Lantern is a really nice setup just to stave off Breach indefinitely. That said, with the Saga, if that pops off, it can find Haywire Might, which can get the Saga Lantern, so that's not a reliable plan either, but Noah's hand actually is like a little awkward here.
I would say it's max awkward, doesn't he? I think he has 3 Flages, Elegant Parlor, Thraben Charm. That's what he's working with.
Yeah. So he could just attack with everything, use the Thraben Charm to knock this Contract out of the way, and then just build a massive board, have the Lantern up, and Riku hasn't made an attempt to try and go off so far, so maybe that kind of continues. But it's going to just blow up the Saga instead, and that also makes some sense. And now Noah's going to settle in for a longer game.
Right, so this effectively kills a 3/3 and stops Riku from finding the Mox Opal, as Noah is, I think, suspecting that Riku is having a difficult time making blue mana. If Riku can't really do anything next turn, then Flage number 1 is going to clear this construct. And that could open the floodgates.
Yeah, so from this point, it's kind of weird, but he's giving Riku a bunch of time to just find Breach and start trying to go off, but Riku doesn't have all of his ducks in a row, right? Doesn't have Grinding Station yet, as far as we know. So if at any point he has to try and manually set that up via the early stages of a Breach, that's where Saga Lantern could really just clamp down on that. So Noah, the finish line isn't really in sight yet, and there are some cards which he might generally have to really think hard about whether he wants, and this might be one of those. Riku can cash in his Bauble, and then it's kind of hard to pick a favorite right now. Obviously, Noah has a much better board, but Riku can, if things break right, just completely flip that over in a heartbeat.
I've learned not to underestimate the Breach deck. It has won from nothing a few times on stream. Especially when it has a turn where it draws more than one card.
Okay.
Island off the top.
That's a blue mana, and there's a Breach there.
Yeah, so suddenly it's like the pieces are starting to line up. Tamio is going to turn that Mox Amber on.
And Emery as well.
Wonder which one Riku prefers. I would guess the one that's going to add cards to the graveyard, but Tamio is actually a better blocker here.
Well, let's say... Yeah, so we're going to lead with... Oh, yeah. Okay. He does that, and then I assume... I mean, the Emery's a little awkward because you have to be aware of the threat of Flage, and you kind of don't want to just run out an Emery that will just die to Flage, but then the same thing kind of goes for the Tamio, so it makes sense to play both if you're going to do it this way. But yeah, so now he can just lead on Breach, and if this is just a value Breach, you replace Unholy Heat, play a Bauble or something, that's pretty annoying. But if Ma decides to pop the Lantern, well then you get to cast the Emery, and there are a lot of cards you can flip that will just, end the game again.
Right. The Emery is going to get played with the Breach in play, so there's an Emery does mill 4. So there's a chance if one of those is any good that it's going to get cast.
I mean, one other way you could do it is you could... Okay, so this is a Holy Heat on a Pride. And that now Emery. So, yeah, now... Yeah, you would have to pop it now, unless you want this bauble being escaped. But Noah's going to just take the kind of more disciplined line, because he knows that, like, with what he sees right now, there's no reason to kind of break the emergency glass just yet. Like, there's a lot of value being accrued, but to what end? Because the energy deck, when it has a draw like this, it doesn't care about value. It will beat you on that axis. That's not a concern.
Yeah.
The real concern is dying out of nowhere to breach. And if you have the Lantern in play, harder for that to happen. Now, the exception would be is, if letting Riku sift through all these extra cards means that he finds, let's say, second breach and the station to pair with it to the point where he just gets to overpower your Solar Lantern, which can very easily happen. So the trade-offs are not obvious. Funnily enough, it looks like Ma has a third Flage.
Yes.
Somewhat awkwardly alongside the first two, and then I think that's a second Fabian Charm.
Static Prison, I think is the last
Static
card
Prison. Okay.
In Noah's hand, it's Flage, Prison.
Yeah, so a white card being tucked away. So, yeah, what you do with that is kind of interesting.
Flage taking down the Construct seems pretty good, but I mean, it is just a 3-mana Lightning Helix here. 1 card in hand.
Yeah,
I guess it doesn't really enable attacks. Emery and Tamio are...
You could make a case for any one of these 3 creatures, I think. Which is kind of funny to think about. I mean, one case would be if you don't hit the Construct now, you might not...
Yeah.
Or it might kind of grow out of range of that. That said, you have the Static Prison, which is like a nice clean answer to a Construct. But leaving either Tamio or Emery in play is like somewhat dangerous over time.
Yeah, Emery... I mean, both of them definitely represent a card next turn. Tamio represents... I mean, I guess they both actually represent a flow of cards every turn, right? Because Emery plus Bauble is a thing, and then Tamio plus mana is a thing.
I mean, I kind of wonder if... So Riku's going to draw card from Outkeep, card return. I wonder if he goes to Emery the Bauble, if Noah will try and just Lantern that. Which, after how disciplined he was last turn, it would kind of be a weird change of course to just try and like stymie some marginal value now, but if he has the read that Riku just has nothing going on, it could make some sense.
Turns out that Riku has backup Bauble, and he drew backup Mox Amber as well, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know what card number 3 is in Riku's hand.
This is a flaw of the Breach deck, is that you have a lot of air, if you like. A lot of cards that see more cards, a lot of conditional cards that need other things, and a lot of actual legends and pseudo legends. So, the first Mox Amber was pretty good. The second one just really doing nothing for him, and the way the deck is built, like I said, it's almost like a legacy deck where all of your cards are incredibly cheap. The other side of that coin is you could have a draw with like a Mox Amber and a Mox Opal. You have 4 mana on turn 2, and you can't actually do anything with it because
none of your cards cost that much mana. All right, so Breach has been left on top. The last card in Riku's hand that I didn't know was a Hedge Maze, and Breach will be coming.
Very nice. So the Emery, it looks like, was not used.
Correct.
Right? Okay. So I guess the idea is that
Emery is
stores an attack from the Pride or something.
Exactly, is on Ocelot Pride duty and not on Mishra's Bauble duty.
Well, the other thing is, I was going to say, having surveilled that Breach at the top, you can also guarantee that you draw it with a Bauble, such that even if the Ragavan finds a way to connect, you don't lose your breach, which would be pretty disastrous.
Yeah, and that is actually what's about to happen, isn't it? Because Static Prison is going to clear the Construct, and now we can flage away Emery.
Yeah, so I kind of think, I mean, so the downside, right, is you crack a bubble now, your Construct goes from a 3-3 to a 2-2, which means everything gets to, or the Ragavan gets to attack into it, and maybe trade. That said...
Oh wow, we're not going to clear with Flage. We're just going to offer the trade of Ragavan for Emery.
Yeah.
Well, this is awkward because actually we know that it's a dilemma for Riku. Either Emery goes down or the breach is going away.
Yeah. And if Emery dies, then the Amber is offline for now as well.
Yeah.
It's all a little annoying. That said, to some extent, if Emery dies, it makes breach when it gets cast more threatening, because the Emery, if it gets replayed, can threaten mill into other things that matter.
Right.
So there might be an incentive to use the lantern right now, which means then if the other thing Riku draws off Bauble plus draw set, the one unknown card is Grinding Station, Rumble, another Emery, right? You have outs to just spin again. So really the whole game here is, can Riku find a way to tempt Ma into cracking that lantern? That's a bit operative question for however many turns the game lasts, which at least one, but probably not too much more than that.
Alright, so we've drawn Bauble. So the hand is Bauble, Amber, and Underworld Breach. We've gone pretty deep into Riku's deck without finding a grinding station.
So, what happened? Okay, so here is Breach.
Yeah.
And here's the dynamic that we mentioned, right? So, and it's exactly enough to replay Bauble and then replay Emery for 1 mana. So yeah, that's enough to prompt this. So, okay, now Riku, what was the other card? What do you got?
He's just got Bauble Amber, so there's nothing else that's going to happen this turn, I think.
Okay. So last turn, right, the Ragavan came in, right, and then Emery traded, and then Noah just had to cast Flage and deal 3 to Riku.
Yeah.
So that kind of gave Riku the choice of how he wanted to handle that exchange. Whereas I guess it's 1 more damage if it happens that way, but if you give Riku the choice, then he can just guarantee that it happens. I guess what I'm saying is it seems like you give Riku a weird amount of agency over whether that happened.
Right.
Which the flip side is, right, if Riku really, really cared about his top card, he could have cracked the Bauble. So I don't know. It's a weird back and forth, but I wonder if that was a bit of a missed opportunity. I don't know.
Yeah. I was expecting pre-combat Flage, actually for a slightly different reason. It would have been Noah's 10th permanent.
Well, that too, as well, yeah.
And now, we have this awkward moment of, do I want to keep the Static Prison? Not really. It's not holding anything up, but at the same time,
also,
it's moving us further away from the City's Blessing if we lose it. He is going to keep it, even though it doesn't do anything.
Also, Riku surveilled and kept the card. So
yeah.
There's actually a weird leveling wall at that point, right? Where if you think, obviously Ragavan's going to attack, so I'm not going to block. It's going to clear that top card that I don't care about, as opposed to, what about the disaster of you surveil that away, Ragavan hits, and my Thassa's Oracle gets exiled or something.
Yeah.
Which, as we said, this list has 2 win conditions. It'd probably be fine, but there's stuff like that can happen. Whereas, so if Riku is an absolute sicko, which he is, we know that. But there's a world where you deliberately keep a blank so that when you get hit, it's fine, and that is consistent with like not cracking the bauble, so enemy can block, and then also the construct is bigger. And at that point, like, do you even attack with the Ragavan? Like, it kind of gets funky. Realistically, Ragavan's always attacking, but well, I mean, unless you kind of have the wrong read on Noah's hand, and his hand is such that actually he can't attack because of the construct or something, Ragavan just doesn't come on in, and at that point, you've just like kept a dead card there for no reason. Which, okay, you can clear it with the bauble, you can get through it, but yeah, weird back and forth there. Any case, Noah are going to take a pretty interesting game one against Riku, where I mean, that game is trivially over many turns ago if exactly the Soul Guide Lantern doesn't get hit, I think.
Yes,
But
yeah, I think that's right.
there we are. So we'll take a look at the list here. As we mentioned, nothing too out of the ordinary for either player. Like, we've seen Boros, we've seen Breach, you basically know the deal here.
It looks like
Riku
from
has-
Riku's side, there's only one sweeper. We've
Yeah,
got a
one
fire
fire
spell.
spell.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's definitely something that they'd know. 2 Unholy Heat, if I'm not even sure how good the like cheap spot removal is
Yeah.
as opposed to, you know, the sweepers. Noah's list though follows a trend that we've seen in a lot of these energy lists lately. A bunch of main deck Ranger Captain videos as the kind of marginal 3-drop of choice. Mainly because it's the best one by far in this specific matchup. And with that having 3 toughness, right, you want ways to clear that. So whether it's, you know, Fire Spout, which kind of gets a nod over stuff like Pyroclasm or Whip Flare for that reason, and then Unholy Heat, Flame of Anor, like you probably want ways to just get that thing out of the way. So you want some amount of that. Can cut some of these marginal, you know, Saga targets or whatever else, and then so probably not too many changes in the abstract there. And then on the other side, I guess the Pithing Needle actually as well, in a weird way, is an answer to Ranger Captain. And then for Noah,
and
the
is
usual
one that can be
bevy
found
of-
off of Urza Saga, right? So
yes, yeah. And then
Pretty
the
low
usual
opportunity
bevy of cards that can come in against Breach. So 2 Orange Giant, 2 Stony Silence, Wear Tear, Surgical Extraction, and then some marginal ones, I think, in the Ghost Vacuum and Wrath of the Skies. Like Ghost Vacuum, probably, yes. And then I assume the usual kind of trimming of the weaker removal and, you know, some of the stuff like Fable or Season Pyromancer, which you won't often have a lot of time. You got a lot of 3s, stuff like that.
That all makes sense. I guess I should be paying attention. I'm looking at monitor 2 where the deck lists are, but I should be paying attention to monitor 1 to see what's going on over here. Definitely looks like the Season Pyromancers have been pulled out. I think one of the Goblin Bombardments got shaved. Noah is
that makes
consulting
some amount of sense as
some
well.
handwritten notes. I cannot tell what language those are written. I think that's written in Korean. Hi, Darth Dog. This is live. We are watching the Japan Regional Championship, which is taking place in Chiba, Japan, where it is about 5 p.m. It's 3 a.m. here in New Jersey.
Darth Dog, are you playing in Portland, or have I confused it with something else?
Is it Source? Oh yeah, it is Source, but that's not what I wanted because I never updated it, so hold on. This is only being streamed live on YouTube. They used to also stream it on Twitch, but for whatever reason they stopped doing that. So let me update this to say the correct thing.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so this... That looks kind of like Korean script to me, I think, at a glance, but I did get a great look at it. Didn't see the usual, like, superscript or subscript that you'd expect with Japanese, but...
I'm not sure why we featured a... Oh, I guess trying to decide whether or not Riku wants to keep the spell snares in his deck. I mean, they tag like a Johnny, but it's not super exciting.
Yeah, a Johnny, the Goblin Bombardments, which seems like are coming out of the deck at the same time, and then, or some of them at least, and then Stony Silence is probably the main thing actually post-board that you really want to hit. Because you need answers to that card, but also it feels weird to be boarding stuff like Nature's Claim, which doesn't do a ton else. So, hedges a little bit more against that.
All right, the notes go back in the box. Riku is getting set up on his pad for game number 2. I wonder if he's... It looks like he's writing more than just 2020, right? He's taking some notes about what happened in game 1. Possibly also writing down how he sideboarded.
How do I feel about Samwise' performance in USRC? I mean, cool to see decks that are a bit off the radar doing well. I think it's a deck that might actually get a little bit better with Aetherdrift. So, like, in every other tournament happening this weekend, because of the Green White Gearhulk is a really nice zenith target, like finding the 2 non-Samwise combo pieces of but it's kind of cool to see. I mean, I think it's, unless I missed something, it's only like one player flying that flag, right? It's not like a whole team that brought it, so probably the exception more so than the rule, but
yeah, it sounds like two people are near the top of the standings, and I'm guessing that 57% represents like 4 out of 7, yeah, made day 2.
Yeah,
that's not bad.
As always, low sample size means conversion rates and even win rates are like pretty unreliable, but
all right, what do we got? Rumble, Saga, some other sort of land, possibly a Scalding Tarn, I'm not sure. Island Mountain, Swan Song, and Breach.
Was that Swan Song? Okay.
Yeah. And then over here, it's Goblin Bombardment, Surgical Extraction, Stony Silence, Ocelot Pride, Galvanic Discharge, and 2 lands.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna keep that. You didn't put all these hate cards in your sideboard to not draw them, I think, but
yeah, that is not going to be a hand that closes very quickly, from what we're seeing.
No, and it's a hand where if the Ocelot Pride dies or just can't connect, you might just like not do anything. But I think, like, given the rest of your creatures like all fill that void, I would rather keep a hand that has like the relevant hate but just needs the threats, as opposed to all threats no hate. Actually, I'm not seeing this Swan Song. Am I?
Oh no, I
it looks
misread.
like a 4th land to me, but it would almost make sense to.
I think this card here is a Swan Song, right?
Yeah, there we are.
And that is a Scalding Tarn, so Riku does have access to the green mana necessary to play the Malevolent Rumble. So at least something he can do to get himself off the ground. Both players have capped.
Yeah, so the Swan Song, a really nice hedge against both Stony Silence, and kind of like filling the spell snare role, and then also like even the surgical. So one of the best ways to just protect yourself from stuff generically, and also one of the best cards in the mirror as well. Like hits Underworld Breach, and then also hits all the cards that would interfere with your Underworld Breach. So kind of good on offense, good on defense.
Noah has topped his card off of Elegant Parlor, and now it's time for Riku to take a walk through the hedge maze. Can't get a good look at what it is. Oh. That was my chance, and I missed it. It was pointed... Oh, it's Jace. Uh-oh. It's kind of an awkward one. He's just going to bin it.
That's fine, though, right? Because, again, you have the Grape Shot in there. Yeah. It'll be fine. Don't worry. Now, as it happens, I think if Riku could see Mars' hand, there would be a case for just keeping the Jace and hardcasting that thing and just,
Right.
playing a kind of weird fair game. But as it stands, it makes sense to send it back.
All right, let's slam a Stony Silence.
Yeah.
Let's slam a Stony Silence.
Probably Riku will feel obliged to
answer.
There's Spell Snap.
Yeah, there was a Spell Snare.
Don't need to use our Swan Song, and don't give Maratutu to fill that void and give him a clock.
So now we can go Saga Rumble and still have the Swan Song available, which looks like exactly how Riku's going to develop. Finding Rumble 2, can't take that, Tameo, Bauble, and a Scalding Tarn.
Yeah, so probably the Bauble, I would guess, but just because it's like a little hard for the Tameo to do something relevant in the near future, makes removal relevant. You don't have like an Amber yet, and this juices your Breach, and also we can juice the Saga, can dig for other stuff if you need it. Farah, the Valros is a sack outlet that's green that you can Zenith for, and to answer the follow-up question, yes, it is the best green stack outlet that you can play in those colors.
He does take the Tameo, play the Tameo, so shields are down right now. No Swan Song available. Let's see how Noah wants to respond to this. Prismatic Ending, the card that's being shown on the coverage, so I'm assuming that's what we've found. Oh, there's a second Stony Silence. Uh-oh.
I stepped out for a second. What transpired?
So the Rumble took Tameo, and Riku elected to play Tameo, taking the Swan Song down. And so now with shields down, Noah is debating playing the second Stony Silence.
Okay.
And that is what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, this Saga, though, I guess probably going to discharge his Tameo now as well, but the Saga could get some work done here. I don't know. If the hand really is that kind of reactive and disjointed.
And the Saga does threaten to eventually find a Haywire Might that will clear this. Wait, no it won't. I figured out how magic cards work. That will just look at the Stony Silence longingly.
Don't worry, many people have got their hopes up in that way and then see dash.
Yeah. Better that I work through that now than in the middle of some game. Alright, so shock Sacred Foundry, and we will galvanically discharge the Tameo. No energy net there, but apparently Noah has earned himself an energy reserve despite that. Alright, so what is Riku working with? I saw Emery and Breach as two cards in hand. As well as another Saga. But I think we have to stagger these or we're not going to be able to make the maximum amount of constructs.
Yeah.
Yep, so it's just Mountain Pass. And it's Bombardment, get Discharge, Ocelot Pride, Prismatic Ending, and Surgical Extraction. So Noah has definitely pivoted to playing Energy Control. 2 mana tapped and untapped. Is he just going to play the Goblin Bombardment? Seems slightly underwhelming given the number of creatures he's drawn so far. That is the play.
Yeah, it's always like it obviously makes sense to board in a ton of these hate cards, and I don't think Ma has done anything wrong. But this game, his deck is playing like the kind of deck which there's a very good reason it doesn't really exist. The kind of a mid-rangey control deck, or wannabe control deck in the Boros colors. It just doesn't work for good reason, and I'm seeing why that is.
Yeah, I feel like with the cards that Noah's played so far, I'm expecting like a Chandra Torch of Defiance to show up or something.
And that's Nahiri the Harbinger.
Yeah, exactly. Cards that have been crept out of the format years and years ago.
Nahiri chomping on this saga might be kind of nice, but anyway, let's leave that fantasy for another time. So this is interesting. Swansong gonna counter the Goblin Bombardment, give Noah a 2/2, which I mean the saga can overwhelm pretty quickly. It's an interesting trade-off there.
And then Ocelot Pride finally makes it onto the battlefield to face down this Construct. I'm a little surprised that the fight was picked over that Goblin Bombardment.
Yeah, I wonder if part of the favor is if there's like a follow-up of Johnny. It's maybe a little medium by itself, but with Bombardment, it becomes a big problem.
Mm-hmm. Sure, and it flips automatically. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't Swan Song a Johnny, of course, so maybe that's the thought.
That makes some amount of sense. I believe if you !card a Johnny, whatever it's called, Nakatl Pariah, there's so much text on this card that MTG Bot has to give you 2 messages to fit it all in. Here's my Johnny fact of the day. Yeah, the Swan Song Swang definitely does fly. I'm the proud owner of a Swan Song token from OG Theros. It's apparently a difficult one to find. I do like my expensive oddball tokens.
Do you have any original Odyssey elephants?
I do not, but I've got my eye on Onslaught Bear tokens. I want to get some of those. I do like those like super old Magic Player Rewards tokens before they kind of figured out what a token frame ought to look like. Alright, here's Saga 2 as expected, and despite Stony Silence, that Construct can attack. So Saga Chapter 3 found a Soul Guide Lantern. There are now 4 in play, 4 artifacts in play, and the Constructs are starting to get real. Let's put it that way. And it's possible that Plan A is now completely out the window, as Grape Shot has also hit the bin, and I don't know that Riku really cares that both of his win conditions, in quotation marks, win conditions, have been milled over.
Yeah, I mean, if the only hate is surgical, that basically is not going to matter either way, right?
Yeah.
So unless it's something harder than that, which I don't think actually exists in Mars sideboard, it won't matter that way. And as you said, maybe none of this matters because the Constructs are the biggest game in town.
Yeah, it seems like, given that Noah has not succeeded in going wide at all in this game, he is definitely vulnerable to a pack of roving 3/3s.
Yeah. I mean, Prismatic Ending, just going to deal with 1, okay. And then Discharge killing Emery.
Interesting.
Sure. And so now Swan Song, or the Swan and Pride get to come in. Notably, the Spawn can block the Pride and sack itself before damage to save off lifelink.
Does
maybe a goal here?
Does Riku want to give the Spawn up? Certainly considering it, I'm assuming. That's his only blocker. And only legal play here.
Basically, the way this equation kind of works is Saga by itself is really like an actual threat. It's mostly a fake threat. But in the games that happen like this, where the energy deck gets super reactive, draws like a bunch of sideboard cards, doesn't have a sideboard itself, your Saga can be a relevant threat. That said, one pair of constructs is not that impressive even then, but if you have a second Saga, that like really compounds everything, right?
Yeah.
However, even then, it often will only take like one Ajani or one Flayed or something to kind of flip that script back. So I think it's rare that the Saga kind of wins the game by itself. I think what you're seeing here, though, is a kind of more common case where like the Saga buys a bunch of time and is a nuisance, and then it paves the way for maybe not like an actual combo via Breach because they're Stony Silence, but just, I don't know, Breach, drawing a bunch of cards and killing a bunch of stuff, and then that's enough to get over the finish line.
Alright, so we will surgical away something. Looks like Nature's Claim is the card that's going to go. You made me wonder, Darth Dog, if like the problem was that it wasn't full screened correctly on OBS, but I think it is. I don't know. I can't explain why there's some odd pixelation. I mean, at one point in the past I did not have a standard monitor size, but I now do. So it's just kind of a regular monitor that has full screened YouTube and is 648 is a very strange number. All right, let me I'm not going to be able to fix it in settings for this one, but I will look into it before the next stream happens. Can't do anything about it mid broadcast. There are a lot of decks that need Nature's Claim at certain points and can never find it. Nature's Dredge is definitely one of them. A lot of matches on camera from days gone by have been like, this deck is in the Nature's Claim waiting room, and then it never shows up to get rid of a Grafdigger's Cage or whatever. Do I have like a couple of seconds that I can go forward? Oh, you'd love to see it. That's probably about as far as we get, but we skipped 30 seconds of surgical extracting, which is very nice. Ultimately, though, Riku is going to get to Breach. Now, his artifacts don't do anything, but...
Yeah, they're kind of like weird battle growths for the construct.
Yeah, that's right.
He can also, I mean... Oh, the Nature's Claim is surgical.
Yeah, the Nature's Claim was surgical to response.
Oh. Okay, so now this is just ensuring that Stony Silence is always there and always a problem, which... I mean, looking at Riku's list, you sometimes see like the one Odawara, the one Seeing into Stupor, stuff like that. There's none of that here. I was kind of wondering... Not
even a Beseiju. I find that interesting.
Yeah. I was wondering how he made room for like all of these various things in his mana base, like second basic, he's got 8 fetches, 2 woodland, and 4 saga. And it turns out he just doesn't have any of the like luxury islands, if you like. But the upshot of that here, though, is that Stony is here for the rest of the game. Whichever way that ends up ending. So we'll play with that in mind. Tamio is back, so also indirectly going to be growing this.
Yes.
Construct maybe. Oh, and do you have a Seamers left over in hand?
Ooh. All right, so we can start grape shotting. I don't know how much mana we actually have access to, but we might be able to grape shot 2 times this turn.
Yeah, that is just Plague Wind here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's in fact Plague Wind with 1 left over. So kill all your things and 1 to you, and now
it is impressive.
This one is for like 6, maybe. So this, can we count this up? How many spells were cast this turn? People have been paying attention. Surgical Extraction was cast. Breach was cast. Mishra's Bauble was cast. Tamio was cast. Grape Shot was cast. Grape Shot was cast. So I think it was a Grape Shot for 5 that wiped the board, and then a Grape Shot for 6. So Noah should be somewhere in the mid single digits, and it's possible that the Construct is just lethal right there. Not quite. Okay, it's Noah on 7. Okay, we got multiple different answers to how many spells were cast. Let's see if we got the same thing. Surgical, Bauble, Tamio, Grape Shot, Surgical. The second Surgical is Mox, rather. Yeah, so I think that those lists do agree. Well, now this is a problem. Oh, Grape Shot was only cast once. My bad. And, if a second Grape Shot had been cast, it would have won the game, so. For a second, I thought Rico had managed to find a combo kill, but he was 1 red mana short of that. Alright, well, have you considered Guide of Souls? In with a 1-2. Now, before we get to Chapter 3, of course, we're going to make another Construct. These things are going to demand answers. Is that Unholy Heat is the card that was found? Which sounds pretty lethal. Do a quick artifact count. 2 Baubles, a Mox, a Clue, and 2 Constructs is 6. That's Noah's life total. And Rico has absolutely pasted together a win out of Elmer's Glue and Matchsticks. Wow, that was pretty cool to see.
Yeah, Saga, you know, I say Saga is something of a fake backup plan, but often it's, you know, it's the fakest except for all the others, to say Winston Churchill, you know, like it's not like, I don't know, Kappa Cannoneer or something was really going to cross the finish line there instead, so
right.
Often it's still not a perfect proposition, but you do what you can.
That was I would describe that game as History of Benalia into History of Benalia. That's basically what Riku did, but based on what Noah happened to draw, that was good enough. So I'm guessing that we're not going to see too much of a change from Riku. I wonder if he's interested on the draw in having more reactive spells from like Spell Snare sort of thing, but I kind of feel like he has cards that are good and cards that are bad, and he's kind of sleeved up the cards that are good at this point. Will Noah pivot at all heading into this game 3? Yeah, despite how we discussed that the Ranger Captain of Eos is kind of a big game for Noah in this matchup. It's like a card that really puts the screws to the Breach deck. We haven't seen one yet in 2 games. It's kind of unfortunate. Though Ranger Captain would have just been a 3-3 because it turned out that that last game that we watched, was decided on the merits. There was no combo finish. It was
Yeah, although that is the nice part of Range Captain is in the fair games, it helps find your like guide plus pride combo, if you will.
Yeah.
So I mean, that game, right? Like, there was a pride that didn't really get to do anything, and then much later on there was a guide. But if there was guide plus pride from early on, then I don't think the constructs are beating that.
That's right. All right, so we have, as in the previous match, one game left to decide who is going to the undisclosed location of the World Championship. Some 8 or 9 months from now. Both of these players have been there before. It's been a couple of years for Riku, but he did. He went 8-6 at the World Championship that was held in Hawaii on Arena.
So when did he? How recently was he active?
Riku?
Like at the PT level, yeah.
Let's take a look. So his last PT event was Pro Tour Phyrexia, so the very first one.
Ah, okay. So
And
this actually is like a kind of momentous occasion for him in that sense. Yeah.
yes, yeah, it's gonna get him back, get his feet back under him. I believe in Philadelphia at PT Phyrexia, you needed 9 and 7 to requalify, and he went 7-5 to 7-9. He went LLL, or he needed a couple more. Riku, let's find out. Riku did just top 8 in Arena Champs. You're correct. He finished with a quarterfinal finish at Arena Championship 6. So not the most recent one in December, but the one before that.
Okay, but that was not enough to get a PT invite.
Well, he might be qualified for Chicago. I'm not actually sure.
Oh, but yeah. Either way, nice to have the next one locked up.
Yes.
Regardless.
All right, so what do we got? We've got a lot of Breach cards here, right? Tamio, Breach, Rumble, Mox Amber, and then 3 lands. Do any of these lands make blue mana? I think that's a Wooded Foothills that can go find like a breeding pool. Yeah, it is. But the one card does have to go down. I think Rico has Mulligan once. But certainly a keep, regardless of what we wind up putting back. Looks like the Wooded Foothills was on the chopping block, but now Mox Amber has been shuffled to the front.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, I think.
I can see the Breach not being good for several turns, but I also think you want to have access to it, especially after you rumble. So I doubt that that's going anywhere. I didn't get a good look at Noah's hand. I was busy looking up whether or not Riku was at the Arena Championship, so I guess we're just going to see as the cards come out. And it will be Wooded Foothills, Breeding Pool, and Tamio for Riku.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to put the Amber back because it's the most high-risk card in one sense, right? And you're already on 6, and easy to imagine how the card just becomes completely dead. But also, if this Tamio lives, you probably are a little happy about your spot anyway, and if you're like rumbling and casting a bunch of stuff, then you could probably find at least the first like Amber or Opal or something. Like it's not, that's not going to be the thing that's stopping you. And then when you have 2 lands, you have Saga. The Saga is kind of more of a spell than a land in that position, I think.
Right.
So makes sense to treat it that way, and on that basis, I think Amber goes back.
Sounds like Noah has access to Surgical, Stony Silence, Wrath of the Skies, Ajani. Ajani getting in on the play before the defenses are set up sounds like something that we hadn't seen in the past couple of games. Yeah, so that is it. It's Wrath, Ajani, Stony Silence, Surgical Extraction, and 3 more lands.
A classic big Boros hand.
Yes.
And on the play, sure. I mean, if this is your hand on the draw and your first relevant play, maybe it's turn 2. It's maybe you're pricing anyway, but it can't feel good.
All right, so we're gonna just preemptively shut off any shenanigans by playing a Stony Silence. I don't think that's going to matter this turn because all Riku could do is Malevolent Rumble anyway. Yeah, Mock's looking like a better and better choice to send back now, huh? Alright, Rumble finds Tameo, Jace, Scalding Tarn, and Spell Snare.
Might honestly be Jace, or...
I mean, Noah's broadcasting that this is going to be another one of these fair games, and hasn't shown any interest in trying to beat down. Backup Tameo is the take.
Oh, okay.
That's interesting. I guess UUU is going to be a challenge for Riku to make.
Maybe the thought is like, okay, let's say Mar just plays like Third Land Flayed or something, kills Tameo. Having another Tameo is like one of the better ways to rebuild from that. Or even against something like Wrath of the Skies, right? Like that could potentially set you back really far here, and it looks like that's what's going to happen. So after that, you know, you untap, you play your second Saga, you play another Tameo, you kind of put the ball back in Mars Court, whereas, you know, casting the Jace would be pretty remote from there. So I think I like that, actually, the more I think about it, even though it wasn't like my first impulse.
It looks like Noah's planes are from Amonkhet, which does match the type of land that was at the land station for the limited event. I think that's where those came from. Do you think he like put the deck together yesterday morning and fished out some land station lands?
I know there were some, you know, perverted players out there, you know, the Andrews of the world. They love going to the basic land box to, you know, to fill out their decks in that way.
And if so, do you think after Noah is done, is he going to go put those lands back? Wrath of the Skies X is 1. That's all your permanents and none of mine. It's pretty good. That's a good question. Do you think that Wrath was early?
I guess. So, what would we be waiting for, right? Like, because if, let's say, we just do something else and pass, I assume we don't want to be like playing stuff into our own Wrath, so we're probably just passing. At that point, Riku just plays the land and passes, attacks again, and we then have to Wrath on our own turn. So.
Ooh.
You kind of just have both players like clicking it back, but this, I don't know. I think it probably makes sense just to do it now.
So Noah, I mean, you had talked through, Dom, that you felt like, okay, if Wrath is coming, then next Tameo would be a good way to start rebuilding. And Noah had the same thought because the Surgical Extraction in hand has tagged Tameo, which also grabbed the card out of Riku's hand. I guess that other Tamio was known information, so the goal was to try to stop Riku from having a play this turn. Now we get to like untap play a Johnny or something.
Although I guess the question I'd ask is what is that Tamio doing?
Making some useless clues.
Yeah, well, so and what are those doing unless there's an Urza Saga? So I guess where I'm going with this is, even though you don't know about the second saga, does it make more sense to like draw step surgical Urza Saga if this is the line we're taking? And turns out you would hit and feel very smart, but even if you don't, I think it might be the better way to go.
Does this suggest there's like a Ragavan coming or something? But Ragavan is not quite as good when Stony Silence isn't played, turning off its treasures.
I guess the thought might be like 0-3 block is just kind of annoying if you have like a Johnny and other stuff, but I don't know. Ooh, Flage. Okay, well that's a Clark.
Yeah, and that would have also answered a Tamio pretty nicely.
You might answer Riku pretty nicely, unless...
I agree with that, too.
I mean, there's some chance, right, that, like, Riku draws Nature's Claim, unlocks his stuff, and then suddenly just Breach kills out of nowhere, but Flage is going to be a pretty nice Clark.
Yeah, and it's not... I mean, this part of Flage is not super exciting, but the fact that we've already hit 5 other cards in the graveyard means that we're going to have to do something about this really fast. Because it's only going to take a couple turns from here to get the job done. At least Noah doesn't have a Arena of Glory in play right now to haste it after it comes out of the graveyard. Then we'd be talking about a 2-turn clock even from this position. Riku just shocks and passes, wanting to get his Karn struck. Noah's gonna take a stroll through an elegant parlor. It's true there's at least one Mox in hand that can be used for the Karn structs. We do have to time making them pretty carefully because we don't want to get lightning helixed. But yeah, that means that, I mean, Riku's only chance to survive from what we've seen so far is that he could make 2 4/4s to block. We know he has a Mox Mox Opal. I think he had a second redundant Mox Opal, which is a little frustrating. I don't know if there's a Mox Amber or a Bauble out there.
And I think, Noah Ma might be about to look up his own world spot, which, to be fair, he's qualified for the 3 PTs this year, which you basically just have to break even to get your slot at that point, but always nice to do it before basically anyone else.
Yeah, the only world championship that Noah's appeared in is the one that just happened in Vegas, where he went 5-7-1. It's kind of a rough go. I'm sure he is. He would be excited to get back on the horse. Okay, so we have 2 Constructs, then Urza Saga going away on Chapter 3 produces a Soul Guide Lantern. Now we can play Mox Opal, and a Bauble. So we have a pair of 5/5s, which is big enough to stand up to Flage this turn, I guess. Unfortunately, Flage attack ping one of them is enough to kill both on double blocks. then it's like everything has traded. Now, I agree if the Surgical had hit Saga instead, this game would be over right now. I guess Riku would have 12 life instead of 9 because the Flage would have killed that Tamio that Riku was trying to, that Noah was trying to stop Riku from playing, but, I mean, whatever. Alright, so middle construct has 3 damage marked on it. And these two things are very awkwardly only 5/5s. So if Riku goes in double blocks, then you put 2 extra damage on that. Now it has 5 damage on it. And you put 4 damage on the other one. And then they die in a cascade.
Yeah, I mean, any interactive spell is going to be a backbreaking here, so yeah.
Oh, even worse,
down,
yeah.
Other one dies. Right?
Yep.
Yeah,
so the
okay.
first one goes down, now it's a 4/4 that gets run over by Flage, and that's even scarier because now you're at 9 facing an Inferno Titan.
And Ma still has that Ajani from all the way back, I believe? Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
there it is.
It might even have a backup in hand now.
I mean, if he has a backup, this turn is going to be fantastic. We'll flip it right away and have a red permanent to...
That is
yeah,
what's going
right.
on.
So there'll be another cat there, and a third cat from Ajani's 0, and then there'll be 4 more upstairs. So yeah, basically Riku is in check. He needs to, I think, draw exactly Nature's Claim for this Stony Silence, and then stitch something together from there.
So discharging the Flage there, Darth Dog, did keep the Flage alive. Discharging the token, rather, to keep the Flage alive. The double block was threatening to trade everything off. Which I think probably would have worked out okay as well, but this does present lethal right now.
Yeah, although I'm actually wondering if there's a world where you do the double Johnny thing pre-combat, and then you can shoot a token, finish it off. There's no good blocks at that point, and then you still get to keep the discharge in case, you know, there's some like Mox Amber fueled thing that I don't know. I don't think it's too relevant.
Yeah, we are once again grasping at straws of any way that Riku can mount a comeback here. I don't really know what it's going to look like. Sorry, I've reached the point where I'm getting ready for the message that has the decks of the finalists. Prove me wrong, Riku, but I don't see what gets you out of this. Yeah, we have been talking about how this week has been kind of the demise of energy, but Noah is
back. It's so back. A true underdog story in progress.
maybe showing that MH3 Tribal is still viable in Modern.
There are so many different MH3 Tribal decks you can play as well. There's a lot of diversity.
Alright, Noah has won it, and so we will have Noah playing against Masataka in the final. so I get to skip about 30 seconds. I'm sure that there's going to be a brief break here on stream, and given that it's 3:30 a.m. and I've been streaming for 8.5 hours, my voice is kind of shot, as you can hear. I would greatly need this break, so I'm going to put the Japanese audio up for a couple minutes. We should be back in, I don't know, 3 to 5 to watch the finals.
そのフレージを一番強く使ってるデッキがボロスエネルギーなだけだと僕は思ってますね、正直。はい。
そしてモダンホライゾン3
And maybe we'll finally get to see this Aetherdrift
モダンホラ3デッキ
promo video that they keep playing.
いや、なるほどね。いや、今後、まあ、メタゲームが変わっていく中で、そういったサイドとかでの微調整とか、
そうですね。
ね、ブラケット出ましたけど、
はい、
ノア選手、非常に調整の、努力があったんでしょう。
はい、
実りまして世界選手権。
はい、ノア選手も堀正孝選手、どちらも僕、マジックオンラインの5-0リストでちょこちょこ見てたので、やはり研鑽を積んできた強者たちが勝ってきたなという印象ですね。
はい、そして決勝はボロスエネルギーとオルゾフブリンク。
はい、
ノア選手対こちら堀さん。
はい、先手はノア選手ですかね、多分。確かノア選手が4位ぐらいで、堀さんがもうちょっと下だった気がするんで、
もしかしたらじゃあそこで、先手後で結構でかいですもんね。
そうですね、特にメインがオルゾフブリンク側がそれほど軽いカードって多くないので、
はい、
ボロスの111みたいなアクションを結構さばくの難しいんですよね。なのでここの先手後手は大きく響いてくると思いますって言うんですけど、モダン大体そんな感じなんでいつも、
はいこんなもんということで、
モダンもスターも先手でかいですからね。
はい、ということで、決勝がこの後あります。
はい、
チャンピオンが決まりますので、この後もぜひご視聴よろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いします。
キャスター交代ということなので、斉田さんと加藤さんにバトンタッチしたいと思います。それでは動画をご覧ください。一旦失礼いたします。
失礼します。
Hey you! Has life been passing you by? Want to add a little explosiveness to your day? Or find out if you have what it takes to beat a demon-possessed machine that magically harvests souls for fuel? 10 teams! 3 worlds! Burn rubber for racing fame! Then join the Girapur Grand Prix, and this could be you! Not him! Her! Take a chance for fantastic glory and incredible riches! Like the Aetherdrift, this year's legendary prize. It's worth the risk, we promise. So put down that remote and push your pedal past its limits. We want you to be a part of the Girapur Grand Prix. Frankly, because we're running out of racers. But hey, it'll be a ton of fun! It's only a death race if you die.
Warning, the Girapur Grand Prix is incredibly dangerous and will likely result in your untimely death. We are not responsible for vehicle sabotage, driver incineration, or decapitation from giant anthropomorphic sharkmen. Drive at your own risk. This message has been paid for by the New Culture Collective.
Hey you! Stop contemplating your existential dread. Try Magic the Gathering Foundations. Dying decor got you depressed? Foundations turns dreary into dramatic. But wait! There's more! With the right magic card, everything's better!
Can magic help me with my boss's after-hours texts?
It sure can.
Thank you, Magic the Gathering Foundations.
皆様お待たせいたしました。ここからはチャンピオンズカップファイナル、いよいよ決勝戦と
来ましたね。
なります。
決勝、はい。
来ました加藤さん、準決勝。
Yeehaw, it is time for the finals.
Yeehaw indeed.
So let me put the decks in chat, but these are players that we've seen in the last couple of matches. We have Noah Ma, who just survived semifinal number 2 playing Energy, playing against Masataka Hori, who is playing the black-white blink deck. So I know there is an adage that if you have a deck that's really small and it's playing against a deck that goes a little bit bigger, then the little bit bigger deck is typically favored. I don't know if that logic quite applies here. I mean, we have like a 1-drops and 2-drops deck against a 2-drops and 3-drops deck, but...
Yeah, you can't be going too much over because then they just go under.
Exactly.
And also, you have to be pretty sure you are actually going over, which, you know, sometimes against like a Johnny and Flage and so on, it's not trivial, right?
Right.
I think this matchup is pretty close, pretty hotly contested. Like, I think if you ask most Blink players, they'll say, you know, they think it's decent for them, did it from the other side. And honestly, especially for Blink, although maybe just as much so for Energy now, like, you need to be able to say that in order to make your deck a solid choice, right? Like, this is an important matchup, so you gotta at least like your plan there. And looking at these lists, I think there's like a decent amount of mutual respect, if you like. Not a ton of, you know, sideboard cards aimed at the Blink matchup specifically, and I'm not sure what that would even look like from the Boa side, but stuff like the One Plague Engineer in Hori's sideboard. You know, I think this is probably a Wrath of the Skies matchup that you can set up spots where you let them kind of try and go underneath, and then that sets up a pretty backbreaking Wrath of the Skies for you. So it's going to be an interesting one. Yeah, this is a kind of a fair slugfest at its finest.
This is approximately the last thing going on here at the Japan Chiba Regional Championships. We are going to Japan Korea Regional Championships taking place in Chiba, Japan. Chiba is on like the outskirts of Tokyo. If you're not familiar with Japanese geography,
and it's basically always in Japan, right? Like it's
it's never taken place in Korea. And that's partially because I think the tournament organizer is Big Magic, which is one of the Japanese shops. So they're the people who have like the streaming infrastructure and stuff, and they probably don't really want to put that on a boat and send it over to Korea. Similar to how there was an era where like Star City Games had kind of abandoned the west coast of the United States and was only hosting events where they could drive their machinery to it.
So I know, you know, China has its own RC. There was the, you know, Taipei one as well, and then is there a kind of a broader, like, I know the typology always gets weird, but like a kind of Pan-Asian.
Yes, there's like a Southeast Asia one is the term for the region, but it encompasses like Singapore, Thailand, etc. Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah, so this one is limited to just Japan and Korea. Good question, Dracos. It is Noah who's going to be on the play. He is the 4 seed. Masataka is the 7.
Okay, so that I think is pretty. I mean, it's always somewhat relevant, but certainly in terms of like the deck that is leaner, more efficient, has, you know, these nut draws that can just overpower anything. That being on the play means from the other side, as Hori, you really have to be disciplined, I think, about what hands you can keep. And so, you know, there are certain lines which it's much easier to kind of get away with on the play than on the draw. So I'm thinking really anything involving Philia, much easier if you're on the play yourself.
Yes.
Whereas on the draw, like, so much easier for them to just hold up a discharge or have enough like random stuff that you can't even attack, you know, that kind of thing. So probably that alone is enough to put the edge a little bit towards Ma. This is a matchup maybe where like Ranger Captain versus the other 3s is notably worse. It's still not nothing, but you would much rather just have a pile of like Fables and Season Pyros, I think, if this was what you were facing.
Right.
Even that gets like a little weird because the token from Fable is quite weak against Flickerwisp and Philia in particular, and so at that point, if your 3-drop, like a third of it at least is already kind of heavily blunted, then you're kind of banking on having a lot of time for the rest of it to do its thing. So I don't know, maybe that one's closer than I'm giving it credit for.
The main thing I am hoping for here is that we're going to get to see 14 cards capped. I want to see a good slugfest. And similar to what we saw at the start of the finals of the draft, we get our 2 players shaking hands with the trophies in the background.
Yeah.
Something to put in the papers. You can see the trophies behind the spotter's head. The big one, unlike the plaques that are given out to the winner and second place of the limited open, this one, the second place trophy doesn't just say have a big 2 on it. Let's put it that way. It's just a smaller version of the winner's trophy. So how do we feel about, I think, 4 lands, Witch Enchanter, and 2 Flickerwisps? It sounds not ideal.
No.
Whereas on the other side, it's 2 Ajanis, a Goblin Bombardment, Thraben Charm, and Philia. This sounds great. With both colors of mana.
Yeah, I mean, I think just the Bombardment Ajani thing is like one of the best things you can be doing in the matchup anyway. So
yeah.
Okay, so did Hori keep that hand, or
Yes.
did we just skip through the mulligan process?
Maybe we missed something, but Masataka did keep.
To be fair, like Witch Enchanter into Flickerwisp is kind of nice against Bombardment specifically. Although
on the other hand, Flickerwisp is not particularly strong against Bombardment as a 3/1.
No, but and with the Witch Enchanter in play already, that line is face up. So I think Ma will be, not getting like too invested in that one coming together.
Draw for turn is Marsh Flats, Takenuma, and we're going to play an Overlord. Okay, so I think a couple of the cards that I parsed as lands may have been Overlords.
Oh, okay. In that sense, in that case, yeah, definitely this makes sense.
All right, so we're going to take a Solitude and let a couple of random cards go into the graveyard. I think it's 2 lands for the first. Oh, that's an Aether Vial. Masataka's deck is tricked out. Anything that has an Expedition or Invention, it's the most expensive version you could have.
You did say that he top 8'd the Vintage Eternal Weekend.
Yes,
Asia,
that's right.
And he looks like he's kind of older and well put together, so
he's got money to spend on his hobby. You can put it that way.
Yeah. Now, no, Mud does have Thraben Charm, which can just take down the Overlord right now, or if you're able to wait for Hori to commit to the Flickerwisp flat, you can snipe it there as well. But so it's kind of weird, right? If your turn 2 player's Bombardment and you just pass the turn on turn 3, at that point you gotta wonder what exactly is going on. But if he can develop in the meantime, or maybe he thinks he'll just force the issue on the Solitude right now, because you can't let a Johnny flip. Like once a Johnny flips, it becomes that much harder to actually do anything about.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the one Skyclave, but beyond that, you kind of need to like Flickerwisp it back and then kill it with your removal, which is not enticing. So
Noah was asking a judge for the text on Flickerwisp. I think he was curious.
Yeah. So yeah, I think we'll see. Oh yeah, okay. He is just gonna pass back. I like it.
Interesting.
Now, given that, I wonder if Hori smells a rat and decides to Flickerwisp the Witch Enchanter just to get that 2-for-1.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, at that point, the 3-1 will stay in play, so it has to be killed through other means.
Yeah.
To get the same thing that doesn't run into Thraben Charm.
Now we're gonna play a Recruiter of the Guard.
Okay. I mean, I don't hate this either, because if Mara's playing so reactively, it's kind of nice to, you know,
take
this
your
turn
2
off
for ones. Exactly.
with your clunky card, give yourself time to set up, and I think is that Emperor of Bones?
Yes,
yeah.
It is.
So this also is something of a hedge against, you know, if the Overlord gets blown up, or, you know, if he has to use a Solitude on this turn, right? Like, the Emperor now is primed to just set up an incredible turn whenever the shields are down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Mar decides, I got to use some of my mana here. That makes sense. So he will...
Yeah, so he'll play a 2-drop and then fetch an Elegant Parlor.
Yeah, I think there might be a case for, like, you fetch a parlor, you see what you surveil into, and that might inform the decision, but given how stacked his hand is, I think he knows, like, given the choice, he's going to be spending all of his mana some way or another, right? So take the trade now, makes total sense, and then, yeah, if, like, a good spell is a good spell, and if he draws a 4th untapped land, he can play a Johnny, threaten to flip it, kind of forcing the issue on the Solitude, make Hori take the 2 for 1, and then just play the 2nd Ajani and really put the screws on him.
Yeah. Alright, let's see what we're seeing. Looks like an easy decision to bin a Flage. Yeah, that's the second one. In any case. So it's Ajani, discard Flage, I believe, and he's just drawn Arena of Glory.
Wow, so yeah, he can... Yeah, he's just gonna go for the double Ajani line here, and it's gonna work out so nicely. And then, even if somehow it doesn't work, like let's say Hori has double Solitude and decides to Solitude both, yeah, we still have some material left over, and now we have just Arena Flage for next turn just ready to go. So I guess Emperor Bones can, like, eat a Flage to prevent that, but then the Emperor just dies.
It's a tough way to do it.
Yeah, this is so nice.
With the flip trigger on the stack, we're going to pitch a Flicker Wisp to Swords the Ajani, which sounds good, but it turns out that is Ajani number 1. The Goblin Bombardment Ping does take down the Recruiter.
Yeah. And so now, it's kind of like 2nd Ajani versus... Second story. I'm assuming Oscar, maybe the Ajani... Oh, I assumed the Ajani would be sacked on his way out, but it ended up in exile, so maybe that was just missed there.
Yeah, did he want the life for some reason? But I guess there's not an Ocelot Pride coming or anything. I don't know. That is very strange. It seems like Ajani is significantly better in the graveyard since we have to escape these Flages at some point.
Yeah. So now he's passing again, where it's kind of interesting. So I guess the problem is you play Ajani, you flip it, you end the turn essentially with flipped Ajani on 3 and a cat token, but then if Hori just goes Emperor eat Solitude, put in Solitude, the cat dies, and then it attacks Ajani, and now basically that's been dealt with, and there's a 4/4 Emperor that has to be answered. So you kind of have to be a little bit more reactive here, but that in turn lets Hori just spend all his mana again. Hardcast Witch Enchanter, doesn't even have to Flicker Wisp this time, although would also be nice, and blow this up. So really fun back and forth there. You see Mars just being kind of like, understandably at each point, but having to really be cautious in how he just spent all of his mana.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting that he elected not to just jam the 2nd Ajani there.
Well, like I said, it's against the known Emperor.
Yeah.
It creates this really awkward
Right.
But I guess you could plus Ajani, but then no, that you can't even do that because there's an Overlord in the graveyard.
That's right.
And that's even worse. So it's, yeah, not good. So this might be second Flage. And then... Okay, so setting up to escape next turn, and if Hori goes for Emperor, Galvanic Discharge can try and break that up at least. Although that in turn could get trumped by like Ephemerate or just another Emperor or something like that.
Emperor Ephemerate to eat both of the Flages would be well,
something. You can't. So you can't do that because
you have to be able to
at the beginning of so.
That's right. That's right. You're limited to 1 per turn. Alright, so it looks like we have Overlord, Flicker Wisp, Shadowy Backstreet, the Emperor that hasn't been played yet. And I don't know what the last card was, but here comes Overlord again. Alright, mill 4. And understandably, Noah is like, what the hell are these cards? That one's a full art White Orchid Phantom.
Okay, now this Witch Enchanter taking 3, putting Hori 16, and now he's going to Flicker Wisp this?
Yeah, that is what's going on.
Very nice.
Alright, so let's mill 4 more.
And now Noah's in a real bind because he doesn't have any energy, so the discharge can't kill the 5/5 straight up. He could try and kill it with Flage, right, if he's facing Flage from the graveyard, but you know about the Solitude, so there's basically no shot that Hori passes a turn without a white card for Solitude. And you can just guarantee it here with Overlord. So that's kind of off the table. So you can try and set it up so that you escape Flage, force the Solitude, and then you have the discharge to finish it off, which I think is what he's going to do and probably the best way to do it, but that still leaves you kind of with nothing left against a pretty formidable hand for Hori.
Alright, time to get Elegant Parlor number 2. It does not seem like Noah has particularly good counterplay against the torrent of value that Masataka has been able to generate this game. Alright, what do we see? It's a easy bin, Flooded Strand. Every card in the graveyard is good. We're going to need to find some way to escape another Flage somewhere down the road if we're going to make any real progress. Draw for turn is Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Doesn't seem like letting this Overlord attack is going to end well for Noah as he continues to have to fight through what becomes an interminable procession of solitudes. I mean, this is really where the Orzhov deck excels.
Yeah, this is arguably a form of garbage time.
Yes, I agree. We're pretty close to garbage time. We watched a couple of matches yesterday this afternoon, which I guess counts as yesterday, given that it's 4 a.m. now, of this Orzhov deck going up against the Esper Oculus, which was also just an absolute pounding.
Yeah, I mean, the Oculus has fallen off for many, many reasons. You know, it's quite overdetermined, but one of the reasons is this matchup is one of the most lopsided in the entire format, I think.
Yeah.
It's like you need everything to break right for you, and you have to play it very well, and you need to be able to win 3 games of a complete brutal slugfest within the time limit. Like it's a struggle, you know.
I mean, it seems like the one way that you can attack this Orzhov deck is through the fact that it struggles to deal with multiple permanents on the other side simultaneously. Like, it's very good at creating a lot of 1-for-1s, but
yeah, or if you just do something that does go over the top in a way that they don't care about. So like Eldrazi, for example, I think starts off pretty far ahead because you're just ramping up mana, you don't really care about pushes and solitudes and stuff, and then especially like just putting Emrakul on the stack is absolute nightmare. But yeah, really. So Noah's turn went as described, but then that creates a perfect opening for Hori to play Emperor exile his own Overlord. That puts in a hasty Overlord, so that's gonna tear through his deck, get back 2 cards of his choice, and now that second wave is set up. And if there's like a Ephemerate or something, he'll get to keep the Overlord too. Like this is just
and you're just
he's
always
playing with his food
guaranteed
at this point. Yeah,
always guaranteed to pass with Solitude plus white card up, and Noah's gonna struggle to do more than one thing in a turn from now on. Like, how does Noah ever double spell now? His hand is Fable plus Ajani plus Ocelot Pride. I mean, I guess we found a way to double spell, but we can chew through this.
Yeah, this is like the problem as well is this is about a card like Showdown of the Skalds, right? That we've seen for these energy mirrors or in these grinding matchups like that. That would maybe be enough to kind of try and go toe to toe here, but without any form of actual card advantage, he's just playing cards. And even though Fable is a bunch of different things and Ajani is 2 cards of mana, it doesn't add up to enough.
Yeah, any deck that can kind of be reduced to a bunch of individual cards is just going to fold to the coverage die flies off the table to the hateful 3-drops and the value engine that the Orzhov deck is able to assemble. I selfishly wish there was one other way to put a counter on this Emperor of Bones. I don't know what it would look like.
Yeah, like something you could recruit her for that.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had a lot of fun trying different like Emperor of Bones, Soul Cauldron decks. Which, sadly, Cauldron is not at its best here. It just doesn't really work with anything else. But like, something like that would be pretty cool.
Like it would be awesome if you could like fetch Idyllic Range. Just I don't know, anything along those lines. I think that would just be a pretty sweet extra little.
I think the best candidate there is Spymaster's Vault, which is a really nice card.
That's a nice one.
It's a little hard to justify in your mana base as it stands. That's right now,
Right. Imagine if there was some way to play like Rafine or something. Jeez. We actually saw Rafine on the stream earlier today. It didn't look very good. That one probably should stay in standard.
Wandering Emperor, I think I've seen on occasion.
There are definitely some decks that would be quite surprised to see a Wandering Emperor show up.
I'm kind of curious to see, as this black-white deck becomes one of the established tier 1 decks, how do people try and go bigger in the mirrors? Like that's why you see a lot of these like obscure, expensive cards, which you wouldn't normally see in Modern, but if it's going to be like this, then maybe they start showing up.
Right, like, okay, it struggles to answer 10 1/1s or whatever, so let's just put, I'm making stuff up here, but let's just put, Decree of Justice in our deck or something along those lines. Like,
Like 5-mana Elish Norn.
Yeah.
It's a nice one, stuff like that.
Well, the 5-mana Elish Norn is out there. That is actually in the Orzhov. Like, that's in Masataka's sideboard already, so that is definitely a kind of thing that people are thinking about.
The Ghost Council of Orzhova fans.
Ooh, now we're talking. That is definite sewers right there. You don't want to give the wrong impression that you're attempting to like sell out, become mainstream. We should embrace the absolutely putrid cards. Now, I'm all for trying Idyllic Range. Someone should investigate.
As long as we don't then try and smuggle like a Miria or whatever, because at that point you.
No, it's too far. It's too far.
I mean, honestly, Guide of Souls might be best answer to that question. I know I've seen people ask like, well, why doesn't this deck just have like Guide and Pride in it? Which people will tell you the reasons, but it's a natural question to ask, I think.
And especially as you have these Aether Vials that do nothing on one. So they're just kind of awkward when you have to play them at the early game and then wait for them to become real cards.
Ephemerate on Flicker Wisp on Witch Enchanter deals with Fable. And I mean, after that flurry of activity, the game is like quieter than it was a few turns ago. But I would still give the edge pretty heavily to Hori.
Well, right. It's because the Orzhov deck doesn't necessarily close very quickly when it doesn't have Overlord in play. Like, it's just gonna have to chip away for a little while, and a lot of its blink effects neuter its own ability to attack because you're using your Flicker Wisps for other value rather than to reduce your opponent's life total. But I do agree that Masataka still has both hands on Throat here. There's not really a lot of maneuvering room for Noah.
I mean, look, it's an untimed finals. It's the finals of the RC. Why concede if you think you even have like a slight chance? You know, putting it out. I mean, you could imagine from here, like, what if, you know, Ma rips like Season of Pyromancer into, you know, just good top decks over a few turns. Like, he can be back in it.
Alright, Witch Enchanter has done its job. It has changed zones so many times this game. Maybe you can finish the Grand Tour and get picked up by an Overlord and then pitch to a Solitude.
No, bombardment, okay.
That's medium scary against a deck that's playing all these X1s. Just gonna make this take so much longer. Oh, no, never mind. There's another Witch Enchanter. Noah's preemptively putting the Goblin Bombardment in the graveyard, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, this matchup took place in the finals of the, or sorry, in also the finals, but the top four and then the finals of the. I think the semifinals one lasted about 2 hours in total, and the finals was quicker. But from what, yeah, that one was a real slugfest.
Noah examining some of the zones, trying to figure out what's even left in his deck. And elects to do nothing. So let's go through the usual rigmarole of finding a shadowy backstreet. We don't have one anymore, so just get a basic plains. All right. What do we got? An attack for 5. All right, finally we're starting to make progress on Noah's life total. He goes down to 12.
The trawler.
Boggart Trawler comes out.
Which is actually kind of nice, I think, because it means like another top deck Flage can't just wreak havoc on the board right away.
Looks like Noah's keeping track of all the things that have been flipped over. There's like different columns for different card names.
Interesting how, I mean, obviously Hori has a fully blinged out version of his deck, but everyone else is going with, you know, Guilds of Ravnica Shocklands and just no aesthetic demands or drip whatsoever.
Well, it looks to me like Noah, like, ordered his deck to be picked up on site. That would make sense to me out of the land station lands.
Yeah, Noah spent all of his money on like exotic suits or whatever, and there's nothing left in the tank for his decks.
All right, the pressure has ratcheted up another tick now. We have 8 power on the other side of the battlefield. I agree that Planeswalkers seem cute as a potential answer in the mirror. Like, none of these cards particularly are focused on answering it. So I understand where the Wandering Emperor is coming from.
Yeah, I don't. Also, you can get them back with little use effect currently, but worth noting. I think one of the lists, I forget which one it was, but had Liliana the Last Hope in the sideboard, kind of for that purpose.
Well, I actually had no idea that Overlord said that. You can get back a non-Avatar creature card or a Planeswalker card. Wow, imagine if you had Gideon Alive
sure.
Zendikar and just made an emblem, got back Gideon, made an emblem. Just did that over and over again a few times. Then once it comes down to, Witch Enchanter versus Boggart Trawler, the Gideon loop would be something else. Alright. We found a Ranger Captain. The Ranger Captain found a Ragavan, and we used an Arena of Glory to get both of them hasted onto the battlefield. Ragavan obviously trades for the Boggart Trawler, because why not? And no reason to worry about this little 3/3 getting in there. Doesn't seem like it's going to be enough to win this race against the Flicker Wisp. You do have to have a certain disposition to play a deck that can play from medium ahead for a very long time. It's not quite the same as a standard blue-white control deck where once you've like hard turned the corner, then it's just a victory lap until your opponent chooses to concede. This is basically a victory lap, but has Noah finally seen enough? The recruiter of the guard has convinced Noah to concede. Whew. So we'll go to sideboards.
And normally you want like a nice, closely fought, back and forth 3 games match. At this point, I'm rooting for a blowout. Like, yeah, let's have Hori take it home into get us all out of the building.
I'm hoping to be in bed before 5, so I would take Noah mauling to 5 and not being able to establish a board and getting beaten up by some failures. That sounds fine to me. Alright, curious to see exactly what the Orzhov deck attempts to do. It looks like they're going through pretty quickly and pulling some did they actually shuffle all 15 in? Now they're pulling the others out. So let's see what's wound up over here. It was too quick for me to see. We riffled through very fast. I was curious if I could catch whether or not like a Wrath of the Skies was in the box.
They both have them in their board. I think it makes a lot more sense for Black-White to have them in, even though they don't actually have any sources of energy, weirdly enough.
Sure, just as an X, white, destroy all of Noah's X's, or less. It seems pretty strong.
I think a lot of the games Boros wins will involve just going very wide, creating this board which because the Blink deck is very good at like one-for-oneing individual things, but against stuff that's going super wide, it's kind of hard to clean all that up sometimes. So Wrath is a good hedge against that.
The Orzhov deck only actually looks like one card that's capable of doing anything like that, and that's the one Plague Engineer, which I'm sure that Masataka has brought in.
Yes. Which, with 4 recruiters, it's kind of like 5 Plague Engineers, or some fraction thereof, but yeah, that's one of the better cards here for sure.
Coverage has also identified this as they remind us what Plague Engineer does, or attempt to. It is a beating against this card. It's true. We did not do props this week. Sometimes I make a sheet of prop bets for us to follow. Random questions about what we think we're going to see on stream, but since I knew that we were going to be mainly following Limited on the live stream this weekend, I didn't know how much Modern we would get to see, so. And the answer turned out to be like 15 of the 17 rounds, so it's not that bad. Sorry, 13 of the 15 rounds, so we saw most of it. But one thing that I do like trying to keep track of is the last spell that resolves in the finals. What card type will it be? I have to assume Creature is a pretty big favorite right now. But it's not impossible that it might be an instant or a sorcery. Alright, here we go. Players drawing their opening hands. Wear Tear has come in for the Boros deck. And on the other side, it's Phalia, Ephemerate, Overlord, Emperor of Bones, and 3 lands. Seems like Orzhov cards kind of deck, a kind of opening hand.
Yeah, it has some like obvious flaws, but like again, your deck doesn't have so many 1-drops. You're going to be just chucking back any hand that doesn't have one of them. And like this hand, yeah, there are lots of ways they can just like drastically improve on the spot, right? Like you draw Solitude, you draw Fatal Push, you draw, you know.
We do at least have the opportunity to like end Cephalia, untap Overlord. I think we did see the Galvanic Discharge from Noah, so it's not going to work.
Ragavan on the play is a nice one though.
Yep, and it's going to go unchecked here.
We haven't seen a Ragavan just kind of run away with the game uncontested in a while, but this could be one of them. We'll see.
I would say that the Ragavan that Noah played that hit the Soul Guide Lantern kind of ran away with the game.
Sure.
We've hit an Overlord.
Which we can impending, right?
We could impend that, yes.
I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the treasure from Ragavan would let him play it, and players are laughing as they consider the possibility that that could tick down for 5 turns.
I mean, one problem though is both Phelia and Flickerwisp can return and play on Hori's side. So with Phelia, you have the discharge at least, whatever. But Flickerwisp, that it's a high risk line. I'll say that much. So
yeah,
I actually would not be shocked to see just going for Fable or something instead here.
Yeah. We'd have to stay and play for 5 turns without getting blinked by anything. It seems pretty unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice in the short term to, you dig for like another threat, you mill cards of Flage, like, it's not nothing, but okay.
All right, we got Pride and Guide.
If you already have it all, why not just?
Yeah, this is the most Modern Horizons of Modern Horizon starts.
Yeah, we could have played a Dustmourne card, but we thought better of it.
Yeah. This isn't. When they make a Duskborn Horizons set, then we can think about maybe playing that, but. Alright, Shadowy Backstreet. Let's go ahead and surveil one. I have no idea what that was, but it has been binned, so I guess I'm not going to worry about it for now.
I mean, if Hori comes back from this easily, then I don't know. Maybe this matchup is a lot more lopsided than I thought, but it's about the best start that Mark could ask for. Let's find Solitude off Overlord, and I mean, has Ephemerate to pair with that in the future, but I guess so. One thought might be if he has Wrath of the Skies lined up already, you just let Mar do his worst this turn, build a massive board, you wrath that away, and then you have Solitude Ephemerate to kind of clean up all of the leftovers. It's costing a lot.
Alright, after some consideration, it looks like we are taking Solitude off of this ETB trigger.
And so instead,
immediately going to come up.
And honestly, all of those one-drops are somewhat threatening, but probably the Ragavan. Although, I don't know, right? It's hard to leave Guide and Pride together.
Yeah.
It's a little tricky.
And it will be.
Yeah, just go with Ragavan. Okay.
Ooh, I just hit the wall. We're going to make it to the end of this match, but I'm very glad there's not another one after this. Yeah, we will get rid of the Nimble Pilferer.
Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3. We have third land, so that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, let's say Mar plays third land, plays Fable. That gets him to 3 energy, so he can buff something with Guide if he wants. And then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then end of turn, we'll get the Pride trigger, so we'll get a token, and then we'll have the Blessing.
And then we'll get the bonus, yeah.
Yeah.
An extra Goblin Shaman, even.
So that seems like a pretty good turn to me.
Agreed.
So there's another Solitude ready in the wings, perhaps?
Alright, so this is the line that Noah's going to take. We'll play Fable. Now we just need to gain some life to make this Ocelot Pride go off. So here come the 1-drops. Should become 20 to 14. Check that. 22 to 12, as it's now an Angelic Ocelot Pride. Then make a cat, make a Fable token. And this is what we were talking about in terms of the Boros deck going wide. We have certainly presented a lot of permanents, and so now we should gain a whole bunch more life and make a whole bunch more energy.
An interesting question I like to ask when this stuff comes up is, what percentage of, Ocelot Pride with Blessing triggers do you think have been resolved correctly? Or like optimally? Or, every Gyrosaur trigger is remembered, and there's nothing that gets like double counted or undercounted, whatever.
I'll give it 65-70%. Probably the default is that it happens correctly, but I wouldn't be surprised if a large number of them have been messed up in one way or another. I bet missing a Ragavan treasure is pretty common.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so looking at Sideboard Save for Game 3 with Hori back on the play, so Wrathless guys, like I said, I think will come in, play Engineer, March, that's 5, and then you could experiment with this Elishnorn even, but probably not. So that's 4 to 5 cards, and then I actually have not seen an Aethervault from his deck in quite some time. I mean, obviously, didn't really come out of that game, but I wonder if it's still there, or if we're doing the straight swap of like Wrath out or File out, Wrath in.
Sure, like a play versus drop pattern.
The Phantoms are pretty bad here. I mean, the 2/2 first strike body is actually like parts, but probably you can do better for the most part. So I would say Phantoms, probably Interrupter out, and then some number of Vials, Ephemerate, whatever, and then Wrath comes in, Engineer comes in, March comes in, and then from the Boros side, Prismatic Ending, Showdown, Wear Tear, I would say, will come in. I mean, maybe even not the ending if you think there are no Vials, but it probably could find a decent target anyway.
We did see the Wear Tear in Noah's deck in that previous game, but I don't know that it actually had a target.
No, I mean, would be nice to just pick off like the early Overlord or whatever.
Sure. I guess that's true. The Overlords are pretty strong targets.
That's the thing, though. If the Overlord is the only thing it's hitting, worth bringing in, maybe the answer is yes anyway, but maybe there's got to be some hope or expectation of like hitting a vial as well. And then beyond that, there's really not that much, right? If Mar disagrees and does actually want his own Wrath of the Skies, then that's 2 more cards. But other than that, there's not much to take out either. And maybe you think Static Prison is a bit loose versus like all the Flickers and Witch Enchanter and Wrath of the Skies. Like, probably those are hitting the bench. But there's really not a ton you can do, even if you want to.
Uh-oh. That's 6 lands in a Galvanic bombardment.
Well, the Phantoms are still there for...
Oops.
The Quarry, interesting.
So it looks like... Let me back up a couple seconds here. But Noah's 100% mulliganing, so I don't mind that I accidentally paused the stream, because we'll be able to catch up.
And look at that.
So 2 lands, 3 lands, right? So Boggart Trawler...
2 lands.
No, just 2 lands. A white source and a black source. 2 Philias.
Double Philia and Black Overlord. So he's got, the central combo that his deck is based around. And, the second Philia is nice. Like, the first one is a must kill. And then Recruiter for a longer game. Like, it's not the perfect hand, of course, but it's pretty nice. And then...
Yeah, 6 lands and a removal spell.
That can keep pace on the draw.
Instant mulligan. One thing that I find a little sad about Magic tournaments, that the finals kind of the most this is the most important game of the entire event, and it's played in this like desolate convention center.
Yeah.
There's like just a couple of coverage staff people watching.
Sometimes if that aspect is like overtly in your face, it adds to the ambiance. Like if you like have all these chairs being loudly packed away or whatever around you, it's kind of. But yeah, it is odd that it feels like the ambiance is not really there for the stakes of the event. So this one you have to keep, but actually, that's a Guide of Souls. Maybe you don't.
There is no red source.
God, that probably. I mean, on the draw,
It's 2 Galvanic Discharges, Ragavan, Flage, Wear Tear, Guide of Souls, and Plains.
I think he'll end up just Psy keeping, probably, on the grounds that, like, Mining to 5 is a shot to death sentence.
Yeah.
Against a deck that can trade off everything. And then, if this works out, like, you draw the fetch for Sacred Foundry or something, it's a pretty good hand, you know? You can do battle with it. Is that Windsor? Okay. All right.
There you go.
We got a game, maybe.
Yep. So Boggart Trawler is the play tapped from Masataka, and we're going to get to lead off on Ragavan from Noah. I think one of the Galvanic Discharges that I thought was a Galvanic Discharge was actually a Ragavan. That makes this look even better.
I think there were 2 discharges, and maybe one got... Maybe the Wear Tear did instead.
Sure. It looks like Masataka has found another mana source as well in a Marsh Flats. So both players going to be able to play some spells at least.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious if Hori tries to set up the Philia thing this turn, or he could actually play the Phantom, hit his own flag zone, so he gets to ram and has a body that has to be removed.
It looks like Noah elected to put the Flage down as his extra card.
Interesting.
Which I guess makes sense, as you have no red and only 1 mana source, that it's not totally clear that card is going to be deployable for any amount of time.
Yeah, that makes sense. Unfortunately for Mother, he didn't hit like, you know, a cheapish spell of some kind off the
Yes.
thing here, but
yeah, this would have been a good time for
okay.
for Ragavan to draw a reasonable card, but double Guide of Souls is quite nice.
Yeah. Yeah, and it seemed like Hori still doesn't have actual removal, right? So hoping to, you know, piece together something like Solitude line or can recruiter for it now, but if this Philia dies, then well, that's Solitude. Okay.
So Noah does still have Discharge up through this treasure token.
Yeah, but this is so nice now for Hori, because it's 3 cards. You can Solitude one thing, get it back, and then I guess he's losing a good white card at that point, like either the second Philia or the. But I think that's a-okay. Gets the other thing, trades off with that, and then Noah has like a guide and some random interaction versus nothing really.
All right, so it's the White Orchid Phantom that goes down to enable the Solitude, and then we'll play the Overlord. And we elected not to clear the one of the blockers. I guess the plan is to do that with the second trigger. Like the Solitude that's coming back at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, if the Solitude is coming back now, you don't even need to.
Yeah, that's true. The double block is just not attractive with Solitude face up.
Yeah, exactly. So it was. Okay, yeah, kind of going as expected. So. Yeah, and I guess now actually you don't need to burn the Solitude yet. You can wait until you either pick up another white card you're happy to pitch, or you can just like Recruiter for. I mean, you might have something specific with Recruiter in mind, but you can like Recruiter for another thing and then just have this like game piece.
Yeah.
Sticking around.
All right, so the 1/2s come in for 2 total, and we do have access to Wear Tear. So if we want to disenchant this at any point, we can, though we're not necessarily forced into doing this for several turns. Marshflat Sacrifice to find a shadowy backstreet. Let's see what we surveil. Masataka looks and then puts it back and then thinks. So it's like there's always this moment of, oh wow, he snap kept that, but now he's just, that's part of his routine of processing it, and he has elected to leave it on top. It's a Flicker Wisp. Hello. Okay. That immediately forces the Wear Tear. Noah has the answer.
Yeah.
How often do you think Wear Tear gets fused?
Not all that often. I mean, against me, it gets fused a disturbing amount, but in general, not a ton.
Ocelot Pride is a play. Okay, now we're MH3ing.
Yes.
Things just got a little dicey.
Yep, and
of course, this Flicker Wisp would be more than happy to trade for one of these Guide of Souls, I assume.
Well, whichever one attacks is going to get jumped with 3/4.
Oh, that's right. These things are not 1/1s, despite longtime viewers of the stream will have heard that I got this wrong earlier today as well.
So, exact perfect sizing for that.
Yeah.
So now, actually, this is kind of tricky for Hori again, because you want a Solitude. I guess the Pride, probably. Because 1 Pride plus 1 Guide is still quite annoying, but
I kind of feel like we need to find Wrath of the Skies.
Yeah.
That would play pretty well right here. Our hand is Recruiter, Phalia, Flicker Wisp, and Solitude.
Okay.
Like, you can try to shrink the Guide of Souls by bouncing it, or by blinking it, but that just produces more energy. Those things are going to get halos again very quickly. I don't know if we want to be in the business of double blocking 2 Flicker Wisps on a guide. It sounds like a tough way to do it, especially as it looks like Noah has 2 red cards in hand. I think one of them is a Goblin Bombardment.
Yeah, I think it's Discharge Bombardment, right?
That's a pretty good pair of spells for this point in the game.
So I wonder what this Recruiter gets. Like, maybe Plague Engineer to clean up tokens, although once that's face up, it's not even great because if Ma jumps the Pride,
yeah,
then you don't even kill the Pride, and that is still annoying. It looks like Plague Engineer being nominated, which is fine, but like so you're seeing the issue here with a deck full of like 3-drops and value stuff against a deck full of 1-drops, where even though Ma behind on cards, Multi 5 or like Multi 6, had to kind of spend a bunch of cards in like not ideal ways. Like he's more in this than I really thought he could be coming out of that first turn or two.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm expecting to see is energy spent to jump the Pride. The Pride is going to get solituded. Then I guess we have to play Engineer on Cat, though that's like not exciting when it's just clearing a single token.
Also, I guess Mark can kind of kick things off with Bombardment.
Yes.
And then there's 2 X1s on the other side, so probably he either kind of has to respond or just like loses stuff straight away. And a fetch drawn as well, so so yeah, he is primed to take some really aggressive lines here if he wants to. So like, for example, let's say Ma plays Bombardment, Hori Solitudes something in response, like presumably... Oh, it's tough, right? Because you kind of want to hit the big guide, but something else is getting big, and then if you let Guide plus Pride stay in play, then Pride is just letting him shoot down your entire board as well.
Yeah, you're just going to get more and more tokens. It feels like the Ocelot Pride is the thing that has to get solituded, but that doesn't answer the threat to your life total.
I mean, either way, you play Bombardment, Hori responds to Solitude, and then you discharge one of the blockers maybe, and like you net energy because they're so small, and you maybe just get to like pump the other things in play and just attack for 6, and then you have like Bombardment, at least 2 separate threats. Slighto's kind of in reach. Yeah. I think Mars Sense is like, okay, I might be about to actually steal this and turn the corner a bit. The specifics on this turn like really, really matter. And you know there's Plague Engineer kind of rolled up, so you want to use all the cards so while you still can.
Looked like he got close to putting the Goblin Bombardment on the stack, but wasn't willing to commit yet.
I mean, that is happening. Like, that has to happen.
Yeah.
There's no 2 ways about it.
Alright, Bombardment.
And that forces Hori's hand and kind of informs everything else that has to happen this turn. So yeah, we start here. And now...
being considered. So now how does Masataka want to respond? I guess there's even another question that maybe he's worked out, and the answer is that's fine. Here's the answer, screw me, I'm in a lot of trouble now. Couldn't tell quite what that hand gesture represented. So there's two other cards in Masataka's hand, besides Plague Engineer, that could be pitched to Solitude.
Yeah, so that Phantom.
Yeah.
That we mentioned going all the way out to turn 2 that hasn't had a chance to do anything yet. And then...
It's Flicker Wisp Failure. I think that Phantom is actually the card that was pitched to the...
Yeah, that makes sense. So...
First Solitude, the one that took out the Ragavan.
Okay, so it looks like Bob Bodman is in. All right.
Yep. There goes Flicker Wisp. And now let's rumble.
Yeah, everything gets to come in. And so then I think the question is, what do you jump knowing there's probably Solitude? I think it's just the other guide.
I think it's got to be the other guide. That Solitude is face up, right? It was returned to hand by the Overlord.
Well, I guess the calculation is you don't want Pride and all your cats being one shot by...
Yeah, that's true.
But then it's not great if... I mean, I guess it's the same amount of damage either way, right? So...
Well, imagine if you put it on the... Oh, no, you're right. This makes the most sense. And now this kind of strands the Plague Engineer, doesn't it? Like...
A little bit. I mean... The guy that's on the ground now can't really attack. But... Presumably at this point... it's not really a good use of Hori's turn any longer.
Right, exactly.
So that was just a land, I think? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, so now we've got 5 mana worth of spells and only 4 mana to cast it with.
I mean, funnily enough, I think if Ma had ended up keeping Flage over the extra discharge here, the way the game worked out, it would have probably ended up working better, but hard to foresee that at the time. But now, I think Ma probably needs like another good draw to kind of really cement his lead. But if this is a relevant card and he gets 2 looks at it thanks to the Surveil, then I think he really is firmly in the driver's seat. But I think like the diagnosis for what's happened so far, there are just several turns where Hori made what I think was a fine play to kind of develop, but didn't actually address the issues that were happening on the board, right? So, you know, Flicker Wisp on Overlord, if that works, which it will most of the time, fantastic, right? You're very far ahead. But if you get wear-teared, suddenly that's kind of awkward. And then the Recruiter, okay, we spend 3 mana on a 1/1 so that we can then spend 3 mana again the following.
Yeah.
And if that doesn't work, then where does that get us? So it all, you know, I think each of those plays in the abstract, there's a logic to them. It make total sense, but together with the fact that none of them actually worked out properly, you know.
Yeah, they just didn't add up to the sum of the parts.
Yeah.
Looks like we binned Flooded Strand to the Elegant Parlor, and then the draw for turn was Ragavan. And we're just going to send the guide in, and Masataka's going to take the hit, go to 5, and then we're going to...
So now this is using Ragavan as kind of like an energy factory with the 2 guides. So
that's right.
2 now, and then next turn, guaranteed, we're going to get at least 1 more. Yeah.
Yep, so the odd post-combat dash Ragavan, and pick it up.
I mean, I guess another line that could work there is if you get up to 2, you then just discharge the recruiter. If that works, you get up to at least 4, and then you can jump something, and then anything you jump is lethal.
Right, because of the Goblin Bombardment, Hori's at an effective 3.
So there was like a more cutthroat line that Mark could have taken there. And so the question now is, do you discharge Filia, or do you discharge the recruiter if he tries to blink it? I guess he could also discharge Filia to reset the Guide of Souls. You get an energy back, so it doesn't pop a ton, but...
Yeah, I guess it would just kind of be -1 energy or something like that, because you would pick up 2... You pick up only 1, -2 energy. And then that 3 energy can be spent on combat. Alright, so we're going to try to blink, and it's going to be met by a Galvanic Discharge. This happens. Failure comes through. It's now 24-5, but 5 is kind of concerningly close to 0.
I think it's effectively 0, yeah. There's Plague Engineer, so that shrinks the guides now, so you're attacking for 2 in the air. But I mean, even just with the cards that are face up, this is more than lethal.
Are we down to just Solitude in hand for Masataka? Has he put himself in a position? No, there's still Flicker Wisp? Maybe there's 2 cards in hand?
I mean, if it's just Solitude, that's pretty lonely, right? You really need a friend.
Okay, that answers that question. I thought there was like some tiny chance that he named Monkey.
Yeah, I know him. Wow.
Now we can jump both of these things, which is very bad, and Noah is going to take it.
There it is. Wow.
Oh, GG's.
Incredible. I mean, obviously a very decorated player coming off PT top 8 and so on. Like, no surprise, but also, I mean, that game 3, obviously drawing the first channel on turn 1, that had to happen, but then also needed a lot of other stuff to break right and to line up all of this stuff in the right way. And I think also probably for Hori, I think that game was winnable for Hori. Maybe not in a way that was like easily maybe the loss was not easily avoidable the way that from our perspective, right, we have this kind of omniscience, like it's fine, but a close game that Noah just found a way to win, and now he won the RC. He already locked up a Worlds invite, and so they'll be seeing each other again before the year is up. Great weekend for them both. But I mean,
I'm looking really quick.
What a feather in the cap.
I mean, hats off to both players, especially to Masataka for finally breaking through. As we mentioned, it had been a long time coming for him trying to make the Pro Tour. He has over 150 wins to his name without a PT appearance. And I'm just noticing that right at the top of the of his ELO project profile is your name, Dom. You actually played him pretty recently.
Played who?
You played against Masataka in
that's him
at the Eternal Weekend in Pittsburgh. So
so I remember I played against a Japanese player who he said he'd just come off of playing EW Asia, and he demolished me. I want to say it was an all foil Moon Stompy deck as well, or like as blinged out as it could conceivably be, but bling status aside, he demolished me. So I hadn't connected the dots there that was him, but I mean, it makes total sense. Yeah.
Well, thank you, chat, for hanging out with me, and thank you, Dom, for making it up to literally 5 a.m. Providing commentary. It's been a real pleasure. Yeah.
Thanks everyone for spending your late night / early morning with us.
Yes. The next one of these should be in 2.5-3 months. So you can find me on Twitter, Blue Sky at AJLVI, and I will certainly be posting exactly when the next one is and who will have streaming with me. But I intend to do at least one more. I'm not ready to retire yet, even though, well, I'm not ready to retire from streaming, but I am ready to retire to bed. So I'm going to run one last ad to catch the stragglers and then call it a night. So thank you all once again.
Bye, everyone.
I'll be talking to you. Thank you again, Dom. Alright, so then I can close.